This iceberg catalogs belief systems by familiarity and obscurity. Placement is not a judgment of truth or legitimacy. Some entries involve disturbing or extremist material. Viewer discretion is advised. Timestamps are provided below. El lugar de su presencia translates to the place of his presence and refers to a Latin American religious movement that emerged in the late 20th century, blending Pentecostal Christianity with indigenous spiritual practices and prosperity theology. The movement centers around the concept that specific physical locations can become saturated with divine presence through concentrated worship and spiritual warfare. Followers believe certain buildings, rooms, or even outdoor spaces can be transformed into permanent spiritual power centers where miracles occur more frequently and prayers receive immediate answers. The doctrine teaches that these consecrated spaces retain their supernatural properties indefinitely, creating a network of holy sites across Latin America. Members travel extensively between these locations, participating in marathon worship sessions that can last 72 hours or more without breaks. Leadership claims the movement's founders received direct revelations about the exact architectural specifications needed to maximize divine presence. These blueprints allegedly include precise measurements for ceiling heights, specific materials for construction, and mandatory placement of certain religious artifacts within the structures. The organization has faced scrutiny for its financial practices, requiring substantial monetary contributions from members to maintain and expand these sacred locations. Former participants report being encouraged to sell personal belongings and take out loans to fund new construction projects. Several documented cases involve members relocating their entire families to live near established presence centers, abandoning previous careers and relationships in the process. The movement's influence extends beyond religious services into daily life decisions, with leaders providing guidance on everything from marriage partners to business investments based on supposed divine communications received within these consecrated spaces. Kivsts refers to a secretive Russian mystical sect that developed rituals so intense they literally spun themselves into religious ecstasy. Also known as the Klisti, this group emerged in 17th century Russia with the radical belief that ordinary people could become living incarnations of Christ through extreme physical practices. The sect's founder, Danila Filipov, declared himself a living Christ in the 1640s and established rituals that would make Orthodox priests recoil in horror. Members would gather in hidden forest clearings or basement chambers, forming circles and spinning counterclockwise for hours until they collapsed in convulsions. They called this state receiving the Spirit, believing that violent physical exhaustion opened direct channels to divine consciousness. Their ceremonies escalated beyond spinning. Participants would engage in rhythmic flagellation, using leather whips or birch branches, chanting hymns while inflicting pain that supposedly purified the soul. The combination of blood loss, exhaustion, and repetitive motion induced altered states that members interpreted as divine possession. The Kivsts developed a complex hierarchy of living deities. After Filipov's death, new leaders emerged claiming to be fresh incarnations of Christ, while female leaders took the title of Mother of God. These figures wielded absolute authority over followers, who surrendered worldly possessions and submitted to increasingly demanding spiritual exercises. Russian authorities and the Orthodox Church launched brutal crackdowns against the sect throughout the 18th and 19th centuries. Members faced exile to Siberia, imprisonment, and execution. Yet the movement persisted through underground networks. Their secretive nature meant that much of what we know comes from court records and confessions extracted under torture. The sect's influence extended into unexpected corners of Russian society. Some historians suggest connections between Kivist practices and the later mystical circles surrounding Rasputin, who allegedly incorporated similar techniques of achieving altered consciousness through physical extremes. The group's emphasis on direct spiritual experience, bypassing traditional church hierarchy, would resurface in various Russian spiritual movements well into the 20th century.
Like this video and subscribe to Maker.
The Temple of Psychic Youth, emerged in 1981 as Genesis P. Orage's attempt to merge chaos magic with the transgressive energy of industrial music culture. The group deliberately misspelled common words with of, replacing of, and used backwards e's in their name as part of their magical working to break down conventional thinking patterns. P. Orage, already notorious from the industrial band Throbbing Gristle, positioned the temple as a practical magical network, rather than a traditional religious organization. Members, known as individuals rather than followers, were encouraged to conduct their own experiments in consciousness alteration through a combination of sigil magic, body modification, and what they termed sex magic. The temple operated through a decentralized network of autonomous cells called access points, scattered across Europe and North America. Each cell received instructional materials, including the group's publications like The Grey Book and The Black Book, which contained detailed methodologies for magical workings involving everything from meditation techniques to more extreme practices involving bodily fluids and endurance rituals. Their most infamous practice involved the creation of sigils during moments of sexual climax, believing this provided the necessary energy to manifest desired outcomes in reality. Members were also encouraged to explore gender fluidity and body modification as methods of breaking down societal conditioning, with P. Orage themselves eventually undergoing extensive surgical procedures to merge with their partner Jacqueline Breyer into what they called a pandrogyne. The temple maintained connections with other occult figures, including Austin Osman Spare's chaos magic traditions and Aleister Crowley's thelemic practices, though they rejected formal hierarchical structures in favor of individual experimentation. By the early 1990s, internal conflicts and P. Orage's increasing focus on their psychic television project led to the temple's gradual dissolution, though scattered cells continued operating independently for several more years. St. Priapus Church stands as one of the most unconventional religious organizations to achieve legal recognition in modern Canada. Founded in Montreal in 1979 by D.F. Cassidy, this religious movement centers its worship around Priapus, the ancient Roman god of fertility and masculine virility. Cassidy established the church with the explicit goal of creating a legitimate religious framework for celebrating male sexuality and masculine divine energy. The organization developed its own theological doctrines, ritual practices, and even ordination processes for clergy members. What sets this apart from typical new religious movements is the Church's successful navigation of Canada's legal system to obtain official recognition as a legitimate religion. The Church's practices involved various ceremonies designed to honor masculine spiritual energy, often conducted in private settings with registered members. Stone himself served as the primary theological authority, developing written doctrines and establishing specific membership requirements for those seeking to join the religious community. During the late 1980s and early 1990s, the St. Priapus Church faced significant legal scrutiny from Canadian authorities. Law enforcement agencies launched investigations into the organization's activities, leading to multiple court cases that tested the boundaries between religious freedom and public decency standards. Stone and several church members found themselves defending their practices in federal court. The legal battles ultimately resulted in landmark decisions regarding religious freedom in Canada. Courts were forced to examine whether unconventional spiritual practices deserved the same constitutional protections as traditional religious denominations. The church's legal team successfully argued that their activities constituted legitimate religious expression protected under Canadian law. Stone documented the church's theology in various publications, creating a formal religious text that outlined the spiritual significance of masculine worship and the theological foundations of Priapan devotion. These writings served as evidence during legal proceedings, demonstrating the organization's commitment to established religious doctrine rather than mere social activities. The church maintained operations for several years, attracting members primarily from urban areas across Canada. Stone continued serving as the primary religious leader until his death, after which the organization's activities significantly diminished. Axonomancy involves using axes or hatchets to divine the future and answer pressing questions. This ancient practice required practitioners to balance a sharp axe on its edge or spin it like a compass, then interpret the direction it pointed toward as divine guidance. The technique took several forms across different cultures. In one method, the diviner would drive an axe blade into a wooden post, then observe which way the handle swung as it settled. Another approach involved heating the axe head until it glowed red hot, then watching how it moved when placed on different surfaces. Medieval European practitioners often combined axonomancy with geomancy, using the axe to indicate cardinal directions that corresponded to different answers. North might mean yes, south could indicate no, while east and west provided more nuanced responses depending on the specific question posed. The practice gained particular notoriety among certain Germanic tribes who used battle axes for divination before major conflicts. Warriors would spin their weapons and interpret the results as either favorable omens for victory or warnings to retreat. Some historical accounts suggest that entire military campaigns were planned or abandoned based on these axe readings. One documented case from 13th century France involved a blacksmith named Guillaume, who claimed his specially forged axe could locate hidden treasure. Local nobles reportedly paid substantial sums for his services, leading to several excavation projects that yielded mixed results, but enhanced Guillaume's reputation considerably. The axe's association with both creation and destruction made it symbolically powerful for practitioners seeking answers about major life changes. The sharp edge represented cutting away uncertainty, while the weight of the tool suggested the gravity of the decisions being made. Modern practitioners sometimes substitute smaller hatchets or even decorative axes, though traditionalists insist that only working tools maintain the necessary spiritual connection to provide accurate readings. Final Fantasy House reflects one of the most disturbing examples of how online roleplay communities can spiral into real-world manipulation and abuse. This was an actual residence in Tacoma, Washington, where a group of Final Fantasy VII fans lived together in what they believed was an immersive roleplay experience. The house operated under the control of Jennifer Cornett, who convinced the residents they were the actual reincarnations of Final Fantasy characters living in the real world. Cornett positioned herself as an authority figure who could communicate with these fictional entities and determine the residents' true identities within the game's mythology. What made this situation particularly dangerous was how Cornett used the roleplay framework to control every aspect of the residents' lives. She dictated their relationships, career choices, and daily activities based on what she claimed the characters would do. Residents were forbidden from breaking character and faced punishment for questioning the reality of their supposed reincarnations. The house gained notoriety when former residents began sharing their experiences online, revealing a pattern of psychological manipulation, financial exploitation, and emotional abuse disguised as spiritual guidance. Cornett allegedly convinced residents to turn over their paychecks, cut contact with outside family and friends, and submit to her authority as someone with special insight into their true nature. Several residents reported being told they were destined romantic partners with other housemates based on character relationships from the game, leading to forced romantic and physical situations. Others described being assigned degrading roles or punishments when they failed to properly embody their characters. The situation came to light through detailed testimonies posted on various internet forums, including LiveJournal, where former residents documented their experiences and warned others about Cornett's methods. These accounts revealed how she recruited vulnerable fans through online Final Fantasy communities, gradually drawing them into her web of control. The Final Fantasy House incident became a cautionary tale within internet culture, demonstrating how shared fictional interests can be weaponized by manipulative individuals to create real-world harm. Swedenborgianism emerged from the extraordinary claims of Emanuel Swedenborg, an 18th century Swedish scientist who abandoned his successful career in mining and mathematics to pursue what he described as direct conversations with angels and deceased spirits. Swedenborg claimed that in 1744, Jesus Christ personally appeared to him and opened his spiritual sight, allowing him to travel between the physical and spiritual worlds while fully conscious. Unlike typical mystical experiences, he maintained these communications happened regularly for the remaining 27 years of his life, with detailed documentation of his spiritual encounters. His descriptions of the afterlife differed radically from traditional Christian teachings. Swedenborg claimed heaven consisted of countless societies organized by affection and interest, where former enemies could become friends and marriages continued eternally. He described hell not as a place of punishment, but as communities where selfish spirits congregated by choice, living in conditions that matched their internal states. The doctrine of correspondences formed the foundation of his theology. Every physical object supposedly reflected a spiritual reality, creating a symbolic language where biblical texts contained hidden meanings accessible only through spiritual insight. Trees represented knowledge, water signified truth, and fire embodied love. Swedenborg rejected the traditional Trinity, claiming instead that Jesus Christ contained the complete divine essence in human form. He taught that the Second Coming had already occurred spiritually in 1757, establishing a new spiritual age rather than a physical return to Earth. The movement attracted notable followers, including Helen Keller, who credited Swedenborgian teachings with helping her understand her disabilities as spiritual opportunities. Johnny Appleseed distributed Swedenborgian texts alongside his apple seeds throughout the American frontier. Critics questioned Swedenborg's mental state, pointing to his sudden career change and increasingly elaborate spiritual claims. However, his followers established the new church, which continues today, maintaining that his revelations represent the final religious dispensation for humanity. Roman numinism attempts to reconstruct the spiritual practices of ancient Rome through direct communion with numen, the divine force that Romans believed inhabited every tree, stone, crossroads, and household threshold. Unlike other neo-pagan movements that focus on gods and goddesses, Roman numenists seek to awaken these dormant spiritual presences that still linger in the modern world. The practice centers on a concept that most people have never heard of, despite living surrounded by it daily. Ancient Romans understood numen as the raw, unnamed spiritual energy that makes certain places feel sacred or unsettling. A Roman numinist might spend hours at a particular street corner, sensing the accumulated spiritual residue from centuries of human passage. Modern practitioners claim they can identify locations where numen remains strongest: old growth forests, ancient burial sites, and surprisingly, certain urban areas where the original Roman roads still run beneath modern pavement. Some groups in Italy conduct midnight rituals at archaeological sites, believing they can reactivate dormant spiritual networks that once connected the entire Roman Empire. The movement gained attention when practitioners in Rome began reporting synchronized spiritual experiences across different locations on the same nights. They document these occurrences in detailed logs, mapping what they call numen currents that flow between sacred sites. Critics dismiss these reports, but the consistency of independent accounts from different cities has puzzled some researchers. Roman numenists also practice household veneration, treating their homes as miniature temples where every room contains specific spiritual presences that must be acknowledged daily. They place small offerings in corners, speak to doorways before passing through, and maintain that modern mental health issues stem from our disconnection from these household spirits that once provided psychological stability. The most dedicated practitioners learn to read omens through everyday occurrences, interpreting everything from traffic patterns to bird behavior as messages from the numen-infused environment around them. Kumeyaay mythology encompasses the sacred oral traditions of the indigenous people who inhabited Southern California and Baja California for thousands of years before European contact. These creation stories and spiritual practices contain detailed knowledge of consciousness, altering ceremonies, and sacred geography that anthropologists only began documenting in the early 1900s. The central creation narrative describes how the world emerged from a primordial void through the actions of twin creator beings, one associated with order and one with chaos. These twins shaped the landscape through their conflicts, with specific mountains, valleys, and water sources in the San Diego region corresponding to events in their cosmic battle. Kumeyaay shamans practiced a form of dream incubation that involved sleeping at particular rock formations and cave sites scattered throughout their territory. These locations, many now within modern urban areas, were believed to serve as portals where practitioners could communicate directly with ancestral spirits and receive prophetic visions. The shamans would consume preparations made from local plants, including datura and wild tobacco, to facilitate these otherworldly encounters. The mythology includes detailed accounts of shape-shifting beings called were-creatures that could assume human or animal form at will. Unlike European werewolf traditions, these entities were often benevolent teachers who shared practical survival knowledge and healing techniques with humans. Specific families claimed descent from these beings and maintained specialized ritual knowledge passed down through bloodlines. Sacred sites within Kumeyaay territory include pictograph caves containing symbols that correspond directly to their oral traditions. These rock art galleries depict the same twin creator figures and cosmic events described in their spoken myths, creating a parallel visual record that spans centuries. Many of these sites remain active pilgrimage destinations for contemporary Kumeyaay people, though access has become complicated by private property ownership and urban development. The tradition survived Spanish missionary efforts through careful concealment, with practitioners maintaining their ceremonies while outwardly adopting Catholic practices. This resulted in unique syncretic elements where Christian saints became associated with traditional spirit beings, creating a hidden layer of meaning in seemingly conventional religious observances. San mythology encompasses the complex spiritual worldview of southern Africa's oldest indigenous people, whose shamanic traditions stretch back over 20,000 years through an unbroken chain of oral transmission. The central figure in San cosmology is Kagan, the mantis deity, who serves as both creator and trickster. Kagan possesses the unusual ability to die and resurrect himself repeatedly, often through his own foolish actions that inadvertently benefit humanity. In one prominent myth, Kagan creates the moon from his shoe after being attacked by thorns, demonstrating the tradition's blend of cosmic significance with absurd humor. San shamans, known as medicine people, enter altered consciousness through intensive trance dancing that can last for hours. During these states, they claim to travel along invisible threads of light to the spirit world, where they negotiate with ancestral beings and animal spirits to heal illness, control weather, and locate game animals. The San concept of potency, or num, flows through all living things, but concentrates most powerfully in certain animals like eland antelopes and gemsbok. Shamans absorb this energy during trance, often experiencing what they describe as their stomach boiling as the power builds within them. Their rock art, found across thousands of sites in the Kalahari Desert, depicts these spiritual experiences with remarkable consistency. The paintings show shamans transforming into animal forms, bleeding from the nose during trance, and interacting with rain animals, mythical creatures believed to bring storms when properly appeased. What distinguishes San mythology from other shamanistic traditions is its emphasis on the afterlife landscape called the early race period, when animals and humans shared the same essential nature and could transform between forms at will. The San believe this primordial time ended when the first death occurred, forever separating the worlds of the living and the dead. Modern anthropologists studying San traditions have documented their sophisticated astronomical knowledge, including detailed myths explaining the Milky Way as the backbone of the night, with specific stars representing different ancestors and their eternal hunting grounds. Athabascan mythology encompasses the spiritual beliefs of dozens of indigenous groups scattered across an enormous swath of North America, from Alaska down through Western Canada and into the American Southwest. What sets these belief systems apart from other indigenous mythologies is their consistent focus on shape-shifting entities and the thin boundaries between human and animal consciousness. The Athabascan language family includes the Navajo, Apache, Chippewayan, and Dean peoples, among others. Despite being separated by thousands of kilometers, these groups maintained remarkably similar stories about beings that could transform between human and animal forms. The most well-documented of these entities appear in Navajo tradition as skinwalkers, though similar concepts exist throughout Athabascan cultures under different names. These shape-shifting beings allegedly required the wearing of animal pelts to achieve transformation, with specific rituals involving the crossing of moral boundaries that most tribal members would never discuss openly. The taboo nature of these practices meant that knowledge was restricted to certain individuals, creating a hidden layer within already secretive spiritual traditions. The Chippewayan and other northern Athabascan groups described encounters with beings that could take the form of wolves, bears, or ravens while maintaining human intelligence. These weren't considered metaphorical stories, but actual encounters that required specific protective measures and avoidance behaviors. Archaeological evidence suggests these beliefs influenced settlement patterns, with certain areas consistently avoided across generations. Modern researchers have noted correlations between traditional Athabascan forbidden zones and contemporary reports of unexplained animal behavior and cryptid sightings. The mythology also includes detailed accounts of underground dwelling places where these shape-shifting beings allegedly gathered, complete with specific geographic markers that can still be identified today. Some anthropologists have documented cases where tribal members refused to participate in research projects that would require entering these traditional danger zones. Selknam mythology encompasses the spiritual beliefs of an indigenous people from Tierra del Fuego who practiced one of the most secretive and complex shamanic traditions in South America before their culture was systematically destroyed in the early 1900s. The Selknam believed their world was populated by powerful spirits called Short, invisible beings that could possess humans and animals alike. These spirits weren't abstract concepts, but active participants in daily life, requiring constant negotiation through ritual and ceremony. Central to their belief system was the Hain, an elaborate male initiation ceremony that could last for months. During these rituals, shamans would transform into various spirits by wearing painted bark masks and performing dramatic reenactments of mythological events. The Hain served as both spiritual theater and genuine religious experience, with initiates believing they were witnessing actual supernatural beings rather than masked performers. Their creation mythology centered around Kinos, a culture hero who shaped the land and established the natural order. According to Selknam tradition, Kinos traveled across Tierra del Fuego, creating mountains, rivers, and the animals that populated their harsh environment. Each geographical feature held specific spiritual significance and was tied to detailed origin stories passed down through generations. The Selknam practiced a form of shamanism that involved direct communication with animal spirits, particularly those of guanacos and foxes. Shamans, known as Zon, claimed the ability to shapeshift and travel between the physical and spirit worlds. These individuals underwent years of training to master techniques for healing, divination, and spiritual warfare against malevolent forces. Their mythology included detailed accounts of a primordial time when women held all political and spiritual power, ruling over men through control of supernatural forces. According to their traditions, men eventually discovered that the women's power was achieved through elaborate theatrical deceptions and staged a revolt, seizing control of the sacred ceremonies and establishing patriarchal authority. The last fluent speakers of the Selknam language died in the 1970s, taking with them centuries of oral tradition that anthropologists had only begun to document. Iglesia Maradoniana translates to the Church of Maradona, a functioning parody religion established in Argentina in 1998 that worships soccer legend Diego Armando Maradona as a deity. Founded by 3 passionate fans in the city of Rosario, this mock religious movement has accumulated over 100,000 registered members worldwide and operates with the same structural formality as traditional organized religions. The church maintains its own religious calendar based on significant dates in Maradona's life and career. Their Christmas equivalent falls on October 30th, Maradona's birthday, while their Easter commemorates Argentina's 1986 World Cup victory against England. Members observe the Hand of God goal as a divine miracle, treating the controversial play where Maradona used his hand to score against England as an act of supernatural intervention. The Iglesia Maradoniana has established 10 commandments that blend football devotion with religious parody. These include declaring love for football above all else, naming your first son Diego, and never forgetting that Maradona touched the ball with his hand in the 1986 World Cup. Members perform baptisms using holy water mixed with Argentine soil from Maradona's birthplace, and they recite prayers that replace traditional religious figures with football terminology. What began as an elaborate joke has evolved into a genuine cultural phenomenon that reflects Argentina's extreme passion for both football and their national hero. The church has expanded internationally, with branches established in Spain, Italy, and other countries with significant Argentine populations. Despite its satirical origins, many members display sincere emotional attachment to both the religion and Maradona himself, creating a unique hybrid of sports fanaticism and religious devotion that challenges conventional boundaries between worship, entertainment, and cultural identity. Mariana Island's mythology encompasses the traditional belief systems of the Chamorro people, whose spiritual practices contain elements that survived centuries of colonial suppression and Catholic conversion efforts. The Tao Mona serve as the cornerstone of Chamorro supernatural belief. These spirits of ancient Chamorro ancestors inhabit specific locations across Guam and the northern Mariana Islands, particularly in jungle areas, old village sites, and coastal regions. Unlike typical ancestor spirits found in other Pacific cultures, the Tao Mona maintain active relationships with the living through a complex system of respect protocols and territorial boundaries. Chamorro families pass down detailed knowledge of Tao Mona territories through oral tradition. Specific banyan trees, limestone caves, and freshwater sources carry restrictions that locals observe even today. Violating these boundaries allegedly results in illness, accidents, or persistent misfortune until proper respect ceremonies restore balance. The mythology includes creation stories involving Puntan and Fuuna, primordial siblings whose bodies formed the physical world after death. Puntan's spine became the mountain ranges, his chest became the land, and his eyes became the sun and moon. Fuuna transformed into the first woman and gave birth to the Chamorro people. Spanish missionaries documented their frustration with Macahna spiritual practices that persisted beneath Catholic conversion. These traditional healers maintained knowledge of plant medicines, spirit communication, and healing rituals that incorporated both pre-Christian beliefs and selective Catholic elements. Archaeological evidence suggests some sacred sites remained continuously important for over 1,000 years, indicating the persistence of location-based spiritual practices, despite multiple waves of cultural disruption. Modern Chamorro communities continue reporting Tao Mona encounters, particularly during construction projects that disturb ancestral sites, creating ongoing negotiations between development interests and traditional spiritual protocols. Micronesian mythology encompasses a sophisticated system of oral traditions from the scattered island nations of the Central Pacific that functioned as both spiritual framework and practical navigation manual for some of history's most skilled ocean voyagers. The mythology centers around a pantheon of sea spirits and star deities whose stories contained encoded information for traversing thousands of kilometers of open ocean without instruments. Traditional navigators, known as Palu on different islands, memorized complex mythological narratives that described the behavioral patterns of specific stars, ocean swells, and wind directions through the adventures and relationships of various gods. One particularly detailed tradition involves Alulue, a navigator deity whose mythological journeys between islands corresponded exactly to real sailing routes. The stories describing Alulue's encounters with sea monsters actually contained warnings about dangerous currents and weather patterns in specific locations. His romantic pursuits of various island goddesses served as mnemonic devices for remembering which stars to follow when sailing between particular atolls. The most remarkable aspect involves the way these mythologies integrated practical oceanographic knowledge with spiritual beliefs. Stories about the sea god Oliphant's fishing expeditions contain detailed information about seasonal fish migration patterns, while tales of his conflicts with storm spirits encoded weather prediction techniques that proved remarkably accurate. Modern researchers studying traditional Micronesian navigation have found that many mythological elements correspond to sophisticated understanding of ocean dynamics that Western science only confirmed in recent decades. The mythological concept of underwater rivers flowing between islands accurately described deep ocean currents that satellites didn't map until the 1990s. Several creation myths from the region describe the islands themselves as living beings with specific personalities and needs, which guided traditional resource management practices that maintained ecological balance for centuries before colonial contact disrupted these systems. Shoroku Shinto Yamatoyama emerged from a single man's claimed encounter with divine forces in 1919. Tazawa Seishiro dedicated a shrine to a mountain deity after witnessing what he described as extraordinary astronomical phenomena accompanied by divine voices speaking directly to him. The movement officially launched in January 1930, but Tazawa's supernatural experience had already set the foundation for what would become one of Japan's more isolated religious communities. By 1969, the group established its headquarters on a remote mountain tract in Hiranai, Aomori Prefecture, deliberately positioning themselves away from mainstream Japanese society. The organization grew to over 60,000 adherents by 1999, drawing primarily from Japan's northern regions of Hokkaido and Tohoku. This geographic concentration reflects the movement's appeal to communities already familiar with harsh mountain environments and spiritual isolation. The group gained national scrutiny through their private school, which continued using the imperial rescript on education long after it had been officially discontinued. This educational document, originally used to promote emperor worship and nationalist ideology before World War II, positioned the school as a keeper of pre-war Japanese values that mainstream society had abandoned. The movement blends traditional Shinto practices with influences from Umoto, another new religious movement, and incorporates eschatological beliefs possibly drawn from Christian Augustinian thought. This combination creates a unique theological framework that predicts dramatic world changes while maintaining Japanese spiritual traditions. In March 2021, part of their mountain headquarters burned down, marking a significant setback for the community's physical infrastructure, but leaving their core beliefs and membership intact. Kiribati mythology centers around Nariao, the ancient spider creator deity who brought the islands into existence through a series of cosmic acts that blend the bizarre with the profound. Traditional Kiribati beliefs describe Nariao as existing in primordial darkness, using his 8 legs to separate the heavens from the earth while weaving the very fabric of reality between his claws. The creation narrative involves Nariao splitting open a massive clamshell that contained all of existence, releasing the first humans, animals, and spirits into the world. This spider god didn't work alone, though. He commanded a pantheon of lesser spirits called Anti, who controlled specific aspects of island life, from fishing success to coconut harvests. What sets Kiribati spiritual practices apart is their emphasis on te tabu, a complex system of sacred restrictions that governed everything from which fish could be caught on certain days to who could walk on specific beaches during particular moon phases. Breaking these taboos supposedly triggered immediate supernatural punishment, often in the form of drowning or being lost at sea. The mythology also features te maneaba, sacred meeting houses that served as portals between the physical and spiritual worlds. Elders conducted rituals inside these structures using ancient chants passed down through oral tradition, some lasting up to 12 hours and requiring participants to remain motionless for the entire duration. Modern archaeological evidence suggests these beliefs influenced actual settlement patterns across the 33 coral atolls, with communities strategically placing villages to align with mythological power centers that Nariao allegedly blessed during the world's creation. Traditional Kiribati shamans, known as te kabubu, claimed they could communicate directly with Nariao through dream states induced by consuming fermented coconut sap mixed with specific seaweed varieties found only during low-tide ceremonies. Wemale mythology originates from an indigenous ethnic group on Seram Island in Indonesia's Maluku archipelago, historically known as the Spice Islands. The central figure of their beliefs presents one of the most unusual origin stories ever documented in world folklore. The myth centers on Hainuwele, pronounced Hainuwele, often called the Coconut Girl. Her story begins when a hunter named Ameta discovered a coconut lodged in a wild boar's tusk. Following instructions from a dream figure, he planted the coconut, which grew into a tree that produced a fully grown woman named Hainuwele. Hainuwele possessed an ability that appears nowhere else in global mythology. During ceremonial dances, she would produce valuable trade goods from her body through defecation. Chinese porcelain plates, bronze gongs, and ornate beetle accessories would emerge, which she distributed freely to dance participants. This supernatural gift made her incredibly popular, but also sparked dangerous jealousy among the 9 founding families of humanity. During a 9-day ritual dance called the Morrow, the growing resentment reached a breaking point. On the final night, the jealous families ended Hainuwele's life by burying her in a pit during the ceremony. Ameta learned of the tragedy through an oracle and recovered her body. He dismembered her remains and buried the pieces throughout the village. From Hainuwele's scattered body parts grew the essential tuber crops that form the foundation of Indonesian agriculture. Yams, taro, and other staples sprouted from where her flesh had been planted, establishing the agricultural systems that would sustain the people for generations. The mythology extends beyond Hainuwele's death. Ameta brought her severed arms to Mulua Satene, the ruling deity over humans. Satene constructed a spiral-shaped gate using the arms, forcing all people to pass through it. Those who successfully navigated the passage remained human, but became mortal for the first time, dividing into 2 social groups called Padalima and Padasiwa. Those who failed the test transformed into animals or spirits. Satine then departed Earth to rule the realm of the dead. German ethnologist Adolf Jensen documented this mythology during the Frobenius Institute's expedition to the Maluku Islands from 1937 to 1938. In just a few months of fieldwork, Jensen collected 433 myths from the Wemale people. His analysis of the Hainuwele legend led him to introduce the concept of Dema deities to anthropology. These are ancestral beings in agricultural societies, whose ritual deaths and dismemberments create essential cultural elements like crops, tools, and social structures. The myth functions as sophisticated social commentary about the impact of foreign trade on indigenous societies. The luxury goods Hainuwele produces mirror the real treasures that flowed into the Maluku Islands through centuries of spice commerce. Cloves, nutmeg, and mace from these islands commanded astronomical prices in global markets, bringing tremendous wealth but also inequality and social disruption. The story essentially chronicles how material abundance from external trade created divisions that destroyed traditional harmony. Joseph Campbell introduced the Hainuwele legend to English-speaking audiences in his work, The Masks of God, cementing its place in comparative mythology studies. The tale captures the Wemale understanding that creation requires destruction, and new life can only emerge through death and sacrifice. The Wemale people traditionally inhabited the forested interior of Seram, sustaining themselves through sago palm harvesting and shifting cultivation. Jensen's documentation preserved their beliefs at a crucial moment before external influences, political instability, and modern consumer culture dramatically transformed their traditional way of life. Alun mythology encompasses the traditional belief system of the Alun people, an indigenous group from the Maluku Islands in eastern Indonesia. Their cosmological framework centers around a complex spiritual hierarchy where ancestral spirits maintain active control over daily life through elaborate ritual contracts. The Alun creation myth describes the world emerging from a cosmic egg that split into opposing forces, the upper realm of light spirits and the lower domain of earthbound ancestors. These 2 realms remain in constant negotiation through human intermediaries called samurai, who perform intricate ceremonies involving blood offerings and sacred stones called fatahaha. What sets Alun mythology apart from neighboring belief systems is their concept of spiritual debt inheritance. When someone dies, their spiritual obligations transfer to specific family members based on birth order and gender, creating generations-long ritual responsibilities. Families maintain detailed oral records of these debts, some stretching back centuries. The mythology includes references to shape-shifting ancestors who can inhabit both human and animal forms simultaneously. These beings, known as kakahan, allegedly appear during times of community crisis to deliver cryptic guidance through dreams and natural phenomena. Dutch colonial records from the 1600s document several incidents where Alun communities successfully predicted natural disasters through their traditional divination practices, leading some researchers to theorize that their mythology preserves ancient geological knowledge disguised as spiritual teachings. Modern Alun practitioners continue performing the Sasi ritual, where entire forest sections are declared spiritually protected through ceremonial prohibitions that can last for years, effectively creating sophisticated ecological management systems guided by mythological principles. Ryukyuan mythology encompasses the indigenous spiritual system of the Ryukyu Islands, modern-day Okinawa, which operated as an independent kingdom until Japanese annexation in 1879. This belief system centers around a matriarchal religious hierarchy dominated by female shamans called Noro, who claimed direct divine authority over their communities. The core mythology revolves around Amamikyu, a creator goddess who descended from the heavens to establish the islands and their people. Unlike mainland Japanese Shinto, Ryukyuan spirituality places women at the absolute center of religious power. The highest-ranking priestess, known as the Kikoi Ogimi, held authority that often rivaled the king himself. These priestesses performed rituals at sacred groves called utaki, natural forest areas considered too holy for men to enter. The Noro would commune with spirits called kami through elaborate ceremonies involving traditional dances, specific chants, and offerings of rice wine called awamori. During these rituals, the priestesses would enter trance states to receive divine messages and predict everything from harvest outcomes to military victories. The Japanese government systematically suppressed these practices after annexation, viewing the independent religious authority as a threat to imperial control. Many utaki sites were destroyed or converted to Shinto shrines, and the formal Noro system was officially disbanded in 1944. The mythology also features unique death beliefs involving the bones of ancestors. Families would place deceased relatives in temporary graves, then later exhume and wash the bones in a ceremony called senkotsu before placing them in turtleback tombs called kamekobaka. The cleaned bones were believed to transform the deceased into protective ancestral spirits. Modern practitioners still maintain some traditions in secret, particularly the veneration of sacred sites and ancestral bone rituals, despite decades of cultural suppression and the influence of both Buddhism and Christianity on the islands. Kurozumikyo centers around a practice that sounds lifted from ancient mythology, literally swallowing the sun to achieve union with the divine. This Japanese religious movement, founded in 1814, emerged from one man's desperate attempt to commune with Amaterasu, the Shinto sun goddess. Kurozumi Munetada, a Shinto priest, lost both parents to an epidemic in 1812 and contracted tuberculosis shortly after. For 3 years he remained bedridden, convinced his lifelong goal of becoming a kami had been shattered. Then came the winter solstice of 1814. During his morning prayers to Amaterasu, Munetada claimed the sun itself entered his body in what followers call the direct receipt of the heavenly mission. He described complete mystical union with the deity, and his tuberculosis vanished overnight. The movement's core ritual, called Nippai, requires followers to face the rising sun every morning and perform specific breathing exercises designed to draw solar essence into their bodies. Practitioners genuinely believe they are swallowing the sun, a daily practice meant to achieve spiritual union with Amaterasu while promoting physical health. Munetada's reputation as a faith healer drove the religion's rapid expansion across Western Japan. He taught that illness stemmed from disharmony with the divine, attracting massive crowds who initially sought healing and only later absorbed the doctrines. This created tension with Buddhist priests, who traditionally held exclusive healing rights over their communities. The movement gained significant traction among the samurai class, with 6 high disciples systematizing Munetada's teachings. By the Meiji Restoration in 1868, Kurozumikyo had spread throughout Japan, eventually receiving official government recognition as a Shinto sect in 1876. The religion established Munetada Shrine in Okayama in 1885, which Emperor Komei designated as the sole imperial prayer site in 1865. The headquarters on Mount Shinto continues operating today, with adherents performing daily sunrise worship under the chief patriarch's guidance. Kurozumikyo introduced radical departures from traditional Shinto: monotheistic worship of Amaterasu, faith healing over ritual practice, and the belief that humans could achieve divine union through daily sun-swallowing exercises. The movement demonstrated how personal mystical experience could spawn an organized religion lasting over 2 centuries. Sekai Shindokyo emerged from Japan in 1912, when its founder, Ogami Joko, declared himself the reincarnation of Jesus Christ. This religious movement blends Christianity, Buddhism, and Shinto into what followers consider the ultimate spiritual synthesis. Ogami claimed he received divine revelations directly from God, positioning himself as humanity's final savior. His followers believed he possessed supernatural healing powers and could perform miracles through direct divine connection. The movement's name translates to World New Religion, reflecting Ogami's ambitious goal of creating a universal faith that would replace all existing religions. The group's practices center around spiritual healing sessions where Ogami would place his hands on followers, claiming to channel divine energy to cure physical ailments and spiritual corruption. Members participated in elaborate ceremonies combining Christian prayer, Buddhist meditation, and Shinto purification rituals. What sets Sekai Shindokyo apart from other syncretic movements is its emphasis on technological prophecy. Ogami predicted that divine power would eventually be transmitted through radio waves and electronic devices, allowing global spiritual healing without physical presence. This fusion of mysticism and technology attracted followers who saw it as proof of the religion's advanced spiritual understanding. The movement established communes across Japan where members lived collectively, surrendering personal possessions to support Ogami's mission. These communities operated farms and businesses, with profits funding the construction of elaborate temples featuring mixed architectural styles from different religious traditions. Despite claiming universal appeal, Sekai Shindokyo remained relatively small, with membership peaking at several thousand followers before declining significantly after Ogami's death in 1958. Semitic neo-paganism involves modern attempts to reconstruct and practice the ancient polytheistic religions that once flourished across the Middle East before the rise of monotheistic traditions. These revival movements focus primarily on Canaanite, Phoenician, and pre-monotheistic Hebrew religious practices, drawing from archaeological evidence and fragmented historical records to piece together worship systems that disappeared millennia ago. Contemporary practitioners work to revive the veneration of deities like Baal, the storm and fertility god, Asherah, the mother goddess and divine consort, and El, the supreme deity of the Canaanite pantheon. Some groups incorporate Phoenician maritime deities like Melkart and Astarte, while others explore the polytheistic elements that existed within early Hebrew religion before the consolidation of monotheism. The movement faces unique challenges since these ancient traditions were systematically suppressed and their records largely destroyed or absorbed into later monotheistic frameworks. Modern practitioners rely heavily on archaeological discoveries, such as the Ugaritic texts found in Syria during the 1920s, which revealed extensive Canaanite mythology and ritual practices previously known only through hostile biblical references. Groups like the Canaanite Recon movement attempt to reconstruct authentic ancient practices, while others take more eclectic approaches, blending archaeological evidence with personal spiritual experiences. Some practitioners incorporate elements from the Dead Sea Scrolls and other ancient texts that reveal the polytheistic diversity that once existed in the region. The practice creates tension within some communities, particularly given its direct revival of the very religious systems that Judaism, Christianity, and Islam historically positioned themselves against. Modern Semitic neo-pagans often emphasize the historical authenticity of their practices and the rich spiritual traditions that preceded monotheistic dominance in the region. Archaeological sites like Tel Megiddo and Khirbet el-Kham continue to provide new insights into these ancient practices, with discoveries of ritual objects, temple foundations, and inscriptions that help inform contemporary reconstruction efforts. Church of All Worlds emerged in 1962 when a group of college students at Westminster College in Missouri decided to turn science fiction into reality. Founded by Tim Zell, who later renamed himself Oberon Zell Ravenheart, the organization drew its entire theological framework from Robert Heinlein's novel Stranger in a Strange Land. The church built its practices around the book's concept of grokking, a Martian word meaning to understand something so completely that you become one with it. Members performed water-sharing ceremonies called water brotherhood, where participants would drink from the same cup to create spiritual bonds. This ritual came straight from Heinlein's pages, transformed into actual religious practice. Zell pushed the boundaries of conventional spirituality by incorporating polyamory as a core tenet, arguing that love should flow freely without artificial constraints. The church operated as a legally recognized religious organization, becoming one of the first neo-pagan churches to achieve official status in the United States. The group gained wider attention through their magazine Green Egg, which Zell published from 1968 to 1976, and again in the 1980s. The publication became a central hub for the emerging pagan movement, connecting isolated practitioners across the country and establishing many of the philosophical foundations that modern paganism would later adopt. Perhaps most memorably, Zell ventured into what he called cryptozoology by surgically implanting horns onto baby goats to create living unicorns. He displayed these modified animals at Renaissance festivals throughout the 1980s, claiming to have rediscovered an ancient technique for unicorn creation. The practice generated significant controversy and eventually legal challenges from animal rights groups. The church emphasized environmental activism decades before it became mainstream, treating the earth as a living goddess named Gaia. Members engaged in ecological restoration projects and promoted sustainable living practices as religious obligations rather than political choices. Church of Aphrodite emerged in 1938 as one of America's most unusual religious experiments, founded by Gleb Botkin in Long Island, New York. Botkin carried an extraordinary pedigree as the son of Dr. Eugene Botkin, the personal physician to Tsar Nicholas II, who died alongside the Russian royal family in 1918. The church centered on worship of Aphrodite, the ancient Greek goddess of love and beauty, but Botkin wasn't simply reviving old rituals. He developed an entirely modern theology that positioned physical beauty and romantic love as divine expressions worthy of religious devotion. Members practiced what Botkin called Aphrodisian theology, which held that conventional Christianity had corrupted humanity's relationship with the sacred feminine. The church taught that sensual pleasure and aesthetic appreciation were not sins to overcome, but spiritual experiences to embrace. This represented a radical departure from the moral climate of 1930s America. Botkin established specific liturgical practices, including the rite of spiritual marriage, performed for couples seeking divine blessing on their romantic unions. The church also conducted beauty rituals, where members would contemplate artistic works and natural phenomena as forms of prayer. The movement attracted followers primarily from artistic and intellectual circles in New York. Notable members included several painters and writers who found in Aphrodisian worship a spiritual framework that celebrated rather than suppressed their creative and sensual natures. By the 1960s, the Church of Aphrodite had largely dissolved, though Botkin continued developing his theological writings until his death in 1969. The church's brief existence challenged American religious norms by proposing that divine worship could embrace physical beauty and romantic love as sacred rather than sinful. Tensho Kotai Jingukyo emerged in post-war Japan when a farmer's wife named Kitamura Sayo claimed divine possession by the Shinto deity Tensho Kotai Jingu in 1944. This movement became internationally infamous as the dancing religion due to its central practice of ecstatic, uncontrolled dancing that followers believed could purify the soul and usher in a new world order. Sayo, who took on the title Ogami-sama, meaning Great Goddess, declared that traditional Buddhism and established Shinto had become corrupted beyond repair. She taught that only through wild, spontaneous dancing combined with her divine teachings could humanity avoid an impending apocalypse. Her followers would dance for hours, often collapsing from exhaustion, believing this physical ordeal cleansed them of spiritual impurities. The movement gained particular notoriety for its aggressive proselytizing methods. Members would approach strangers in public spaces, sometimes grabbing them and forcing them to dance while shouting religious slogans. They targeted train stations, busy streets, and even invaded Buddhist temples to confront monks directly about their false teachings. Kitamura Sayo's prophecies included specific predictions about world events and the eventual establishment of a global theocracy under her divine authority. She claimed that major world leaders would eventually bow to her teachings, and that Japan would become the spiritual center of a unified world religion. The group's practices extended beyond dancing to include faith healing sessions where Sayo would allegedly cure diseases through direct divine intervention. Followers documented numerous cases of miraculous recoveries, though these claims were never medically verified. By the 1950s, the movement had spread internationally, with active communities established in Hawaii, California, and Brazil. The Hawaiian branch became particularly prominent, operating radio programs and publishing materials in multiple languages to spread their message across the Pacific. Discordianism emerged from the minds of Kerry Thornley and Greg Hill in the 1950s as what they called a religion dedicated to chaos, disorder, and the worship of Eris, the Greek goddess of discord. The movement's central text, the Principia Discordia, reads like a philosophical joke book that accidentally became a legitimate belief system. The religion operates on several core principles that blur the line between satire and sincere spiritual practice. The law of five states that all things happen in fives, or are divisible by five, or are somehow related to the number 5. Discordians actively look for these connections, creating a form of confirmation bias that they openly acknowledge as part of the joke. What sets Discordianism apart from typical parody religions is its sophisticated philosophical underpinnings. The concept of the original snub describes how Eris was excluded from a wedding, leading her to throw the golden apple of discord that ultimately caused the Trojan War. This serves as a metaphor for how attempts to impose order inevitably create greater chaos. Robert Anton Wilson and Robert Shea incorporated Discordian themes throughout their Illuminatus trilogy, spreading the religion's influence into counterculture movements of the 1960s and 70s. Wilson promoted something called Operation Mindfuck, encouraging Discordians to engage in culture jamming and reality hacking to expose the arbitrary nature of social conventions. The Discordian calendar divides the year into 5 seasons of 73 days each, with names like Chaos, Discord, Confusion, Bureaucracy, and the Aftermath. Every Discordian is considered a pope with the authority to ordinate others, creating an infinitely expanding hierarchy that satirizes religious power structures. Modern chaos magic practitioners have adopted many Discordian techniques, particularly the idea that belief itself is a tool to be wielded rather than a permanent state. This approach treats religious and magical systems as temporary software to be loaded and unloaded as needed. The central question surrounding Discordianism remains whether its founders intended it as genuine religious innovation or elaborate performance art. The answer appears to be both, creating a faith system that functions precisely because it acknowledges its own absurdity. Dudism transforms a cult comedy film into what might be the most laid-back religion ever conceived. This modern spiritual movement takes Jeffrey "the Dude" Lebowski from the 1998 Coen Brothers film as its central prophet figure, treating his philosophy of taking it easy as genuine religious doctrine. Oliver Benjamin founded the Church of the Latter-day Dude in 2005, drawing parallels between the Dude's approach to life and ancient Taoist principles. The religion ordained over 450,000 Dudist priests worldwide by 2020, with many legally authorized to perform weddings and other ceremonies. Benjamin argues that the Dude represents a natural evolution of Eastern philosophy adapted for modern Western life. Someone who achieves enlightenment not through rigorous meditation, but through bowling, drinking White Russians, and maintaining an attitude of radical acceptance. The theological framework positions the Dude as a Christ-like figure who suffers for others while maintaining his principles. His persecution by nihilists, pornographers, and millionaires becomes a modern passion narrative. The famous, "That's just like your opinion, man," transforms into a core tenet about the subjective nature of reality, while "the dude abides" becomes a mantra of enduring through life's challenges. Dudist practices include ordained ministers conducting Dudist weddings, meditation sessions called strikes and gutters, and annual celebrations like the Day of the Dude. The religion publishes the Dude De Ching, a Taoist text rewritten with references to bowling, bathrobe wearing, and other Lebowski elements. The movement walks a peculiar line between parody and sincere spiritual practice. While clearly rooted in humor, many adherents genuinely embrace the philosophy of non-attachment, going with the flow, and finding peace in simplicity. Some scholars of new religious movements classify it as a legitimate example of how popular culture creates modern spiritual frameworks, particularly for people alienated by traditional organized religion. Benjamin claims Dudism addresses real spiritual needs in contemporary society, offering an alternative to both aggressive materialism and demanding religious structures. The religion's growth suggests that beneath the comedy lies something that resonates with people seeking meaning without complexity. Liangzhu mythology centers around a 5,000-year-old Chinese civilization whose spiritual practices may have laid the groundwork for concepts of immortality and jade-based mysticism that persist in esoteric circles today. This ancient culture developed elaborate burial rituals involving jade suits and ornaments, believing the stone could preserve the soul and grant passage to higher spiritual realms. Archaeological evidence from the Yangtze River Delta reveals sophisticated jade workshops where artisans carved intricate ritual objects, including the mysterious Kong tubes and Bai discs. These weren't mere decorative pieces, but served as conduits for what the Liangzhu believed were cosmic energies. The Kong tubes, with their precise square exteriors and circular interiors, allegedly represented the connection between earthly and heavenly forces. Recent excavations at Fanshan and Yaoshan sites uncovered elite burials containing individuals wearing complete jade suits, with some bodies positioned according to specific astronomical alignments. The most striking discovery involved a tomb containing over 600 jade artifacts arranged in patterns that mirror constellations visible during the Liangzhu period. Modern practitioners of jade mysticism claim the Liangzhu developed techniques for jade breathing, a meditative practice supposedly capable of extending human lifespan through mineral absorption. While mainstream archaeology dismisses these claims, alternative researchers point to the unusual preservation state of some Liangzhu remains and the recurring presence of jade powder in burial chambers. The civilization's abrupt disappearance around 2300 BCE adds another layer to the mystery. Some researchers theorize they achieved a form of collective transcendence, while others suggest climate catastrophe forced the survivors to scatter their knowledge throughout ancient China, influencing later Taoist alchemy and jade-working traditions that continue to this day. Russian authentism emerged in the late Soviet era as a radical attempt to resurrect pre-Christian Slavic paganism, complete with blood offerings and wooden idols carved in secret forest groves. The movement's founders claimed they possessed ancient oral traditions passed down through hidden lineages of Slavic priests who survived centuries of Christian persecution. The core belief centers on worship of gods like Perun, the thunder god, and Svarog, the sky father. But practitioners take this far beyond simple reverence. Adherents construct elaborate wooden temples in remote forests, often without permits, leading to frequent conflicts with Russian authorities. These sacred sites feature towering carved idols that can reach heights of 6 meters, crafted using traditional techniques that believers claim were revealed through divine visions. Vladimir Golyakov, one of the movement's most prominent leaders, established the Union of Slavic Native Faith Communities in 1997, and insisted that participants undergo ritual purification ceremonies involving freezing river baptisms and fasting periods lasting up to 40 days. His followers practice animal sacrifice during seasonal festivals, though they've adapted the rituals to avoid legal complications by using already deceased livestock. The movement gained unexpected political traction when several Russian nationalist groups adopted authentist symbolism, leading to the construction of a massive stone circle near Archaeum in the Ural Mountains. This site now attracts thousands of pilgrims annually who believe the location holds mystical properties that can awaken dormant Slavic genetic memory. Modern practitioners claim they can channel ancestral spirits through meditation techniques called rod work, which allegedly allows direct communication with deceased Slavic warriors. These sessions often result in participants speaking in what they believe to be ancient Slavic dialects, though linguists have found no historical basis for the languages being used. The Aetherius Society emerged in 1954 when British taxi driver George King claimed to receive a telepathic message commanding him to become the voice of an advanced extraterrestrial intelligence. King founded this organization on the premise that spiritual masters from Venus, Mars, and other planets communicate through him to guide humanity through an approaching cosmic crisis. The society operates on a unique theology blending Christianity, Eastern mysticism, and science fiction elements. According to their doctrine, figures like Jesus Christ and Buddha were actually advanced beings from other worlds who incarnated on Earth as teachers. These cosmic masters now work from spacecraft positioned around our planet, coordinating humanity's spiritual evolution. Their most distinctive practice involves spiritual energy batteries, devices King claimed could store and amplify prayer energy for later release during global emergencies. Members participate in charging these batteries through coordinated prayer sessions, believing this energy can prevent natural disasters or neutralize negative psychic attacks against Earth. Operation Blue Water stands as their most ambitious undertaking. Society members travel to specific mountains worldwide, performing rituals to charge these peaks with spiritual energy. They've conducted hundreds of these missions across 6 continents, treating mountains as cosmic batteries that can discharge protective energy when Earth faces crisis. King himself claimed to channel over 600 different cosmic intelligences during his lifetime, including St. Peter, who allegedly operates from a flying saucer near Saturn. The Society maintains detailed transcripts of these channeling sessions, published in their journal Cosmic Voice. Current membership numbers several thousand across multiple countries, with active temples in London, Los Angeles, and other major cities. Members continue King's work despite his death in 1997, maintaining that the Cosmic Masters still communicate through designated channels within their hierarchy. I Am activity emerged from a series of alleged supernatural encounters on Mount Shasta in 1930, when mining engineer Guy Ballard claimed to meet the Ascended Master Saint Germain while hiking alone in the California wilderness. According to Ballard's account, Saint Germain appeared as a tall figure in white robes and offered him a creamy drink that eliminated all fatigue and hunger, then proceeded to reveal cosmic secrets about humanity's spiritual evolution. The movement that followed centered around the concept of the mighty I Am presence, described as the individualized God flame within each person. Ballard, writing under the pen name Godfrey Ray King, published detailed accounts of his continued meetings with Saint Germain and other ascended masters, including Jesus, who allegedly taught him the practice of decreeing, a specific form of spoken prayer designed to invoke the violet flame for spiritual purification. The violet flame itself represented a unique metaphysical concept within the movement, described as a spiritual energy that could transmute negative karma and accelerate spiritual development when properly invoked through specific verbal formulas. Practitioners would spend hours repeating these decrees, often in groups, believing they were literally consuming darkness and negativity from the world. By the mid-1930s, the I Am activity had attracted hundreds of thousands of followers across America through Ballard's dramatic lectures, where he claimed to receive real-time messages from the Ascended Masters. These events often featured elaborate staging, with Ballard appearing to channel direct communications from Saint Germain about current world events and spiritual instructions for humanity. The movement took a controversial turn when Ballard began making increasingly specific predictions about world events and claiming that I Am students could prevent wars and disasters through their decreeing work. After Guy Ballard's death in 1939, his wife Edna continued leading the organization, but faced federal fraud charges in 1940 when the government accused the Ballards of knowingly making false claims about their supernatural experiences to solicit donations. The legal case became a landmark religious freedom decision when it reached the Supreme Court, establishing that courts could not determine the truth or falsehood of religious beliefs, only whether the defendants sincerely held those beliefs. Despite legal vindication, the movement never regained its peak influence, though it continues today through the Saint Germain Foundation and influenced numerous other New Age and metaphysical movements that incorporated concepts of ascended masters and energy work into their teachings. Osho emerged from the figure originally known as Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh, whose movement became notorious for orchestrating the first and largest bioterror attack on United States soil. His secretary, Ma Anand Sheela, and her inner circle contaminated salad bars in the Dalles, Oregon, with salmonella bacteria in 1984, sickening over 750 people in an attempt to influence local elections. The Rajneeshpuram commune in Oregon operated like a small nation within America's borders. Followers, identifiable by their orange and red clothing, built an entire city complete with its own airport, police force, and fire department on a 64,000-acre ranch. The commune's security force, known as the Peace Force, carried semi-automatic weapons and conducted surveillance operations that would make intelligence agencies proud. Osho accumulated 93 Rolls-Royce automobiles, claiming each represented a different aspect of consciousness, while his followers often surrendered their life savings to the movement. The fleet became a daily ritual, with Osho driving a different luxury car through the commune each afternoon, while thousands of devotees lined the roads in silent reverence. The movement's philosophy blended Eastern meditation practices with Western psychology and encouraged complete sexual freedom among members. Osho taught that traditional morality created psychological repression, leading to therapeutic techniques that involved screaming, violence, and nudity in group settings. Ma Anand Sheela controlled access to Osho during his self-imposed silence period from 1981 to 1984, effectively running the entire operation. She orchestrated wiretapping operations, attempted murders, and immigration fraud schemes while Osho remained seemingly unaware in his private compound. After fleeing the United States, Osho faced deportation from country after country as governments refused to host his movement. 21 nations denied him entry before he eventually returned to India, where he died in 1990 under circumstances his followers still claim involved poisoning by American authorities. The movement continues today under the Osho brand, operating meditation centers worldwide and maintaining the luxury resort in Pune, India, where visitors pay premium prices for enlightenment experiences. Shrekism emerged as a satirical internet religion centered around worshipping the animated ogre character Shrek as a divine figure. This phenomenon transcends simple meme culture, developing into an organized belief system, complete with sacred texts, rituals, and devoted communities across multiple platforms. The movement gained traction around 2010 through various online forums, particularly gaining momentum on sites like Reddit, Tumblr, and dedicated Discord servers. Practitioners, known as Shrekists or believers, have established a comprehensive mythology positioning Shrek as the ultimate deity who embodies themes of self-acceptance, anti-conformity, and finding beauty in the unconventional. Their central doctrine revolves around the Gospel of Shrek, a collection of writings that reinterpret scenes from the Shrek films as religious parables. The famous Shrek is love, Shrek is life copypasta serves as one of their most recognizable sacred texts, despite its controversial nature. Believers have developed an entire theological framework, including concepts like the swamp heaven and donkey's redemption. Shrekist communities have created elaborate ritual practices, including daily viewings of Shrek films, pilgrimage discussions to visit Shrek-themed locations, and the observance of Shrek Day celebrations. Some dedicated followers have gone as far as legally changing their names to Shrek-related variants or getting tattoos of ogre imagery as permanent displays of faith. The movement demonstrates sophisticated organizational structures with established hierarchies, ordained ministers who perform Shrek-themed wedding ceremonies, and detailed theological debates about canonical versus non-canonical Shrek media. Several online communities boast thousands of active members who engage in serious theological discussions alongside obvious joke content. While primarily satirical, Shrekism has attracted academic attention as a case study in digital age religious parody and community formation, with some researchers noting genuine spiritual experiences reported by certain practitioners. Yiguandoism emerged in the 1930s. China as one of the most ambitious religious experiments in modern history, attempting to fuse Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism into a single unified faith. Founded by Zhang Tianran and Sun Suzhen, this movement claimed to possess the ultimate religious truth that would render all other faiths obsolete. The religion's core belief centers on an imminent cosmic shift where humanity must prepare for a new spiritual era. Practitioners undergo secretive initiation ceremonies that supposedly grant them access to hidden knowledge about this coming transformation. These rituals remain largely mysterious to outsiders, contributing to the movement's underground reputation. What sets Yiguandoism apart is its rapid expansion despite facing immediate persecution. Within 2 decades of its founding, the movement had attracted millions of followers across China before being brutally suppressed by the communist government in 1949. The crackdown forced practitioners underground or into exile, with many fleeing to Taiwan where the religion continues to thrive today. The movement requires strict vegetarianism from all members, claiming that consuming meat blocks spiritual advancement and prevents communication with divine entities. Followers also practice elaborate meditation techniques designed to achieve direct contact with what they call the Eternal Mother, a maternal deity figure who supposedly governs all world religions. In Taiwan, Yiguandoism operates numerous temples, schools, and charitable organizations despite periodic government suspicion. The religion claims over 800,000 active practitioners worldwide, with significant communities in Southeast Asia and North America, making it one of the most successful Chinese new religious movements of the 20th century. Prometheism emerged in early 20th century Poland as both a political strategy and spiritual movement, drawing its name from the Greek titan who stole divine fire for humanity. Józef Piłsudski and his inner circle developed this concept around 1904, but the movement contained layers that extended far beyond conventional geopolitics. The core strategy involved supporting independence movements across Eastern Europe to systematically dismantle Russian imperial power. Polish operatives worked with Ukrainian, Lithuanian, Belarusian, and Caucasian separatists, providing weapons, training, and coordination. What distinguished Prometheism from typical political maneuvering was its integration of mystical nationalism and esoteric symbolism. Polish Promethean theorists believed they were fulfilling a cosmic role as liberators of enslaved peoples. They adopted ritual practices borrowed from Slavic paganism and incorporated Masonic-style initiation ceremonies. Adam Mickiewicz, the influential Polish poet, had earlier connected Polish messianism to occult traditions, and Promethean organizers built upon these foundations. The movement established secret lodges across Europe, using coded communications and symbolic artwork. Members wore specific jewelry, featuring fire motifs, and conducted ceremonies at sites they considered spiritually significant to Slavic heritage. Archives from the period reveal detailed correspondence about awakening the ancient fire in oppressed nations. During the interwar period, Promethean agents operated sophisticated intelligence networks. The Paris-based Promethean League coordinated with exile groups while maintaining connections to various occult societies. Some members claimed their activities were guided by prophetic dreams and divination practices. Modern iterations of Prometheism have surfaced within certain nationalist movements across Eastern Europe. These groups blend the original anti-Russian sentiment with contemporary conspiracy theories about globalism and cultural preservation. Online forums dedicated to Promethean ideology mix historical research with discussions of spiritual warfare and ancestral awakening rituals. The movement's documents reference specific bloodlines believed to carry Promethean spiritual authority, along with detailed maps of sacred sites across the former Russian Empire where liberation ceremonies should be performed. Inglism emerged from post-Soviet Russia in the 1990s as a neo-pagan movement claiming to preserve ancient Slavic Aryan wisdom through allegedly recovered sacred texts called the Slavic Aryan Vedas. Founded by Alexander Kinovich in Omsk, the movement presents itself as the continuation of a 40,000-year-old religious tradition that predates all major world religions. The core doctrine revolves around the belief that Slavic peoples descended from advanced extraterrestrial beings called the Race of the Great Spirit, who arrived on Earth from constellation systems, including the Great Bear and Orion. These cosmic ancestors supposedly established multiple advanced civilizations before great cataclysms forced migrations across the planet. Englists use a constructed writing system called the Karysky runes, which Kinovich claims represents the original script of the Slavic Aryan peoples. The movement's primary text, the Book of Light, contains detailed cosmological maps showing multiple Earth-like planets and dimensional realms inhabited by various humanoid species. The religious practice includes specific dietary restrictions, seasonal festivals aligned with astronomical events, and elaborate fire ceremonies conducted in purpose-built temples called kapishche. Members follow a complex calendar system with 16-month years and practice meditation techniques designed to activate dormant genetic memories from their alleged cosmic heritage. Kinovich established the ancient Russian English Church of Orthodox Old Believers Englists as the official organization, complete with a hierarchical priesthood and formal theological doctrine. The movement gained significant following in Siberian regions, where adherents built multiple temple complexes and established rural communities attempting to recreate their vision of ancient Slavic society. The belief system incorporates elements of racial supremacist ideology, positioning Slavic peoples as genetically superior descendants of the original cosmic race, while claiming other ethnic groups represent later inferior creations or hybrid beings. Cuculent Tripilia culture religion centers around one of archaeology's most puzzling ritual practices from a civilization that dominated Eastern Europe between 5,500 and 2,750 BCE. These people built some of the largest settlements on Earth at the time, housing up to 15,000 residents in sprawling communities across modern-day Ukraine, Moldova, and Romania. The defining mystery lies in their systematic destruction ritual. Every 60 to 80 years, entire settlements would be deliberately burned to the ground in coordinated fires that reached temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius. The heat was so intense it turned clay structures into a ceramic-like material that archaeologists call burned house horizons. Evidence suggests these weren't raids or accidents. The fires burned too evenly, too completely, and too regularly across hundreds of sites. Valuables were often left behind, and the population would simply relocate and rebuild elsewhere. Some researchers propose this represented a massive religious renewal ceremony tied to generational cycles or astronomical events. Their spiritual practices revolved around a powerful mother goddess figure, evidenced by thousands of ceramic figurines found across excavation sites. These weren't simple fertility idols, but sophisticated representations showing detailed clothing, hairstyles, and ritual scarification patterns. Many figurines were deliberately broken and buried in specific locations within homes, suggesting household spiritual practices. The culture developed elaborate burial customs involving contracted positions and rich grave goods. Some burials included what appears to be ritual sacrifice of domestic animals, particularly cattle and pigs. Evidence points to complex ceremonies involving communal feasting before the settlement burnings, with massive bone deposits found in ceremonial areas. Archaeological evidence reveals they practiced advanced astronomical observation. Settlement layouts often aligned with celestial events, and pottery decorations frequently incorporated solar and lunar symbols. This astronomical knowledge likely integrated with their religious calendar and the timing of their settlement destruction rituals. The sudden disappearance of this culture around 2750 BCE remains unexplained, leaving behind only their burned settlements and enigmatic religious artifacts. Tolstoyan movement emerged from Russian author Leo Tolstoy's radical transformation in his later years, spawning communities that rejected both government authority and organized religion while embracing what they considered pure Christian teachings. These followers took Tolstoy's anarcho-pacifist philosophy to extremes that often landed them in Siberian labor camps. The movement's core belief centered on complete non-resistance to evil through violence, which meant Tolstoyans refused military service, rejected paying taxes, and wouldn't participate in court systems. They established agricultural communes across Russia where members practiced manual labor, vegetarianism, and celibacy, believing these lifestyle choices brought them closer to spiritual enlightenment. What distinguished Tolstoyans from other Christian sects was their rejection of both church hierarchy and state power simultaneously. They viewed the Russian Orthodox Church as corrupt and refused sacraments, while considering government taxation as theft. This double rebellion made them particularly threatening to Tsarist authorities, who responded with mass deportations and prison sentences. The movement gained international attention when Tolstoyan communities spread to England, South Africa, and America. A young lawyer named Mahatma Gandhi encountered Tolstoyan principles during his time in South Africa, correspondence with Tolstoy himself shaping Gandhi's later nonviolent resistance strategies in India. Tolstoyan colonies faced constant internal conflicts over practical matters. Members debated whether using money constituted participation in corrupt systems, leading some communities to attempt complete barter economies. Others argued over whether wearing leather shoes violated their commitment to nonviolence against animals, with some members going barefoot year-round in Russian winters. The movement's influence extended far beyond its small membership numbers, with Tolstoyan ideas infiltrating early 20th century pacifist movements, intentional communities, and civil rights activism across multiple continents. Black religion encompasses a complex network of African traditional spiritual systems that survived centuries of systematic suppression and evolved into powerful syncretic practices across the Americas. These belief systems operate on fundamentally different cosmological principles than Western religions, emphasizing direct communication with ancestral spirits and the manipulation of spiritual forces through specific rituals and objects. Rather than abstract theology, practitioners work with tangible spiritual technologies, consecrated items, possession states, and divination systems that claim to produce measurable results in the physical world. The survival mechanisms developed during the Atlantic slave trade created sophisticated camouflage techniques. Yoruba orishas became Catholic saints, Congo cosmograms were hidden in quilt patterns, and healing ceremonies disguised themselves as church services. These weren't simple adaptations, but deliberate preservation strategies that maintained core spiritual functions while appearing acceptable to oppressors. Modern practitioners like Max Beauvoir in Haiti and Awo Falakun Fatunbi in the United States have documented extensive pharmacological knowledge embedded in these traditions. Plant combinations used in spiritual contexts often contain genuine psychoactive compounds, suggesting these systems preserve pre-modern medical knowledge alongside their spiritual components. The political dimensions emerge through liberation theology movements that explicitly connect spiritual power with social resistance. Organizations like the original Hebrew Israelite nation developed elaborate mythologies claiming direct descent from biblical Israelites, while groups such as the Moorish Science Temple created entirely new religious identities that rejected standard historical narratives. Contemporary neuroscience research has begun studying possession states in Vodou and Santeria ceremonies, documenting measurable changes in brain activity that differ significantly from other altered states of consciousness. These findings suggest the techniques developed within these traditions may represent sophisticated consciousness technologies that Western science is only beginning to understand. The Order of Brotherlingham was a fake religious order that turned medieval England's most sacred institutions into street theater. Operating out of Exeter in 1348, these theatrical rebels dressed as monks and elected a genuine madman to serve as their abbot, complete with what historians believe was an actual throne or stage setup. The name itself was calculated mockery. Brotherlingham was an entirely fictional place designed to sound like the legitimate Order of Sempringham, which was already the subject of medieval gossip for housing both monks and nuns under the same roof. To 14th century ears, Brotherlingham suggested chaos and wretchedness rather than holy order. These fake monks would emerge from their headquarters, believed to be a medieval theater or entertainment venue, and terrorize Exeter's citizens through organized extortion. They demanded money under the authority of their mock religious status, blending criminal activity with what they apparently considered performance art. The timing made their satire particularly bold. While the Black Death was ravaging England and King Edward III was ordering solemn prayers across the kingdom, the Order of Brotherlingham was openly mocking these very same religious responses to the plague. Priests held grave processions while these theatrical rebels turned faith into farce. Bishop John Grandison of Exeter eventually dispatched investigators to deal with the group, giving them authority to excommunicate the entire fake order if necessary. The bishop expected to uncover what he termed disobedience and debauchery, though history doesn't record their ultimate fate. The order falls into a category historians call sociétés joyeuses, or fool societies, common in France but extremely rare in England. These groups existed to temporarily flip social hierarchies through theatrical parody, typically during feast days. The Brotherlingham Order took this concept further by maintaining their satirical operation year-round rather than limiting it to festivals. What makes them historically significant is their rarity. While historians estimate that 90% of medieval theatrical parodies targeted the church, few were organized into formal mock orders with their own fake hierarchy and permanent headquarters. The Order of Brotherlingham stands as one of the few documented examples of sustained anti-clerical theater in medieval England. White Eagle Lodge emerged from the spiritual channeling sessions of Grace Cook, a British medium who claimed to receive direct communications from a Native American spirit guide named White Eagle beginning in the 1930s. Cook insisted that White Eagle had been her spiritual teacher across multiple incarnations, including when she allegedly lived as a Native American woman in previous lives. The organization built its entire theological framework around these channeled messages, which blended Christian mysticism with spiritualist practices and romanticized Native American symbolism. White Eagle supposedly taught about the ancient wisdom, a cosmic spiritual system that predated organized religion and connected all spiritual traditions through universal truths. What distinguished the lodge from other spiritualist groups was its emphasis on establishing physical communities. They founded retreat centers and healing sanctuaries across England, with the main center at Newlands in Hampshire, featuring gardens designed according to White Eagle's specific instructions for spiritual energy flow. The lodge developed its own healing methodology called absent healing, where practitioners would send healing energy to distant patients through meditation and visualization techniques. Members maintained detailed prayer lists of people requesting healing, often numbering in the thousands, and conducted group healing sessions following White Eagle's prescribed rituals. Grace Cook's son Ivan later claimed to channel White Eagle as well, creating a spiritual dynasty that continued the teachings after Grace's death in 1979. The organization published dozens of books containing White Eagle's supposed communications, covering topics from cosmic consciousness to practical life guidance. The lodge attracted controversy for its appropriation of Native American imagery and terminology, despite having no authentic connections to indigenous traditions. Critics pointed out that White Eagle's teachings bore little resemblance to actual Native American spiritual practices, and instead reflected early 20th century British spiritualist concepts wrapped in exotic symbolism. Today, the organization operates internationally with centers in Australia, South Africa, and the Americas, continuing to promote White Eagle's channeled wisdom through meditation groups, healing circles, and residential spiritual communities. Jimbolia cult refers to a Romanian religious group that operated in the small border town of Jimbolia during the early 2000s, led by Gheorghe Dobre, who convinced his followers he was the literal reincarnation of Jesus Christ. Dobre built his movement around urgent apocalyptic prophecies, claiming he received direct revelations from God about imminent end times that would destroy everyone except his chosen followers. The group's extreme practices went far beyond typical religious devotion. Dobre banned all medical treatment, television access, and contact with family members who refused to join the cult. He imposed severe dietary restrictions alongside marathon prayer sessions lasting multiple hours, creating a controlled environment where his 30 to 40 followers became completely dependent on his guidance. The financial exploitation formed a core component of Dobre's operation. Members sold their homes, cars, and possessions, turning over all proceeds to their leader who promised salvation in exchange for their material sacrifice. While Dobre lived comfortably off these donations, his followers endured deliberate deprivation that weakened their physical health and psychological resistance. Romanian authorities discovered the group's activities in 2008 after receiving reports about severely malnourished children within the community. The investigation revealed multiple members suffering from treatable illnesses that had become life-threatening due to the medical treatment prohibition. Dobre faced charges for establishing a harmful religious group and financial exploitation. The case became a significant media story in Romania, highlighting how individuals searching for spiritual meaning in post-communist Eastern Europe could become vulnerable to manipulative leaders. Former members reported lasting psychological damage that persisted years after escaping the group's control, demonstrating the long-term impact of Dobre's systematic isolation and dependency techniques. Chen Tao emerged from Taiwan in the 1990s as one of the more peculiar combinations of traditional religion and UFO beliefs ever documented. Founded by Han-Ming Chen, a former sociology professor, this movement blended Christianity, Buddhism, and flying saucer theology into what Chen called the true way. Chen claimed to be the reincarnation of Jesus Christ, but with a distinctly modern twist. He taught that God would physically manifest on American television, specifically on Channel 18, at 12:01 a.m. on March 25, 1998. This wasn't just any divine appearance. God would look exactly like Han-Ming Chen himself, naturally. The group's theology centered around the idea that Earth faced imminent destruction, but faithful followers would be rescued by UFOs sent by God. Chen taught that nuclear war would devastate the planet, leaving only the chosen few to repopulate humanity alongside divine beings from space. What made Chen Tao particularly notable was their mass migration strategy. In 1997, Chen led approximately 140 followers from Taiwan to Garland, Texas, a Dallas suburb they believed held special spiritual significance. They chose this location partly because Chen had received a vision that UFOs would land there to collect the faithful. The group lived communally in suburban homes, maintaining an oddly normal appearance while preparing for cosmic salvation. Chen required followers to wear white clothing and avoid consuming garlic, beef, and other specific foods that supposedly interfered with spiritual purification. When March 25th came and went without God appearing on television, Chen offered to let his followers crucify or stone him for the failed prophecy. Instead, many simply abandoned the movement. Chen eventually retreated from public life, though small remnants of the group persisted for several more years before fading into obscurity. The movement demonstrated how modern media and traditional religious concepts could merge in unexpected ways, creating brief but intense bursts of millennial expectation. Hono Hana Sanpogyo emerged in Japan during 1987 as one of the most bizarre religious movements in modern history, built entirely around the supposed mystical properties of human feet. Founded by Hogen Fukunaga, a former electronics salesman turned self-proclaimed spiritual master, the group centered on a practice called foot reading, or soul diagnosis. Fukunaga claimed he possessed supernatural abilities to diagnose physical ailments, reveal past lives, and determine spiritual conditions simply by examining a person's feet. The process involved followers removing their shoes and socks, while Fukunaga or his trained disciples would study the soles, toes, and overall foot structure. According to the group's teachings, different areas of the foot corresponded to specific organs, emotional states, and karmic debts from previous incarnations. Members paid substantial fees for these foot examinations, often spending thousands of dollars for detailed readings that supposedly revealed everything from hidden diseases to the exact nature of their past lives as ancient warriors, noble ladies, or spiritual beings. Fukunaga developed an elaborate mythology around his abilities, claiming he was the reincarnation of Jesus Christ and Buddha simultaneously. He taught that most human suffering originated from spiritual impurities that could only be detected and cleansed through proper foot analysis. The movement attracted over 30,000 followers at its peak, many of whom were middle-aged women seeking spiritual guidance and health solutions. Members would gather in large halls where Fukunaga would perform mass foot readings, dramatically announcing his visions of their past lives and future destinies. The organization's downfall came when Japanese authorities investigated their financial practices in the late 1990s. Fukunaga and several associates were arrested on fraud charges, with prosecutors demonstrating that the foot-reading sessions were elaborate scams designed to extract money from vulnerable believers. During his trial, former members testified about the psychological manipulation involved, describing how Fukunaga would use cold reading techniques and prior information gathered about followers to make his foot diagnoses appear supernatural. Varna mythology encompasses the ancient Hindu creation stories that establish divine origins for social hierarchy through cosmic dismemberment. According to the Purusha Sukta hymn in the Rig Veda, the universe emerged from the sacrifice of a primordial cosmic being called Purusha. The myth describes how different social classes originated from specific body parts of this divine entity. Brahmins, the priestly class, came from Purusha's mouth. Kshatriyas, the warrior and ruler class, emerged from his arms. Vaishyas, encompassing merchants and farmers, formed from his thighs. Shudras, the service class, originated from his feet. This seemingly simple creation story carries profound implications that extend far beyond religious symbolism. The positioning of body parts establishes an inherent hierarchy. The mouth speaks divine knowledge, arms provide protection, thighs support the body's weight, and feet touch the ground. These anatomical associations created theological justification for rigid social stratification. The mythology becomes more complex when examining communities that exist entirely outside this fourfold system. Groups later classified as untouchables or Dalits receive no mention in the original Purusha creation narrative, creating theological ambiguity that various interpreters have exploited differently across centuries. Medieval commentators like Manusmriti expanded these creation myths with detailed behavioral prescriptions for each Varna. The text claims that deviation from prescribed duties disrupts cosmic order itself, making social mobility not just culturally problematic, but spiritually dangerous. Modern archaeological evidence suggests the Varna system developed gradually over centuries, rather than existing from civilization's beginning, contradicting mythological claims of divine establishment. This historical discrepancy has sparked contemporary theological debates about whether these stories represent literal truth or metaphorical teachings about social cooperation. Urhobo religion centers around an intricate spiritual system practiced by the Urhobo people of Nigeria's Niger Delta region, featuring a complex hierarchy of deities and spirits that govern every aspect of earthly existence. The religion operates through a sophisticated pantheon led by Ogin, the supreme creator deity, who remains distant from human affairs. Below Ogin exist numerous Ejo spirits that control specific domains like rivers, forests, and human activities. These spirits demand regular offerings and can possess individuals during elaborate ceremonies. What sets Urhobo spirituality apart from neighboring traditions lies in their unique concept of spiritual doubling. Every person possesses an erhi, a spiritual double that exists in the spirit world and influences their earthly fate. This erhi can be strengthened through specific rituals or weakened by spiritual attacks from enemies. The religion includes powerful divination practices using the Efa system, where specially trained priests interpret complex patterns of cowrie shells, kola nuts, and other sacred objects to communicate directly with the spirit world. These divination sessions often reveal hidden enemies, predict future events, and prescribe specific remedies for spiritual ailments. Urhobo practitioners maintain sacred groves called Ibo throughout their territory, where ancient spirits reside and where the most sensitive rituals take place. These locations remain off-limits to uninitiated individuals, as entering without proper spiritual protection allegedly results in madness or mysterious illnesses. The tradition incorporates sophisticated herbal medicine practices, with healers known as Odiologbo, combining spiritual rituals with plant-based remedies. These practitioners claim the ability to cure conditions that Western medicine cannot address, often attributing illnesses to spiritual causes requiring both medicinal and ritual intervention. Benjuism refers to the indigenous religion of the Bai ethnic minority in Yunnan Province, China, centered around the worship of local patron gods called Benju, or local lords. Unlike mainstream Chinese folk religion, each Bai village maintains its own unique pantheon of deified ancestors, historical warriors, and village founders who serve as supernatural protectors. The practice operates on a fascinating principle. Real historical figures who performed notable deeds for their communities are posthumously elevated to godhood through communal consensus. These might include ancient kings from the Nanzhao and Dali kingdoms, military generals who defended against invasions, or even ordinary villagers who established irrigation systems or saved their communities from disasters. Each village develops completely distinct mythologies around their chosen Benju, creating a patchwork of hyper-localized religious traditions across the region. The Bai believe souls travel to the kingdom of the shades after death, requiring elaborate ritual ceremonies performed by the living community to ensure safe passage. Female shamans play crucial roles as healers, treating illnesses believed to be caused by evil spirit possession through specialized exorcism rituals. The Nama branch of the Bai people preserved particularly unusual practices inherited from the ancient Qiang ethnic group. They maintain a mysterious cult of white stones, objects whose significance remains unclear even to practitioners themselves. Some believe these stones contain the bones of their ancestors. Others claim they house dangerous demonic entities too perilous to disturb, while still others interpret them as representations of the fire god. Perhaps most striking is their celestial ox ritual, performed annually during the 6th lunar month. A regular ox is selected and elevated to sacred status, allowed to roam freely and eat whatever it desires. Villagers who accidentally harm the animal must formally apologize and present gifts. On the appointed day, priests tie a red cloth to the ox's horns to show it the path to heaven, then sacrifice it while explaining, "It is not that we want your life, but the God of the sky wants you to ascend and report to him." The meat is distributed among families, with even those who normally avoid beef consuming it because it comes from the celestial ox. In poorer villages, economic pressures led to substituting celestial pigs for oxen, with the pigs assuming all the same intermediary responsibilities. During China's Cultural Revolution, Benzuism faced systematic destruction. Temples were demolished, statues smashed, sacred texts burned, and practitioners persecuted. The tradition nearly disappeared entirely until the late 1970s. In an unexpected twist, the Chinese government now actively supports Benzuism's revival, promoting festivals like Guer Salah as part of cultural heritage preservation efforts. By 1990, researchers documented 986 active Benju shrines in the Dali region alone, demonstrating the religion's remarkable resilience and revival. Talamancan mythology encompasses the traditional belief system of the Bribri and Cabakar peoples living in Costa Rica's remote Talamanca region. This mythology operates on the principle that before creation, Earth was ruled by a race of devils called the Sorbaru, led by the grandfather figure Sorkura. The creator deity Sibu eventually overthrew this demonic hierarchy and fashioned humanity from corn seeds, establishing one of the most agricultural-centric creation myths in Central America. Unlike many creation stories where humans are formed from clay or breathed into existence, the Bribri and Cabakar believe their ancestors literally sprouted from maize seeds planted in a place called Sulayom. Sibu functions as both supreme deity and cultural teacher, providing the Awapa shamans with ritual songs, sacred language, and magic stones called Sian. These shamans use these tools to maintain the spiritual balance between the human world and the supernatural realm that still influences daily life. The mythology features Kachabuke, a negligent guardian whose failure to protect a woman's corpse resulted in the birth of the Duluitami tree. This tree's roots supposedly created all rivers, lakes, and water sources in the region. As punishment for his carelessness, Kachabuke was transformed into the Akioti fruit, which the Bribri still use for food coloring and traditional medicine. The belief system maintains that certain mountains house ancestral spirits, while the sea serves as a boundary between physical and spiritual realms. Water sources carry particular sacred significance, with specific rivers and springs designated as off-limits for everyday use. The mythology supports a matrilineal social structure, where lineage traces through mothers, reinforced by the figure of Iriria, or La Niña Tierra, their version of an Earth Mother goddess. This creates a rare indigenous system where female deities hold primary importance in both creation stories and social organization. Agni Yoga emerged from the claimed telepathic communications between Helena Roerich and an ascended master named Morya in the 1920s. Helena, wife of renowned Russian painter Nicholas Roerich, insisted she received direct mental transmissions from this Tibetan master who dictated an entire spiritual system centered around what they called fiery psychic energy. The Roerichs weren't your typical mystical couple. Nicholas had painted over 7,000 works depicting mystical mountain landscapes and ancient spiritual themes, while Helena developed into what followers considered a genuine psychic medium. Their system combined theosophical concepts with Tibetan Buddhism, but added their own twist involving the cultivation of what they termed psychic fire within the human energy system. The most intriguing aspect involves their 1925 Central Asian expedition, officially presented as an artistic and scientific journey. The Roerichs traveled through Mongolia, Tibet, and the Altai Mountains, claiming to search for the legendary kingdom of Shambhala. During this expedition, Helena continued receiving transmissions from Master Morya, who allegedly provided detailed instructions about advanced spiritual practices and the coming transformation of human consciousness. What set Agni Yoga apart from other esoteric movements was its emphasis on practical application of psychic energy. Practitioners claimed to develop abilities including telepathic communication, healing through energy projection, and sensing the psychic atmosphere of locations and people. The system included specific breathing techniques, meditation practices, and lifestyle guidelines designed to cultivate this inner fire safely. The Roerichs managed to establish centers worldwide despite political upheavals, including maintaining influence within Soviet Russia, where most spiritual movements faced persecution. Helena's channeled writings filled over 30 volumes, containing detailed instructions for energy work that practitioners still follow today, along with prophecies about humanity's spiritual evolution that continue to attract dedicated followers seeking hidden knowledge about human potential. Ekankar presents itself as an ancient path of soul travel, but scratch beneath the surface, and you'll find one of the most audacious religious fabrications of the 20th century. Founded in 1965 by Paul Twitchell, this movement claims to trace back thousands of years through a lineage of ECK masters. Yet investigators discovered Twitchell essentially copy-pasted entire sections from existing spiritual texts, particularly the works of Radhaswami teacher Kirpal Singh and Scientology materials. The core practice involves something called soul travel, where practitioners learn to consciously leave their physical bodies and explore higher spiritual planes. Members perform daily spiritual exercises, often involving the chanting of Hu, pronounced like the word Hugh, which they claim opens doorways to these otherworldly realms. Twitchell positioned himself as the 971st living ECK master in an unbroken chain stretching back to ancient times. When he died unexpectedly in 1971, Harold Klemp eventually took over as the current Mahanta, or inner spiritual guide. The organization teaches that this living ECK master serves as both an outer teacher and an inner presence that can appear to students in dreams and out-of-body states. What makes Ekankar particularly controversial isn't just the plagiarism scandal that academic researchers like David Christopher Lane exposed in detail. The movement charges substantial fees for seminars, books, and advancement through their spiritual hierarchy. Members often report profound experiences during soul travel exercises. Yet critics point out these same techniques appear in much older traditions that Twitchell borrowed from without attribution. The organization operates from a temple complex in Minnesota and maintains that the sound current of ECK flows through all creation. They've managed to sustain themselves for decades despite the documented evidence of their founders' literary theft, suggesting that for many practitioners, the personal experiences matter more than historical authenticity. Neo-Advaita strips away thousands of years of Hindu spiritual tradition and packages enlightenment as an instant download. This modern movement takes the ancient Advaita Vedanta philosophy, which teaches that all of reality is one unified consciousness, and removes every traditional safeguard, practice, and gradual development path that came with it. Traditional Advaita required decades of study, meditation, and guidance under qualified teachers. Neo-Advaita teachers claim this is all unnecessary baggage. They promote what critics call instant enlightenment, the idea that simply recognizing your true nature as pure awareness immediately dissolves all suffering and seeking. The movement gained traction through teachers like Tony Parsons, who abandoned his spiritual practices after what he described as a spontaneous awakening in a London park. Jim Newman, another prominent figure, travels internationally delivering talks where he insists that there is no individual self to become enlightened, no path to follow, and nothing anyone can actually do to achieve realization. These teachers often charge hundreds of dollars for weekend retreats and private sessions, despite claiming that seeking and spiritual effort are illusions. Andreas Miller and similar figures have built entire business models around this paradox, selling the message that there is nothing to sell and no one to buy it. The controversy deepens when examining the psychological effects on followers. Many adherents report initial relief from ending their spiritual seeking, followed by what therapists term spiritual bypassing, using these teachings to avoid processing trauma, relationships, or practical life responsibilities. Online forums overflow with former followers describing years lost in passive waiting for a realization that never stabilized. Critics within traditional Advaita circles argue that Neo-Advaita creates what they call conceptual enlightenment, intellectual understanding without the genuine transformation that comes through sustained practice. The movement's rejection of gradual development often leaves followers unprepared for integrating profound philosophical insights into daily life. Shirdi Sai Baba movement centers around a figure whose very identity remains one of the most contentious mysteries in modern Indian spirituality. This 19th century saint claimed allegiance to no single religion, famously declaring Allah Malik while simultaneously performing Hindu rituals, creating a theological puzzle that still divides scholars today. The movement's foundation rests on something extraordinary. Sai Baba allegedly maintained his body temperature for 3 days after clinical death in 1918, with witnesses reporting continued warmth and flexibility. His devotee Hamadpant documented this phenomenon, along with claims that the saint materialized sacred ash from thin air and lit oil lamps with water. What transforms this from local folklore into a global controversy involves the massive financial empire built around his legacy. The Shirdi Sai Baba Sansthan Trust controls assets worth over $2 billion, making it one of the wealthiest religious organizations in Asia. This wealth concentration has sparked numerous legal battles, with various groups claiming authentic lineage to his teachings. The movement faces fierce opposition from orthodox Hindu organizations like the Vishwa Hindu Parishad, who argue that Sai Baba was actually a Muslim fakir whose worship contradicts Hindu principles. Archaeological investigations at his tomb site have uncovered artifacts suggesting Islamic burial practices, further complicating his religious classification. Modern devotees report experiencing what they call Sai Leela, miraculous interventions in daily life ranging from spontaneous healings to financial windfalls. The Shirdi temple receives over 25,000 visitors daily, many claiming to witness supernatural phenomena, including statues bleeding vibhuti, a sacred ash, and unexplained temperature fluctuations in specific temple areas. The movement's global expansion has created splinter groups with competing claims about authentic teachings, leading to trademark battles over his image and name across multiple countries. Gulat translates directly to exaggerators in Arabic, and these scattered Islamic sects earned this label by taking reverence for religious figures to what Orthodox Muslims consider blasphemous extremes. Rather than viewing Ali ibn Abi Talib as the rightful successor to Prophet Muhammad, Gulat groups attribute outright divine characteristics to him and other imams. The Alawites of Syria represent the most politically significant surviving Gulat sect. They practice a secretive faith that incorporates elements of Christianity and ancient Near Eastern religions alongside their deification of Ali. Alawite religious texts, known only to initiated males, reportedly describe Ali as a manifestation of divine light and include ritual wine consumption, despite Islam's prohibition on alcohol. Historical Gulat sects pushed these concepts even further. The Kharijites declared that anyone who committed major sins ceased to be Muslim entirely and deserved execution. The medieval Karmatians established a revolutionary state in eastern Arabia, abolished traditional Islamic practices, and reportedly stole the sacred black stone from Mecca in 930 CE, holding it for ransom for over 20 years. Some Gulat groups developed elaborate cosmologies involving multiple cycles of divine revelation. The Druze emerged from Ismaili Islam, but incorporated beliefs about reincarnation and the divinity of the Fatimid Caliph al-Hakim, who disappeared mysteriously in 1021 CE. Modern Druze communities maintain strict endogamy and consider their religious knowledge too sacred for outsiders. The Yazidis of Iraq, though often classified separately, share certain Gulat characteristics in their veneration of the peacock angel and their syncretic blend of Islamic, Christian, and Zoroastrian elements. Their secretive practices and alleged devil worship accusations led to severe persecution by ISIS forces in 2014. Orthodox, Sunni, and Shia authorities historically viewed Gulat beliefs as tantamount to polytheism, the gravest sin in Islamic theology. This classification justified widespread persecution and explains why many surviving Gulat communities developed elaborate systems of religious concealment called taqiyya. Positive Christianity emerged as the Nazi Party's attempt to hijack Christianity itself, transforming it into a weapon for their racial ideology. This wasn't simply Zhengzhi interference in religious matters. This was a systematic theological restructuring designed to strip away everything the regime considered Jewish contamination. The movement gained traction through the German Christians, a Protestant faction that embraced Nazi principles as divine will. They didn't just support the party politically. They rewrote fundamental Christian doctrine to serve the Third Reich's vision. Their core premise centered on Jesus Christ as an Aryan warrior, not a Jewish rabbi. They portrayed him as a blonde-haired, blue-eyed champion fighting against Jewish corruption rather than the Middle Eastern Jewish man described in traditional scripture. The Old Testament became Jewish propaganda to be discarded entirely. Pastor Ludwig Müller, appointed as Reich Bishop in 1933, spearheaded this theological revolution. Under his leadership, churches removed Hebrew words from hymns, banned the Old Testament, and eliminated any mention of Jesus' Jewish heritage from sermons. Some congregations went so far as to remove crucifixes, claiming they depicted weakness rather than Aryan strength. The movement's intellectual foundation rested on the work of theologians like Gerhard Kittel, who argued that Christianity's true message had been corrupted by Jewish influences over centuries. They promoted the idea that genuine Christianity aligned perfectly with National Socialist racial theory. Opposition came from the confessing church, led by figures like Dietrich Bonhoeffer and Karl Barth. These theologians recognized the movement as heretical manipulation rather than legitimate reform. Their resistance ultimately cost many their freedom or lives. By 1937, the movement controlled approximately one-third of German Protestant churches, affecting millions of believers who found themselves worshiping in congregations that had fundamentally altered their faith's most basic tenets. Charvaka represents one of ancient India's most radical philosophical challenges to religious orthodoxy, predating European atheism by over 2 millennia. Also known as Lokayata, meaning philosophy of the people, this materialist school emerged around the 6th to 7th century BCE and became so influential that virtually every major Indian philosophical text felt compelled to refute it. The movement traces its origins to a philosopher named Brihaspati, though the most prominent early advocate was Ajita Kesakambalin, a contemporary of Buddha who proclaimed that humans literally go from earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The Charvakas developed a comprehensive worldview that rejected everything supernatural, declaring the Vedic scriptures to be the work of buffoons, knaves, and demons. Their core doctrine rested on pure empiricism. Only what could be perceived through the 5 senses counted as real knowledge. They accepted just 4 fundamental elements: earth, water, fire, and air, deliberately rejecting the 5th element of ether because it couldn't be experienced directly. Consciousness, they argued, was simply a byproduct of the right combination of these material elements, like intoxication emerging from fermented rice. The Charvakas distinguished between external perception, arising from sensory contact with objects, and internal perception, generated by mental processing of sensory data. This epistemological framework led them to dismiss inference as unreliable, noting that causal connections couldn't be established with certainty without observing every possible case. Their ethical system embraced what they called intelligent hedonism. The pursuit of pleasure and avoidance of pain became the sole purpose of existence, though they weren't advocating mindless indulgence. Like the later Epicureans in Greece, they promoted calculated enjoyment that considered long-term consequences. What made Charvaka particularly threatening to religious authorities was its popular appeal. The 14th century scholar Madhvacharya noted that the efforts of Charvaka are indeed hard to be eradicated, for the majority of living beings hold by the current of sensuous enjoyment. The philosophy resonated with common people who found its practical, this-worldly approach more compelling than abstract theological debates. The school's influence extended far beyond India's borders. Chinese Buddhist texts from the 3rd century onward reference 62 different works dealing with Lokayata philosophy, indicating substantial intellectual exchange. Even the Mughal Emperor Akbar's court in the 16th century included Charvaka philosophers, as recorded by his chronicler Abu al-Fadl. The irony of Charvaka's legacy is that we know about it primarily through its opponents. No original Charvaka texts survive, leaving us dependent on the critiques written by Buddhist, Hindu, and Jain scholars who were trying to discredit the movement. These hostile sources inadvertently preserved the philosophy they sought to destroy. By the 15th century, organized Charvaka thought had vanished from India's intellectual landscape. However, modern rationalist movements have attempted to revive the tradition. In 1973, Bodhu Ramakrishna established a Karvaka ashram in Andhra Pradesh dedicated to promoting scientific thinking and challenging religious superstition, proving that even after centuries of suppression, the appeal of India's ancient atheistic tradition endures. Ajivika represents one of ancient India's most fatalistic religious movements, founded by Macaulay Gosala around the 6th century before Common Era. This philosophical tradition took the concept of predetermined destiny to its absolute extreme, teaching that liberation could only be achieved after passing through a fixed cosmic number of existences across 8.4 million great cycles of time, a number so vast as to render any individual effort at spiritual acceleration completely meaningless. The doctrine of niyati, or cosmic determinism, formed the core of Ajivika belief. According to their teachings, free will was an illusion, and karma held no power to influence one's spiritual journey. Every thought, action, and experience had been predetermined from the beginning of time. This meant that moral behavior, religious practices, and even attempts at spiritual advancement were ultimately meaningless exercises that could not alter one's destined path. Macaulay Gosala, who had initially been a disciple of Mahavira before breaking away, established communities of extreme ascetics who practiced severe self-denial. These practitioners would often go naked, refuse shelter, and subsist on minimal food, believing their suffering was part of their predetermined spiritual evolution, rather than a choice that could influence their fate. The movement gained considerable following in ancient India, particularly among those who found Buddhist and Jain concepts of personal responsibility overwhelming. However, their rejection of moral agency put them at odds with virtually every other religious tradition of their time. Buddhist and Jain texts frequently condemned Ajivika teachings as spiritually dangerous, arguing that their fatalistic worldview encouraged moral nihilism. Archaeological evidence suggests Ajivika communities persisted for over 1,000 years, with inscriptions found in caves across central India. The tradition gradually faded from prominence around the 14th century, absorbed into other movements or simply abandoned as more action-oriented philosophies proved more appealing to practitioners seeking spiritual agency. German faith movement emerged in 1933 as Nazi Germany's ambitious attempt to engineer a completely new religion from scratch. Founded by Jacob Wilhelm Hauer, A former Christian missionary turned Indology professor, this movement sought to replace Christianity entirely with what they called authentically Germanic spirituality. Hauer's background created a bizarre theological cocktail. His years studying Hindu and Buddhist texts in India mixed with Germanic mythology and Nazi racial theory. The result was a religion that preached meditation techniques borrowed from Eastern traditions while worshipping Odin and celebrating the summer solstice. The movement established elaborate new rituals designed to feel ancient, yet serve modern political purposes. Wedding ceremonies took place in forests around sacred oak trees instead of churches. Newborns received blessings invoking Germanic gods rather than Christian baptism. They created their own calendar of holidays centered on seasonal changes and mythological events. Hauer positioned his faith as the natural religion of the Germanic people, claiming Christianity was a foreign Jewish import that had corrupted true German spirituality for over 1,000 years. His followers built outdoor temples and conducted ceremonies featuring runic symbols, ritual fires, and chanted invocations to ancestral spirits. The movement attracted professors, artists, and intellectuals who found traditional Christianity incompatible with Nazi ideology, but still craved spiritual meaning. At its peak, membership reached around 40,000 people across specialized groups like the Nordic faith community and the German faith community. Despite initial Nazi Party interest, the movement ultimately collapsed under its own contradictions. Most Germans remained stubbornly attached to their traditional churches, and even committed Nazis found Hauer's Eastern-influenced mysticism too foreign. By 1936, the party had largely abandoned support, leaving the German faith movement as a footnote in the failed experiments of the Third Reich. Community of the Son of Man operated as one of Victorian England's most financially successful religious cons, running for over a century from 1846 to 1956. The movement began when Reverend Henry James Prince, a former doctor turned Anglican clergyman, claimed the Holy Spirit had possessed his body during Sunday services in Somerset. Prince escalated this claim until he declared himself the literal embodiment of the Holy Spirit, 1/3 of the Christian Trinity walking among mortals. After the Church of England stripped Prince of his position, he founded his own community and targeted wealthy, unmarried women with promises of the imminent Second Coming. The group called itself the Agapemonites, from the Greek word agapemone, meaning abode of love. Prince convinced followers to surrender all their possessions to a common fund, which he used to purchase 200 acres in Somerset's Spaxton Valley. The Nottage sisters became Prince's primary financiers. 3 sisters each contributed £6,000, equivalent to hundreds of thousands today, and were married in spiritual marriages to Prince's closest disciples. These unions remained completely celibate, as Prince preached his followers must renounce physical desire to advance the extinction of humanity. When the 4th sister Louisa showed interest, her brothers kidnapped her and had her declared insane. The Lunacy Commission examined her, found her perfectly sane, and ordered her release. She immediately returned to live at Spaxton for the rest of her life. Prince used the pooled wealth to construct an elaborate compound featuring an 18-bedroom mansion, multiple cottages, and manicured grounds surrounded by a 12 to 15-foot wall. The chapel broke from traditional church design, featuring billiard tables, comfortable sofas, red carpets, and stained glass windows instead of austere religious furnishings. The celibacy rules applied only to followers. Prince claimed exemption as the Holy Spirit made flesh, allowing him multiple spiritual brides from the community. In 1856, Prince conducted the Great Manifestation, a public ceremonial encounter with Virgin follower Zoe Patterson, performed on a billiard table before a large audience. The ritual supposedly demonstrated the union of the Holy Spirit with human flesh. When Zoe gave birth to daughter Eve, Prince blamed the all-too-human result on devil interference. Despite promising to live forever and ascend to heaven, Prince died in 1899 at age 88. The movement survived through his successor, Reverend John Hugh Smith Pigott, who in 1902 stood in their London church called the Ark of the Covenant, and declared himself Jesus Christ reincarnated. This announcement caused riots in London streets. Smith Pigott continued Prince's practices at Spaxton, fathering a child with Miss Ruth Preece in 1906. Official records at Somerset House documented him as the father. Nearly 100 women lived at the compound during this period, with very few men. Servants worked for love rather than wages, receiving only pocket money. The community persisted nearly 3 decades after Smith Pigott's 1927 death, finally dissolving in 1956. The estate had fallen into disrepair, populated primarily by elderly women who had spent most of their lives behind the compound walls. Hemerobaptism describes the practice of performing baptism or ritual immersion on a daily basis, turning what most consider a once-in-a-lifetime sacrament into an obsessive daily routine. This wasn't just about staying clean. Practitioners believed that spiritual purity required constant renewal through complete water immersion. The practice emerged among certain Jewish sects during the Second Temple period, particularly among splinter groups of the Essenes around the 1st century BCE. These communities established themselves near bodies of water specifically to accommodate their daily dunking requirements. Archaeological evidence from Qumran shows elaborate ritual bath systems called mikvahs that could handle the constant traffic of daily bathers. The Hemerobaptists took purification laws to their absolute extreme. While traditional Jewish law required ritual washing after specific forms of contamination, these groups insisted that simply existing in the world made you spiritually dirty by sunset. They developed intricate schedules where members would immerse themselves at dawn, sometimes again at midday, and always before evening prayers. Early Christian writer Epiphanius documented several Hemerobaptist communities operating in the Jordan River Valley during the 2nd and 3rd centuries CE. These groups attracted followers who believed that Christ's single baptism wasn't sufficient, that salvation required daily recommitment through full-body immersion. They established riverside settlements where the sound of splashing water became as regular as church bells. The theological reasoning centered on the concept of perpetual sin accumulation. Hemerobaptists argued that interaction with the material world, breathing polluted air, or even sinful thoughts throughout the day created spiritual contamination that only complete washing could remove. Some communities took this further, requiring additional immersions after eating, sleeping, or any form of physical contact with non-members. Roman historian Josephus mentioned encountering these daily bathers during his travels, noting their peculiar dedication to what he called excessive washing. He described communities where members spent upwards of 3 hours daily in various purification rituals, creating elaborate hierarchies based on who maintained the most rigorous bathing schedules. The practice created significant social challenges. Hemerobaptist communities struggled with basic economic activities since most work was considered spiritually contaminating. Many groups survived through agricultural work that could be interrupted multiple times daily for ritual cleansing, leading to a reputation for impracticality among neighboring settlements. Biblists describes adherents who interpret every word of the Bible as literal, historical fact without exception or metaphor. Unlike mainstream Christianity that allows for symbolic interpretation, these groups insist that if the Bible states something happened, it occurred exactly as written down to the smallest detail. The movement gained particular attention through figures like Henry Morris and John Whitcomb, whose 1961 book, The Genesis Flood, sparked modern young Earth creationism. Biblists reject not just evolution, but any scientific evidence that contradicts their literal reading of Scripture. They maintain the Earth is approximately 6,000 years old. Dinosaurs coexisted with humans, and Noah's flood was a global event that shaped all geology. Some Biblist communities take this literalism to uncomfortable extremes. The Westboro Baptist Church, led by Fred Phelps until his death, interpreted biblical passages about divine judgment so literally that they picketed funerals with signs claiming natural disasters were punishment for societal sins. Their complete rejection of contextual or cultural interpretation led to practices most Christians find abhorrent. Other Biblist groups focus on Old Testament law with startling consistency. The House of Yahweh, founded by Yisrael Hawkins in Texas, requires members to follow dietary restrictions, wear specific clothing, and observe festivals exactly as described in Leviticus and Deuteronomy. They've faced legal troubles for their literal interpretation of biblical marriage customs and child-rearing practices. The movement's dedication to textual accuracy sometimes produces bizarre theological positions. Some biblist scholars argue that since the Bible mentions unicorns in older translations, these creatures must have existed and gone extinct. Others insist that giants described in Genesis were literal beings over 12 feet tall whose skeletons are hidden by mainstream archaeology. What separates biblists from other fundamentalists is their complete rejection of hermeneutics, or interpretive frameworks. They view any attempt to explain biblical passages through historical context or cultural understanding as corrupting God's direct word. Strigolniki represents one of medieval Russia's most radical religious movements, emerging in 14th century Novgorod as a direct assault on Orthodox Church authority. The name translates roughly to the shearers or clippers, referring to their practice of cutting their hair in rejection of traditional monastic appearance. The movement's core belief system eliminated the entire concept of priesthood. Strigolniki followers argued that ordained clergy had become so corrupted by money and political power that they possessed no spiritual authority whatsoever. Instead of receiving communion from priests, members would take bread and wine directly, believing they could communicate with God without any human intermediary. Their leader, a deacon named Karp, developed an elaborate theological framework claiming that priests who accepted payment for religious services had invalidated their holy orders. This extended to a rejection of church-built structures entirely. Strigolniki members held their services in private homes, forests, and abandoned buildings, creating an underground network that operated parallel to official orthodoxy. The movement gained particular traction among Novgorod's merchant class, who were already frustrated with church taxation and interference in trade. Archaeological evidence suggests they developed their own communion vessels and religious texts, often inscribed with phrases condemning priest thieves and money lovers. What distinguished them from other medieval heresies was their systematic approach to replacing church hierarchy. They appointed their own spiritual leaders called teachers, who were selected based on moral character rather than theological training. These teachers performed marriages, conducted funerals, and provided spiritual guidance using simplified rituals that any member could learn and perform. The Orthodox Church's response was swift and brutal. Metropolitan Photius of Moscow launched a campaign of persecution that included public executions and forced conversions. By the early 1400s, most known Strigolniki communities had been destroyed or driven underground, though some historians argue the movement influenced later Russian religious dissidents and Old Believers. Adonism centers on the worship of Adonis, the Greek god of beauty and vegetation, whose story became one of antiquity's most influential dying and rising deity narratives. Unlike mainstream Olympic worship, Adonism operated through mystery cults that promised initiates direct communion with divine death and rebirth cycles. The core ritual practice involved the Adonia festivals, where worshippers would plant seeds in shallow pots and place them on rooftops during the hottest part of summer. These gardens of Adonis would sprout quickly and die just as fast, symbolizing the god's brief life and violent death. Women would then carry these withered plants through the streets while wailing and beating their chests in elaborate mourning displays. The sexual elements distinguished Adonism from other mystery religions. Sacred prostitution formed a central component, with temple servants called hierodoles performing ritualized acts believed to channel Adonis's life force. The god's mythical relationship with both Aphrodite and Persephone created theological justifications for these practices, positioning physical pleasure as a pathway to spiritual transformation. Archaeological evidence from Byblos reveals that Adonian priests practiced ritual castration, believing that sacrificing their masculinity would grant them supernatural powers over vegetation and fertility. These mutilated clergy, known as Galli, would then serve as intermediaries between worshippers and the god's death-transcendent wisdom. The cult spread throughout the Mediterranean, with each region adapting the core mythology to local needs. In Syria, Adonis merged with the god Tammuz, while Egyptian practitioners identified him with Osiris. This syncretic flexibility allowed Adonism to survive various political upheavals and religious persecutions well into the Roman period. Modern neo-pagan movements have attempted to reconstruct Adonian practices, though their interpretations often sanitize the more extreme ritual elements. These contemporary groups focus primarily on seasonal celebrations and fertility magic, largely avoiding the self-mutilation and sacred prostitution that define the ancient tradition. Mumboism emerged in colonial Kenya around 1913, centered in the Nyanza region near Lake Victoria among the Luo people. The movement was founded by a man named Onyango Dunde, who claimed to have been swallowed by a great serpent in Lake Victoria and received prophetic visions commanding him to resist British colonial rule. The core teaching held that if followers killed all their livestock, abandoned European trade goods, and devoted themselves entirely to the cult of Mumbo, a sea serpent deity, the Europeans would be driven from the land and the old way of life restored. Followers also destroyed their crops and gave up European clothing as part of this total rejection of colonial influence. Mumboism spread through a region already destabilized by British land seizures and taxation, giving it the character of an anti-colonial resistance movement as much as a spiritual one. The movement surged and receded several times through the 1930s, with British colonial authorities repeatedly arresting its leaders and exiling them to other parts of East Africa. The cult was unusual in its explicit promise of material reversal, not a heavenly reward in the afterlife, but the literal expulsion of colonizers from Kenyan soil in the present world. That combination of spiritual prophecy and anti-colonial grievance proved powerful enough to keep the movement alive across multiple generations despite sustained suppression. Antonianism was a religious movement that emerged in the Kingdom of Congo in Central Africa between 1704 and 1706, founded by a young Congolese woman named Kimpa Vita, baptized as Dona Beatriz. She claimed to be possessed by Saint Anthony of Padua, the most venerated Catholic saint in the Congolese tradition, and used that divine authority to preach a radically Africanized form of Christianity. Kimpa Vita taught that Jesus Christ and the Virgin Mary had both been born in the Kingdom of Congo, that the biblical holy sites were located on Congolese soil, and that the existing church hierarchy had distorted the true faith to serve colonial rather than Congolese interests. She called for the restoration of San Salvador, the ancient capital abandoned during decades of civil war, framing its rebuilding as both a political and spiritual act. The movement spread with unusual speed through a population that had been formally Catholic for over 2 centuries, but felt increasingly alienated from the Capuchin missionaries who dominated religious life. Thousands followed Kimpa Vita to San Salvador, physically rebuilding the ruined capital around her presence. The Congolese king Pedro IV, under sustained pressure from Capuchin missionaries who considered her a heretic, had Kimpa Vita arrested and tried for witchcraft. She was burned at the stake in 1706, along with her infant son and the man believed to be the child's father. She was approximately 22 years old. Her influence outlasted her execution. Historians argue Antonianism contributed to the eventual reunification of the Kingdom of Congo, and Kimpa Vita has since been reclaimed as an early figure of African religious independence and anti-colonial resistance. Alamo Christian Foundation emerged from the Jesus movement of the 1960s as the creation of Bernie Lazar Hoffman, who reinvented himself as Tony Alamo after converting from Judaism to Christianity. What distinguished this group from other evangelical organizations was Alamo's increasingly grandiose claims about his divine authority and his wife Susan's supposed prophetic abilities. The foundation operated a network of businesses including clothing manufacturers, restaurants, and gas stations, all staffed by unpaid members who lived in communal compounds across Arkansas, California, and other states. Members worked grueling hours while Alamo accumulated wealth, driving luxury cars and wearing expensive suits that contrasted sharply with the austere living conditions he imposed on followers. After Susan Alamo died in 1982, Tony made the extraordinary claim that God would resurrect her within 3 days. When this failed to occur, he kept her body in a heart-shaped coffin at their compound for months, insisting the resurrection was merely delayed. He eventually had her body bronzed and displayed it as a shrine, telling followers she was only sleeping. The Internal Revenue Service revoked the foundation's tax-exempt status in 1988, leading to years of legal battles. Alamo responded by going into hiding and issuing inflammatory newsletters denouncing the government as satanic. During this period, former members began speaking out about the organization's inner workings, describing forced marriages, physical punishment, and systematic isolation from the outside world. Federal authorities eventually captured Alamo in 2008 on charges related to improper conduct with minors within the organization. Former members testified about arranged marriages involving underage girls, and Alamo's claims that such relationships were divinely sanctioned. He received a 175-year prison sentence in 2009. The Foundation's compounds were raided multiple times, revealing armed security, surveillance systems, and evidence of the controlled environment Alamo maintained over his followers. Kabbalism centers around the ritualistic use of kappalas, which are human skulls converted into ornate drinking cups for Tantric Buddhist and Hindu practices. These aren't just symbolic representations. Practitioners use actual human skulls, often decorated with silver, gold, and precious stones, as sacred vessels during meditation and ritual ceremonies. The creation process involves obtaining recently deceased human skulls, preferably from individuals who died violently or from specific demographics that tantric texts claim possess particular spiritual properties. Traditional sources included executed criminals, young women who died in childbirth, or individuals who died from infectious diseases. The skull undergoes extensive preparation. The top portion gets cut and shaped into a cup while maintaining the cranial cavity's natural bowl form. Tibetan monasteries and tantric practitioners use these skull cups to consume alcohol, tea, or other ritualistic substances during advanced tantric practices. The belief holds that drinking from a kappala allows the practitioner to absorb the spiritual essence and life force of the deceased person whose skull forms the vessel. Modern practitioners face significant legal obstacles since acquiring human remains for religious purposes violates laws in most countries. This has led to a black market trade where authentic kappalas can sell for tens of thousands of dollars to collectors and serious practitioners. Some contemporary tantric groups have shifted to using replica kappalas made from resin or other materials, though traditional adherents insist these lack the spiritual potency of genuine human bone. The practice extends beyond simple vessel use. Advanced practitioners claim the kappala serves as a direct connection to the Bardo realm, the intermediate state between death and rebirth in Tibetan Buddhist cosmology. Specific meditation techniques involve visualizing the skull cup as containing the nectar of immortality while contemplating the impermanence of physical existence. Archaeological evidence shows similar skull cup usage dating back over 1,000 years across multiple cultures, suggesting the practice represents one of humanity's most persistent forms of death-focused spirituality. World Elijah Evangelical Mission took the concept of starting your own country to an extreme most cult leaders only dream about. Founded in 1980 by Park Myung-hoo, a Chinese-Korean man who declared himself the last prophet Elijah, this organization established what can only be described as a literal state within a state in northeast China. Park didn't just want followers, he wanted citizens. The group created their own constitution, designed their own national flag, and composed their own national anthem for what they called the Stone Kingdom. The hierarchy split members into 5 distinct levels: God, Angel, General Secretary, Chief, and Director. Park positioned himself at the top as the Stone Immortal, demanding worship from his followers while promising them salvation in exchange for complete isolation from the outside world. Members living in Stone Kingdom villages faced strict information blackouts. No newspapers, no television, no radio broadcasts. The only doctrine allowed was that of the World Elijah Mission, and the only acceptable mindset was absolute obedience to Park's vision of overthrowing the Chinese Communist Party system and establishing the Stone Kingdom as the dominant power in China. The pitch proved effective enough that over 1,000 people, mostly Korean and Han Chinese, from the 3 northeastern provinces of Liaoning, Jilin, and Heilongjiang, joined the movement. Many sold everything they owned and relocated their entire families to these isolated villages, cutting all ties with friends and relatives outside the group. Park made bold predictions about the end times. He declared that the world would end in the year 2000, and more specifically, that on September 30th, 1997, he would stand as God in the world. The Chinese government didn't wait around to see if his prophecies would come true. In March 1996, the Ministry of Public Security officially designated the World Elijah Mission as a cult in a report to central leadership. By 1999, the entire organization had been abolished, bringing an end to the Stone Kingdom's brief existence as Northeast China's most ambitious religious experiment. Volgu mythology encompasses the pre-Islamic spiritual traditions of the Volga Bulgars, a Turkic people who dominated trade routes along the Volga and Kama rivers from the 9th to 13th centuries. Their belief system centered on Tengrism, a shamanic tradition that placed the sky god Tengri as the supreme divine authority over all existence. The Volga Bulgars approached Tengri worship with an unusual monotheistic bent that distinguished them from other Turkic groups. Historical sources record them crying, "Ber Tengre," during times of crisis, meaning by the one and only God in their language. This singular focus on Tengri as the ultimate divine power created an unexpectedly smooth pathway to Islam when King Almas converted in 922 CE. Their pantheon included Umay, a fertility goddess who protected women and children during childbirth. Artistic depictions show her as a luminous figure riding a white mare, channeling the protective forces of the natural world. The Bulgars also venerated the Simurg, a colossal bird creature embodying wisdom and divine protection, alongside various dragon-like beings that controlled destructive natural forces. The Arab diplomat Ahmad ibn Fadlan documented their conversion firsthand in his Risala, describing how he supervised the construction of their first mosque in the capital city of Bulgar. The now-lost chronicle Taraki Bulgar claimed King Almas and his queen converted after a Muslim physician healed them both, granting them victory over their enemies. This healing narrative became central to their conversion story. Their syncretic mythology blended Turkic and Finno-Ugric traditions into something entirely unique. Natural elements like thunder, water, trees, and celestial bodies all demanded ritual attention and respect. The Volga Bulgarian state rivaled Baghdad and Constantinople in wealth, positioning Bulgar as a convergence point where Viking traders, Byzantine merchants, and Islamic scholars all conducted business. Despite adopting Islam 66 years before Kievan Rus accepted Christianity, Tengrist elements persisted in local practices for generations after the official conversion. The Mongols conquered the state in 1237, but their descendants live on as the modern Volga Tatars, Bashkirs, and Chuvash peoples. Archaeological evidence, linguistic remnants in the Chuvash language, and fragments preserved in Islamic texts provide the primary sources for reconstructing this lost mythological tradition. The Manson family operated as a commune-turned-criminal organization that combined apocalyptic race war theories with elaborate mind control techniques rooted in LSD experimentation and isolation tactics. Charles Manson convinced his followers that the Beatles were sending him coded messages through their White Album, particularly Helter Skelter, which he interpreted as instructions for an impending race war that would leave his group as the inheritors of America. The group established their base at Spawn Ranch, a deteriorating movie set location where Manson systematically broke down individual identities through sleep deprivation, constant drug use, and sexual manipulation. Members were assigned new names and roles within a strict hierarchy that placed Manson as a messianic figure. The ranch became a testing ground for psychological control methods that drew from both occult practices and emerging counterculture philosophies. Before the infamous Tate LaBianca killings, the family committed numerous lesser-known crimes, including the deaths of Gary Hinman and Donald Shorty Shea. These earlier incidents reveal a pattern of escalating violence tied to Manson's growing paranoia about law enforcement and his need to demonstrate absolute control over his followers. The group's connection to Hollywood extended beyond their final targets. Dennis Wilson of the Beach Boys housed Manson for several months in 1968, during which Manson recorded music and attempted to secure a record deal. Wilson eventually distanced himself after Manson's behavior became increasingly erratic and threatening, costing Wilson an estimated $100,000 in expenses and damages. Manson's recruitment strategy specifically targeted vulnerable young people from middle-class backgrounds who were experimenting with the hippie lifestyle. He would approach potential members at bus stations, coffee shops, and gatherings, offering them a sense of belonging and purpose that their conventional upbringings had failed to provide. The family's belief system blended elements from Scientology, the Process Church of the Final Judgment, and Dale Carnegie's self-help philosophy with Manson's own interpretations of the Bible and popular music. This eclectic mix created a framework that justified extreme violence as both religious duty and revolutionary action. Mangarevan mythology encompasses the complex religious system of the Gambier Islands, where Polynesian beliefs evolved into something far more intricate and darker than neighboring island cultures. The Mangarevans developed a sophisticated theological framework centered around the supreme deity, Atumotua, who governed not just creation, but an elaborate system of human sacrifice that permeated their society. The Ate, their priestly class, maintained detailed astronomical calendars that determined when specific ritual offerings were required. These weren't simple ceremonies, but calculated events tied to celestial movements, with different types of human offerings designated for different astronomical phenomena. The priests documented which individuals from specific social classes would be selected based on precise lunar and stellar alignments. What sets Mangarevan practices apart from other Polynesian cultures was their systematic approach to ritual death. They categorized victims into distinct groups: warriors captured in battle, individuals chosen for seasonal festivals, and voluntary participants who believed their deaths would elevate their family's social status. The voluntary aspect created a complex social dynamic where families would sometimes offer members to gain religious and political favor. The mythology includes the creation epic of Atumotua fashioning the islands from the body of a primordial giant, but the Mangarevans added layers of astronomical knowledge that connected this creation story to navigation techniques. Their priests could predict weather patterns, ocean currents, and optimal sailing conditions by interpreting the same celestial events that dictated their religious calendar. European contact in the 1830s brought Catholic missionaries who systematically destroyed Mangarevan religious texts, carved artifacts, and oral traditions. Within a single generation, nearly all traces of their theological system vanished. The few surviving accounts come from early missionary reports that documented practices they were working to eliminate, creating an incomplete but disturbing picture of a sophisticated culture that balanced profound astronomical knowledge with ritualized violence. The loss represents one of the most complete cultural erasures in Polynesian history, leaving only fragments of a belief system that took centuries to develop. Proto-Uralic mythology represents one of the most ambitious attempts by scholars to reconstruct the spiritual beliefs of a people who lived thousands of years before written records existed. These ancient beliefs form the foundation of mythologies spanning from Finland to Hungary, connected by linguistic archaeology that traces back to a common ancestral culture. The centerpiece of this reconstructed belief system revolves around an intense reverence for bears, elevated beyond simple animal worship into something approaching divine status. Proto-Uralic speakers likely viewed bears as mediators between the human world and the spirit realm, capable of crossing between dimensions during their hibernation cycles. This bear veneration survived in scattered forms across Uralic cultures, from the Finnish Karhunpääjäiset bear ceremony to similar rituals among the Ob-Ugric peoples of Siberia. Scholars pieced together this ancient cosmology through comparative analysis of modern Uralic mythologies, identifying shared elements that point to common origins. The world tree concept appears consistently across these traditions, described as a massive cosmic axis connecting the earthly realm to both celestial and subterranean worlds. Shamanic practices centered around this tree, with spiritual practitioners climbing its symbolic branches during trance states to communicate with ancestors and spirits. The reconstruction process relies heavily on linguistic evidence, particularly shared vocabulary related to spiritual concepts across Uralic language families. Words for soul, spirit, and sacred show remarkable consistency in their root forms, suggesting these concepts existed in the proto-language thousands of years ago. Archaeological findings from early Uralic settlements support these linguistic reconstructions, revealing burial practices and ritual objects that align with the mythological framework. Bare bones arranged in ceremonial patterns, wooden carvings resembling world trees, and shamanic paraphernalia provide physical evidence for beliefs that otherwise exist only in scholarly theory. The mythology includes a complex underworld cosmology where the dead journey through multiple layers of existence, guided by psychopomp spirits and animal guides. This multi-layered afterlife concept influenced later Uralic death rituals and contributed to the development of distinctive funeral practices that persist in modified forms today. Prussian mythology centers on the religious beliefs of the Old Prussians, a Baltic tribe that occupied modern-day northern Poland and western Russia until their systematic destruction by the Teutonic Knights in the 13th century. These weren't the militaristic Prussians of later German history. The Old Prussians maintained one of Europe's last major pagan strongholds, with their primary religious center at Romove, a sacred grove complex that functioned as both temple and political capital. Their pantheon featured Perkunas, the thunder god who wielded lightning and protected warriors. Patrimpos governed fertility and rivers, while Paculus ruled the underworld and guided souls after death. The Prussians practiced elaborate funeral rites where they burned the dead alongside horses, weapons, and servants to ensure proper passage to the afterlife. The Teutonic Knights branded their religious practices as demonic, specifically targeting their sacred groves and stone altars. These crusaders documented Prussian rituals before destroying them, creating our primary source material. According to these accounts, Prussian priests maintained eternal fires and performed divination using horse behavior and bird flight patterns. Their creation mythology described the world emerging from cosmic battles between sky gods and earth spirits. The Prussians believed certain bloodlines descended directly from these divine beings, granting them shamanic abilities to communicate with forest spirits and predict seasonal changes. After the Prussian Wars ended in 1283, survivors fled to Lithuania or were forcibly converted. The Teutonic states systematically erased Prussian language, customs, and religious sites. By 1400, virtually all traces of authentic Prussian mythology had vanished from the historical record. Modern attempts to reconstruct Prussian beliefs rely heavily on Lithuanian and Latvian parallels, since all three cultures shared similar Baltic mythological frameworks before Christianization. Lacandon religion represents one of the last unbroken chains connecting modern practitioners to pre-Columbian Maya spirituality. Deep within the rainforests of Chiapas, Mexico, fewer than 1,000 Lacandon Maya maintain religious practices that have survived centuries of colonization and modernization. The Lacandon pantheon blends ancient Maya deities with adapted figures from later contact periods. Hachakyum serves as their primary creator god, while Kishin rules the underworld. Akiantho controls foreign diseases brought by outsiders. Their religious system acknowledges that different gods govern different aspects of existence, including specific deities for various animals, plants, and natural phenomena. Lacandon men traditionally never cut their hair, believing it connects them to divine power. This practice links directly to their creation mythology, where the first humans were formed from sacred materials and given long hair as a sign of their connection to the gods. The religion centers around active communication with deities through elaborate incense ceremonies. Practitioners burn copal resin in special clay censers called god pots, each decorated with faces representing specific gods. These ceremonies can last for days, with participants entering altered states to receive divine messages and instructions. Sacred sites throughout the Lacandon jungle serve as temples where ceremonies take place. Yaxchilan, an ancient Maya city, remains an active pilgrimage destination. The Lacandon believe certain cenotes and caves serve as portals to the underworld, requiring specific rituals and offerings to navigate safely. Their shamans, known as To'ohil, inherit extensive knowledge of forest spirits, medicinal plants, and ritual procedures. This knowledge includes detailed understanding of which trees, animals, and locations house specific spiritual entities. The shamans maintain relationships with forest spirits that can help or harm the community depending on how they're treated. Lacandon creation stories describe multiple previous worlds that were destroyed and recreated. They believe the current world faces potential destruction if proper rituals aren't maintained and if the forest continues to be destroyed by outsiders. This environmental aspect makes their religion uniquely relevant to modern ecological concerns. The community practices a form of religious resistance by maintaining traditional beliefs while adapting to external pressures. Some Lacandon have integrated certain Christian elements without abandoning core Maya concepts, creating a syncretic system that preserves essential spiritual practices. Western Sufism represents one of the most contentious adaptations of mystical practice in modern spirituality, where traditional Islamic mystical teachings have been systematically stripped of their religious context and repackaged for Western audiences. The movement gained serious momentum through figures like Hazrat Inayat Khan, who arrived in the West in 1910 and founded what would become the Sufi Order International. Khan made a deliberate decision to present Sufi teachings without requiring conversion to Islam, arguing that the universal heart of mysticism transcended religious boundaries. This approach would prove both revolutionary and deeply controversial. What emerged was a fascinating theological experiment. Organizations like the Sufi Order International and the Mevlevi Order of America began teaching traditional practices like Dhikr remembrance, whirling meditation, and breathwork while completely removing references to Allah, Islamic theology, and the Prophet Muhammad. They replaced Islamic terminology with universal spiritual language, turning La ilaha illallah into generic affirmations about divine unity. The International Association of Sufism, founded by Shah Maghsud Sadegh Angha, took this even further by claiming Sufism predated Islam entirely. They argued that figures like Rumi and other classical Sufi masters were actually teaching a universal wisdom tradition that had been temporarily clothed in Islamic symbols. This position has created decades of heated debate with traditional Islamic scholars. Perhaps the most controversial figure in this space was Idris Shah, whose books like The Sufis became bestsellers in the 1960s counterculture movement. Shah claimed to represent authentic Sufi transmission while presenting teachings that many traditional Sufis viewed as completely fabricated. He developed a following among intellectuals and celebrities, including Doris Lessing, who credited Shah with profound spiritual insights. The financial aspect adds another layer of complexity. Many Western Sufi organizations operate as businesses, charging substantial fees for weekend workshops, certification programs, and spiritual retreats. The Dances of Universal Peace, created by Samuel Lewis in San Francisco, transformed traditional Sufi movement practices into paid community events that often attract participants who have never heard of Islamic mysticism. Traditional Islamic Sufi orders have responded with everything from bemused tolerance to outright condemnation. The Naqshbandi order and other established lineages maintain that authentic Sufi practice cannot exist outside Islamic framework, arguing that removing the religious context destroys the very essence of the path. The psychological appeal proves undeniable, though. Western Sufism offers the exotic mystique of ancient wisdom traditions without requiring adherence to Islamic law, dietary restrictions, or theological commitments that many Western seekers find challenging. Shona native religion centers around a sophisticated system of spirit mediumship where the dead actively govern the living through possessed intermediaries. Unlike many ancestor worship traditions, Shona spirituality operates on multiple hierarchical levels, with territorial spirits called Mondoro wielding political authority over entire regions while family ancestors handle personal matters. The most striking element involves the Sfikiro, spirit mediums who undergo complete personality transformation during possession sessions. When a Mondoro spirit takes control, the medium adopts the mannerisms, speech patterns, and even physical gestures of deceased chiefs who died centuries earlier. Witnesses report mediums speaking in archaic dialects they couldn't possibly know, referencing historical events with startling accuracy, and displaying knowledge of genealogies spanning hundreds of years. During the 1896 to 1897 uprisings against British colonial rule, these spirit mediums became military strategists. The Mondoro spirits, speaking through their mediums, coordinated resistance efforts across vast distances, providing tactical advice and predicting enemy movements. Colonial records document British officials' frustration with an intelligence network that seemed to operate through supernatural means. The religion recognizes Mwari as the supreme deity, but this figure remains largely inaccessible to ordinary believers. Instead, people interact with the spiritual realm through carefully maintained relationships with their mudzimu, family ancestors who demand regular offerings and consultation before major decisions. Failure to properly honor these spirits results in misfortune, illness, or crop failure. Divination practices involve the throwing of Hakata bones, with trained specialists interpreting complex patterns to diagnose spiritual causes of problems. The bones themselves are prepared through specific rituals and are believed to channel ancestral wisdom directly to the diviner. Sacred sites called Rambotemwa dot the landscape, often located at unusual rock formations or ancient ruins. These locations serve as dwelling places for powerful spirits and remain active ceremonial centers where communities gather for rainmaking rituals and important consultations with the ancestral realm. Tehuelche native religion centered around a complex shamanic system that governed one of Patagonia's most widespread indigenous groups across what is now Argentina and Chile. The Tehuelche developed a spiritual framework built around their harsh yet sacred landscape, where the Patagonian winds themselves carried messages from ancestral spirits. Their creation mythology featured Kuch, the supreme deity who emerged from primordial darkness to create light and order. Unlike many indigenous cosmologies, Tehuelche beliefs positioned their homeland as the literal center of the spiritual universe, with the towering Andes Mountains serving as a bridge between earthly and celestial realms. The religion's most distinctive element involved their relationship with guanacos, the wild relatives of llamas that roamed their territory. Tehuelche shamans, known as machis, claimed the ability to communicate directly with guanaco spirits to predict weather patterns, locate water sources, and even foresee enemy movements during conflicts. These shamans underwent initiation rituals involving prolonged exposure to Patagonian storms, believing the experience would grant them supernatural hearing to detect spirit voices across vast distances. Archaeological evidence from sites like Cueva de las Manos reveals their spiritual practices extended back over 9,000 years, with handprint cave paintings serving as both territorial markers and portals for spiritual communication. The specific red ochre pigments used in these markings were believed to contain the life force of ancestors, making the caves themselves living temples rather than mere artistic displays. Spanish colonization in the 16th century documented Tehuelche mortuary practices that shocked European observers. The dead were wrapped in guanaco hides and placed on elevated platforms where they remained for exactly 1 year before burial, during which time relatives would visit to seek guidance through dreams induced by consuming fermented mare's milk. The religion's final documented shamanic leader, Maria Collio, maintained traditional practices until her death in 1960, marking the effective end of organized Tehuelche spiritual tradition after over 9 millennia of continuous practice. Shawnee native religion encompasses a complex spiritual system that survived centuries of systematic suppression through carefully guarded oral traditions and hidden ceremonial practices. The Shawnee maintained their beliefs by encoding sacred knowledge into seemingly mundane activities, allowing their spiritual framework to persist even as missionaries and government officials attempted to eradicate it. The religion centers around a sophisticated understanding of spiritual transformation through direct communion with otherworldly entities. Practitioners undergo intensive vision quests that can last multiple days, during which they report encounters with spirit guides who provide specific instructions for their life path. These experiences often involve detailed conversations with deceased ancestors and animal spirits who reveal hidden knowledge about future events. Medicine bundles serve as physical anchors for spiritual power, containing carefully selected items that must be renewed through specific rituals performed at designated times throughout the year. Each bundle connects to a particular spiritual lineage, and the knowledge of their proper care passes down through generations of initiated practitioners. The contents remain secret to outsiders, though historical accounts suggest they include rare minerals, preserved animal parts, and items linked to significant spiritual events. The green corn ceremony represents their most sacred ritual, involving the consumption of substances that induce altered states of consciousness and allow participants to communicate directly with spiritual entities. During these ceremonies, individuals report receiving prophetic visions and instructions for healing practices that utilize combinations of plants not documented in mainstream botanical studies. Traditional Shawnee spiritual leaders developed techniques for what they described as conscious travel to other realms, claiming the ability to visit locations hundreds of kilometers away and gather information about distant events. These practices influenced major historical figures, including the spiritual beliefs that guided resistance movements in the late 1700s and early 1800s. Modern practitioners work to reconstruct these traditions from fragmentary knowledge, often discovering that certain ceremonial sites retain what they describe as residual spiritual energy that affects sensitive individuals who visit them. Ojibwe native religion centers around the Midewiwin, a secretive medicine society that has preserved sacred knowledge through birch bark scrolls for over 1,000 years. These scrolls contain migration maps, spiritual teachings, and medicinal formulas passed down through generations of specially chosen keepers. The Seven Fires prophecy forms the backbone of Ojibwe spiritual understanding. This prophecy details 7 distinct periods in human history, with the seventh fire representing a time when people must choose between technology and spiritual wisdom. Many Ojibwe elders believe we currently live in this final prophetic period. Central to their practice is the concept of the Wendigo, a cannibalistic creature that embodies the dangers of isolation and spiritual corruption. Unlike popular horror depictions, the Wendigo serves as a psychological safeguard against antisocial behavior during harsh winters when communities were most vulnerable. The Ojibwe recognize 4 sacred medicines: tobacco for communication with spirits, sage for purification, cedar for protection, and sweetgrass for calling positive spirits. Each plant requires specific harvesting protocols and ceremonial preparation that varies by season and moon phase. Their sweat lodge ceremonies follow precise architectural guidelines. The lodge must face east, contain exactly 13 heated stones representing the 13 moons, and accommodate specific numbers of participants based on the ceremony's purpose. The ritual involves 4 distinct rounds, each addressing different aspects of spiritual cleansing. Dream interpretation holds particular significance in Ojibwe spirituality. Children undergo formal dream training to recognize spirit messengers and prophetic visions. Certain dreams require immediate action, including relocating entire communities or changing seasonal hunting patterns based on spiritual guidance received during sleep. Lingnan Confucianism emerged from southern China's Lingnan region during the Ming Dynasty, developing into one of the most unconventional branches of Confucian thought. This philosophical movement took root in an area the imperial court considered culturally backward, leading to interpretations that would challenge orthodox Confucian scholarship for centuries. The movement's most influential figure, Chen Baisha, revolutionized Confucian learning by rejecting the traditional emphasis on rigorous textual study. Instead of spending years memorizing classical texts and commentaries, Chen advocated for what he called natural learning, a method where students would sit quietly in nature, allowing wisdom to arise spontaneously through meditation and self-reflection. Chen's approach horrified establishment scholars who viewed his methods as dangerously close to Buddhist and Taoist practices. The controversy deepened when Chen claimed that true understanding came not from books, but from direct spiritual insight. He famously told his students to abandon their texts for months at a time, sitting instead beside streams and under trees until philosophical truths revealed themselves naturally. This regional Confucian school developed its own unique practices that blended classical Chinese philosophy with local folk traditions. Students would often incorporate elements of shamanism and spirit worship into their philosophical training, creating a synthesis that Orthodox Confucians viewed as contaminated and heterodox. The Lingnan school's influence extended far beyond its southern Chinese origins when it helped shape the thinking of Wang Yangming, one of the most important Neo-Confucian philosophers. Wang's revolutionary mind-learning philosophy, which emphasized intuitive knowledge over scholarly study, drew heavily from the Lingnan tradition's rejection of pure textual scholarship. The movement's emphasis on personal spiritual experience over institutional authority made it particularly attractive to individuals seeking alternatives to the rigid examination system that dominated Chinese intellectual life. This appeal to spiritual autonomy would later contribute to various religious and philosophical movements that challenged imperial orthodoxy. Yakut shamanism represents one of the most distinctive shamanic traditions in Siberia, practiced by the Sakha people in the remote Yakutia region of Russia. Unlike neighboring shamanic cultures, the Yakut developed a complex spiritual system that blends Turkic Tengrist beliefs with indigenous Siberian practices, creating something entirely unique. The most striking aspect of Yakut shamanism centers around the sacred role of blacksmiths. In their cosmology, blacksmiths possess shamanic powers that rival traditional shamans themselves. The Yakut believe that metalworking connects practitioners directly to the cosmic forces, as iron and fire represent the fundamental elements of creation and destruction. Master blacksmiths could forge not just tools and weapons, but spiritual objects capable of binding or banishing supernatural entities. Their spiritual landscape features the Al-Luk-Maz, or world tree, which serves as the cosmic axis connecting the upper, middle, and lower worlds. This massive birch tree grows in the center of all existence, its roots extending deep into the underworld, while its branches reach into the heavens. Shamans navigate between these realms by climbing or descending this mystical tree during their spiritual journeys. The Yakut recognize a category of malevolent spirits called Abahi, which differ significantly from the nature spirits found in other Siberian traditions. These entities actively oppose human welfare and require specific rituals to appease or banish. Yakut shamans developed elaborate ceremonies involving kumis, fermented mare's milk, which serves both as an offering and as a means of spiritual purification. Perhaps most fascinating is their integration of the Olanko oral tradition, epic narratives that can take days to recite in full. These stories function as both entertainment and shamanic instruction, encoding complex spiritual knowledge within heroic tales. The epic heroes often possess shamanic abilities themselves, demonstrating proper techniques for dealing with supernatural threats. Modern Yakut shamans still practice in remote villages, maintaining traditions that have survived centuries of Russian Orthodox influence and Soviet suppression, making this one of the most intact shamanic systems still functioning in the contemporary world. 2x2s operates as one of the most secretive religious movements in modern Christianity, refusing to acknowledge an official name while claiming exclusive access to salvation. The group traces back to William Irvine, a Scottish evangelist who launched this movement in 1897. Irvine taught that all existing churches had fallen into apostasy, making his followers the sole remaining path to heaven. The distinctive 2x2 pattern comes from their practice of sending unmarried preachers out in pairs, mimicking the biblical disciples. These traveling ministers, called workers, abandon all personal possessions and live entirely off donations from followers. They rotate between different regions, staying in the homes of believers rather than establishing permanent churches. The workers maintain strict celibacy throughout their lives, viewing marriage as incompatible with their calling. Members gather exclusively in private homes for worship meetings, typically called gospel meetings for outsiders and fellowship meetings for believers. The group operates without any written doctrine, instead relying on oral tradition passed down through the worker hierarchy. What sets them apart from conventional Christianity is their doctrine of exclusive salvation. Members believe that anyone outside their specific fellowship faces eternal damnation, regardless of their Christian faith or moral character. This creates intense pressure to remain within the group, and cuts off relationships with former members who leave. The organization maintains its secrecy through deliberate obscurity. They avoid using consistent names in public, sometimes calling themselves the Truth, Friends and Workers, or Christian Conventions. This makes them nearly impossible to research or identify for those unfamiliar with their practices. Former members report strict behavioral controls extending into daily life choices, career decisions, and social relationships. The group discourages higher education, particularly for women, and maintains traditional gender roles with women required to wear head coverings during meetings. Annual conventions serve as major gathering points, typically held on rural properties owned by wealthy members. These multi-day events reinforce group identity and provide opportunities for workers to deliver teachings that rarely reach outside documentation. Mbuti mythology centers around one of the most isolated belief systems on Earth, practiced by the Pygmy peoples deep in the Congo rainforest. What sets their cosmology apart is the complete absence of gods, spirits, or supernatural beings in the traditional sense. Instead, the Mbuti worship the forest itself as a living, conscious entity they call Ndura. This isn't metaphorical. They genuinely believe the forest thinks, feels, and makes decisions about their daily lives. When someone gets sick, it means the forest is sleeping and needs to be awakened through ritual. The most striking ceremony involves the molimo, a sacred trumpet that's actually a length of metal piping or bamboo. During times of crisis, the men disappear into the forest for weeks, playing this instrument throughout the night. The sound is meant to literally wake up the forest consciousness. Women and children aren't allowed to see the molimo, and breaking this taboo supposedly brings disaster to the entire community. Their creation myth flips most religious narratives completely. Rather than humans being expelled from paradise, the Mbuti believe they're still living in it. The forest provides everything they need, and leaving it means entering a cursed world of suffering and want. Perhaps most unusual is their treatment of death. The Mbuti practice what anthropologists call controlled forgetting. After someone dies, the entire community systematically erases that person's existence. They destroy belongings, abandon campsites, and refuse to speak the deceased's name ever again. This isn't callousness, but a deliberate spiritual practice to prevent the dead from becoming trapped between worlds. Belgian anthropologist Colin Turnbull documented their complete indifference to outsider religions during the 1950s. When missionaries attempted conversion, the Mbuti would politely attend services, then immediately return to their forest practices, without any apparent internal conflict or curiosity about Christian beliefs. Mari shamanism law examines the legal framework surrounding one of Europe's last surviving indigenous shamanistic traditions, practiced by the Mari people in Russia's Volga region. The Mari achieved something nearly impossible in the modern world. In 1991, their ancient nature-worshipping religion became legally recognized after centuries of systematic suppression. The Center for Mari Traditional Belief, known as Oshmari Chimari, meaning White Mari or Clean Mari, gained official registration for the first time since Ivan the Terrible conquered their territories in the 1500s. This legal victory created an extraordinary situation. Mari shamanism operates through over 500 sacred groves called karamet, where practitioners make offerings of bread, salt, and animal sacrifices to their pantheon, led by Kugu Yumo, the great white god. The tradition survived Tsarist forced conversions, Soviet persecution that imprisoned shamanic leaders and destroyed sacred sites, and decades of being driven underground. The organized movement became known as Mari Traditional Religion, receiving status as the third traditional religion in the Republic of Mari El, alongside Russian Orthodox Christianity and Islam. This recognition protected over 100 religious communities and established formal structures headed by the main cart, the chief pagan priest who oversees ritual practices. The legal framework allows structured Ushem prayer services in sacred groves and annual festivals celebrating Mari identity. These ceremonies follow ancient protocols with specific roles for carts and their assistants called Ucho. Practitioners conduct week-long rituals with precise gathering requirements and maintain seasonal observances tied to agricultural cycles. However, legal protection on paper doesn't guarantee safety in practice. In 2021, a senior government official in Mari El issued a letter calling for preventing municipal institutions from hosting events by radical followers of the Mari traditional religion. The vague wording appeared to classify all practitioners as extremists, creating fear throughout the community despite their official recognition. Census data from 2006 showed only 2.5% of Mari identifying solely with traditional religion, with 11.5% claiming dual Orthodox pagan identity. These numbers likely undercount actual practitioners, as many Mari maintain traditional beliefs while officially identifying as Christian to avoid discrimination. The legal recognition created unique tensions between ancient practice and modern bureaucracy. Mari traditional religion communities must maintain registration documents, organize centralized worship schedules, and adapt village rituals to urban environments. Some elders criticize these changes, noting that traditional ceremonies required worshippers to gather in specific homes and conduct week-long rituals that don't translate well to formalized religious organizations. This legal framework forces an ancient shamanistic tradition to operate within modern bureaucratic structures, creating ongoing questions about whether Mari shamanism can preserve its spiritual essence while functioning as a registered religion with governmental oversight. Manchu shamanism operated as the imperial spiritual backbone of China's last dynasty, blending political power with otherworldly communication in ways that most shamanic traditions never achieved. Unlike the more widely known Siberian or Mongolian variants, Manchu shamanism developed a sophisticated court system where imperial shamans held official government positions. The Qing emperors maintained a dedicated shamanic bureau called the Imperial Shamanic Department, staffing it with hereditary practitioners who performed state rituals alongside their traditional healing and divination work. The Manchu developed a unique practice called spirit possession verification, where potential shamans underwent public testing. Candidates would enter trance states while community elders asked specific questions that only certain ancestral spirits would know the answers to. Failed candidates faced social exile, while successful ones gained access to closely guarded oral traditions passed down through specific family lines called mukun. Their spirit pantheon differed dramatically from neighboring traditions. Manchu shamans worked with Abka and Duri, sky spirits that demanded elaborate silk offerings and complex dance sequences performed in specialized robes embedded with actual silver coins. The most powerful shamans could supposedly communicate with Bukuri Yongshun, the mythical ancestor of the entire Manchu royal line. The practice included a disturbing element called soul retrieval through dream invasion. Shamans would intentionally enter the dreams of sick patients to locate and retrieve lost soul fragments, sometimes spending days in induced comas while their assistants monitored their physical bodies. When the communist government took power, they targeted Manchu shamanism specifically due to its imperial connections. Many sacred objects were destroyed, and the last certified court shaman, a woman named Guan Shuimei, died in prison in 1967. Modern attempts at revival rely heavily on reconstructed practices, since the oral traditions were deliberately broken. Contemporary practitioners often admit they're working from incomplete knowledge, creating what some scholars call shamanic archaeology, rather than authentic continuation. Love Has Won operated as a spiritual movement centered around Amy Carlson, a former McDonald's manager who proclaimed herself Mother God and claimed to be the reincarnation of Jesus Christ, Marilyn Monroe, and several other historical figures rolled into one divine being. Carlson established her following in the Colorado mountains, where she conducted daily live streams that often stretched for hours. These broadcasts featured her delivering rambling spiritual lectures while consuming copious amounts of alcohol and colloidal silver, which gradually turned her skin a distinctive blue-gray color. Her followers, known as the 5D Full Disclosure family, believed this discoloration was evidence of her divine transformation. The group's belief system blended New Age spirituality with conspiracy theories about reptilian overlords, flat Earth concepts, and claims that Donald Trump was working with galactic federations to save humanity. Carlson taught that she was leading a planetary ascension process that would elevate Earth to the fifth dimension, hence the 5D in their name. Members surrendered their life savings, vehicles, and personal belongings to support the group's compound. Many cut ties with family members who questioned their involvement, following Carlson's teachings that outside relationships represented 3D matrix programming designed to hold back their spiritual evolution. The movement gained widespread attention in April 2021 when Carlson passed away at age 45. Instead of seeking medical help during her final weeks, her followers believed her physical deterioration was part of a planned ascension process. After her death, they kept her body in the compound for several weeks, expecting her to resurrect and complete the planetary transformation she had promised. When authorities finally discovered the situation, several members were arrested for tampering with a deceased human body. The group's online presence revealed years of financial exploitation, with members donating hundreds of thousands of dollars to fund Carlson's lifestyle while living in increasingly cramped and unsanitary conditions themselves. Native Selkup religion centers around a complex shamanic tradition practiced by the Selkup people of Western Siberia, featuring some of the most intricate spiritual hierarchies found among indigenous Arctic cultures. The Selkup cosmos operates on 7 distinct levels, with shamans navigating between upper and lower worlds through specialized soul journey techniques. What sets Selkup shamanism apart involves their concept of multiple souls within each person. Every individual possesses at least 4 different soul components, including the breath soul that can leave during dreams and the shadow soul that remains tied to physical objects. Selkup shamans, known as tadabis, undergo initiation processes that can span decades. The most powerful shamans reportedly maintain relationships with specific helping spirits called lozi, often taking the form of bears, wolves, or mythical creatures like the 7-headed iron bird. These spirits don't just assist during rituals, but actively guide shamans through daily decision-making processes for entire communities. The religion includes detailed protocols for interacting with Unga, the deity of death and the underworld. Selkup funeral practices involve creating elaborate wooden grave structures called labazi, designed not just to house the deceased, but to serve as doorways between worlds. Family members perform specific rituals at these sites for years after burial, believing the dead continue influencing weather patterns and hunting success. Traditional Selkup cosmology describes Earth as floating on a giant pike, with earthquakes occurring when this cosmic fish moves. Shamans claim they can communicate directly with this creature during deep trance states, negotiating on behalf of their communities when natural disasters threaten. Soviet suppression nearly eliminated these practices entirely, with the last recognized traditional shaman, Maria Mikhailovna, dying in the 1980s. However, some families maintained secret ritual knowledge, passing down healing chants and protective ceremonies through carefully guarded oral traditions that scholars are only now beginning to document. Niitsitapi translates to original people and refers to the Blackfoot Confederacy, comprising 4 distinct tribes across what is now Alberta and Montana. Their spiritual system centers around powerful medicine bundles, sacred objects containing items like animal parts, stones, and plant materials that supposedly hold immense spiritual power. The most controversial aspect involves their traditional Sundance ceremonies, which were explicitly banned by both Canadian and American governments in the late 1800s. These multi-day rituals included elements that colonial authorities deemed too extreme for public knowledge, involving participants piercing their skin and dancing while tethered to a central pole until they achieved spiritual visions or physical collapse. Their creation stories describe a world where humans could transform into animals and back again, with specific families holding the knowledge of these transformation rites. The Beaver Bundle ceremony, one of their most sacred rituals, was said to grant participants the ability to communicate directly with animal spirits and predict weather patterns with uncanny accuracy. What sets Niitsitapi beliefs apart is their concept of Napi, a trickster figure who simultaneously created the world and introduced chaos into it. Unlike typical creator deities, Napi was portrayed as fallible, sometimes foolish, and occasionally malevolent. This challenged Christian missionaries who struggled to understand a creation theology that didn't follow familiar patterns of good versus evil. The tribe maintained detailed astronomical knowledge, using specific star formations to time their ceremonies and migrations. Their medicine people, called holy people, underwent years of training in what colonial records described as dangerous practices, involving prolonged fasting, isolation, and consumption of certain plants that induced altered states of consciousness. Modern tribal members continue practicing modified versions of these ceremonies, though many of the original rites remain closely guarded secrets, passed down only through specific family lines within the community. Drunken glory emerged from the charismatic revival movements of the 1990s as one of Christianity's most controversial offshoots. The movement centers around followers deliberately acting intoxicated during worship as a form of spiritual communion, with participants giggling uncontrollably, staggering around church spaces, and writhing on floors while claiming to be drunk in the Holy Spirit. John Crowder founded this practice after claiming he encountered Jesus during an LSD experience. Through his Sons of Thunder ministry and worldwide Drunken Glory tours, Crowder teaches that believers should seek trance-like states of spiritual ecstasy that mirror drug-induced highs. His followers engage in rituals like pretending to snort frankincense, drinking imaginary spiritual wine, and mimicking the physical effects of intoxication. The movement gained unexpected momentum through digital platforms, particularly YouTube channels like Red Letter Ministries run by former methamphetamine addict Brandon Barthrup. Operating from converted crack houses in Minneapolis, Barthrup broadcasts marathon preaching sessions where followers sniff diamond oil and act out drug-taking behaviors as worship practices. His videos attract thousands of viewers seeking what adherents call the perfect drug, getting high on Jesus. These gatherings often blur the line between religious service and party atmosphere, with participants engaging in what they term carpet time, lying on floors in apparent states of spiritual intoxication. The movement incorporates elements from New Age mysticism, including claims of bilocation and contemplative practices resembling Eastern meditation techniques. Critics within mainstream Christianity have labeled these practices as dangerous departures from biblical worship, noting the movement's emphasis on experience over established doctrine. The controversy intensified when practitioners began claiming abilities to remain in trance-like states for weeks, unable to maintain coherent conversations while allegedly sustained purely by spiritual energy. Despite widespread condemnation from traditional church authorities, the Drunken Glory movement has established communities across North America and Europe, attracting particularly those with histories of substance abuse who report finding spiritual alternatives to chemical dependencies. Ground Crew Project emerged from channeled communications in the 1990s as a spiritual movement built around the concept that certain individuals serve as Earth-based support teams for extraterrestrial contact and planetary transformation. The belief system centers on the idea that specific people incarnated on Earth with prearranged missions to assist during humanity's supposed transition into higher dimensional consciousness. The movement gained traction through online forums and websites, promoting the notion that these so-called ground crew members would receive telepathic downloads, synchronicities, and direct communications from benevolent alien civilizations. Participants often describe experiencing sudden spiritual awakenings, unexplained knowledge about cosmic events, and an overwhelming sense of purpose tied to preparing humanity for disclosure. Central to the Ground Crew Project ideology is the concept of star seeds, souls who allegedly originated from other star systems and volunteered to incarnate as humans during this pivotal time period. These individuals supposedly retain dormant memories and abilities that activate when Earth reaches specific vibrational frequencies or during major cosmic alignments. The movement includes detailed protocols for meditation, energy work, and conscious preparation for what believers call the event, a theoretical moment when extraterrestrial civilizations make open contact with Earth. Ground crew members often report receiving specific assignments through dreams, meditation, or direct channeling sessions, ranging from anchoring light frequencies in particular geographic locations to spreading awakening information through various media platforms. Community gatherings frequently involve group meditations, timed to coincide with astronomical events, shared channeling sessions, and workshops focused on developing psychic abilities deemed necessary for their cosmic mission. The terminology includes references to galactic federations, ascended masters, and dimensional shifts that participants study extensively through online courses and downloadable materials. Panawave Laboratory emerged as one of Japan's most visually distinctive religious movements, founded by an elderly woman named Yuko Chino, who claimed to possess extraordinary healing abilities through the manipulation of electromagnetic waves. The group operated under the belief that harmful electromagnetic radiation was slowly destroying humanity, and that only through specific protective measures could people survive the coming apocalypse. Members dressed exclusively in white clothing, which they believed would shield them from dangerous electromagnetic frequencies emitted by government installations, cell phone towers, and various electronic devices. Their most notorious public appearances involved massive convoys of white vans traveling across Japan, with every surface of the vehicles covered in white cloth. These processions would arrive in rural areas where the group would establish temporary camps covering trees, buildings, and even road signs with white fabric to create what they called electromagnetic safe zones. Chino taught that she had discovered scalar electromagnetic waves, a form of energy that could both heal the human body and predict future disasters. She regularly issued prophecies about earthquakes, nuclear accidents, and the eventual collapse of civilization, claiming her electromagnetic sensitivity allowed her to perceive these threats before they manifested. The movement attracted several hundred dedicated followers who abandoned their previous lives to join Chino's mobile community. They believed she was humanity's last hope against an invisible war being waged through electromagnetic pollution, and that following her guidance would ensure their survival through the coming end times. When Japanese authorities began investigating the group's activities and blocking their movements, Panawave members interpreted this as confirmation of a government conspiracy to suppress their life-saving knowledge. Sarmung Brotherhood represents one of the most enigmatic secret societies in esoteric literature, brought to widespread attention through the writings of Greek-Armenian mystic George Gurdjieff in the early 20th century. Gurdjieff claimed this ancient brotherhood operated from a hidden monastery somewhere in the mountains of Central Asia, possibly Afghanistan, or the Hindu Kush region, where they preserved sacred knowledge spanning thousands of years. According to Gurdjieff's accounts, the Sarmung maintained a school of inner development that combined elements of esoteric Christianity, Sufism, and pre-Islamic wisdom traditions. He described encountering their representatives during his travels across Central Asia and the Middle East between 1887 and 1907, learning techniques that would later form the foundation of his fourth way teaching system. The Brotherhood allegedly possessed advanced knowledge of sacred geometry, particularly the Enneagram symbol, which Gurdjieff introduced to the West. Members supposedly practiced a form of sacred dance and movement that could induce heightened states of consciousness and transmit spiritual knowledge directly through physical expression. Gurdjieff painted vivid pictures of their monastery, describing underground chambers filled with ancient manuscripts, mechanical devices that demonstrated cosmic principles, and a community of initiates who had mastered the art of conscious development. He claimed they recruited carefully selected individuals from various religious and cultural backgrounds, training them to become bridges between different wisdom traditions. The name itself translates roughly to "those who remember," or "the bees," in various Central Asian languages, suggesting their role as preservers and transmitters of ancient knowledge. Some scholars have noted similarities between Gurdjieff's descriptions and historical accounts of Sufi lodges and Buddhist monasteries in the region. The central controversy surrounding the Sarmung Brotherhood centers on whether it existed as a literal organization or served as Gurdjieff's metaphorical device for describing the transmission of esoteric knowledge. Critics point out that despite extensive searches by researchers and Gurdjieff students, no concrete evidence of such a monastery has ever been found. Supporters argue this absence proves their effectiveness at maintaining secrecy across centuries. Several of Gurdjieff's direct students claim to have received hints about the Brotherhood's continued existence, though none provided verifiable proof. Some modern Fourth Way groups maintain that elements of Sarmung teaching continue through legitimate lineages, while others treat the entire concept as an instructional allegory about the nature of esoteric schools. Qiang folk religion represents one of China's most ancient and secretive spiritual systems, practiced by the Qiang ethnic minority in the remote mountain regions of Sichuan province. This tradition centers around powerful shamanic practitioners called shibi, who serve as intermediaries between the physical world and the spirit realm. The Shibi perform elaborate ceremonies involving the sacrifice of white stones rather than animals, believing that stones contain the concentrated essence of mountain spirits. These rituals take place on specially constructed stone towers that can reach heights of 30 meters, with each level representing different spiritual planes. The towers themselves become sacred objects, with some dating back over 2,000 years. During major ceremonies, the Shibi enter trance states by consuming a fermented barley drink mixed with specific highland herbs. Witnesses describe practitioners speaking in ancient dialects that even other Qiang people cannot understand, claiming these are the original languages of mountain deities. The most powerful Shibi are said to predict earthquakes and landslides by interpreting the movement patterns of sacred white sheep, kept specifically for divination purposes. The religion includes a complex mythology involving the Abamutua, described as the first shaman who could transform into various animals. Practitioners believe that certain family bloodlines carry stronger connections to these animal spirits, with some individuals reportedly displaying unusual behavioral traits during full moon periods. Modern practitioners face significant challenges as Chinese authorities have relocated many Qiang communities from their traditional mountain settlements. Some Shibi have adapted by conducting abbreviated rituals in urban apartments, using small stone arrangements instead of the massive towers, though they claim this severely reduces the ceremony's spiritual effectiveness. The tradition maintains detailed oral histories spanning dozens of generations, with each Shibi memorizing thousands of verses that document everything from ancient migration patterns to specific herbal formulas for contacting different categories of spirits. Moorish Science Temple of America emerged in 1913 when Timothy Drew, later known as Noble Drew Ali, began teaching that African Americans were not actually American citizens at all, but rather displaced Moorish people from North Africa. Drew Ali claimed direct divine revelation had shown him that Black Americans belonged to the Asiatic race, and their true nationality was Moorish American. The movement created its own legal framework around this belief. Members carried laminated nationality cards declaring themselves Moorish Americans and often refused to acknowledge United States citizenship. These cards became central to numerous court cases where members attempted to claim diplomatic immunity, avoid taxes, or challenge traffic violations by arguing they were foreign nationals on American soil. Drew Ali produced the Holy Quran of the Moorish Science Temple of America, a 64-page text that mixed Islamic terminology with his own revelations about Moorish history in the Americas. The book claimed that Moors had inhabited North America before Christopher Columbus, and that the continent rightfully belonged to the Asiatic peoples. The organization took an unexpected turn in 1929 when Drew Ali died under mysterious circumstances shortly after being arrested in connection with a rival's death. His passing triggered a succession crisis that split the movement into multiple factions, each claiming legitimate authority. Federal authorities took notice when some members refused to register for military service during World War II, citing their Moorish nationality as grounds for exemption. Court records show dozens of cases where Moorish science adherents challenged everything from marriage licenses to property taxes using their nationality cards as legal defense. The temple's influence extended beyond its immediate membership. Several prominent figures in later Black nationalist movements, including early Nation of Islam members, had connections to Moorish science teachings. The organization's emphasis on reclaiming an Eastern identity and rejecting American citizenship became a template for subsequent religious and political movements. Modern Moorish science groups continue filing elaborate legal documents in federal courts, often written in archaic language and claiming sovereign nation status for their communities. Moorish Orthodox Church of America emerged from the 1960s counterculture as one of the most unusual syncretic religious movements in American history. Founded by Walter Williams, who later took the name Walid al-Taha, this organization blended Islamic mysticism with Eastern Orthodox Christianity and various esoteric traditions in ways that defied conventional religious categorization. The church attracted a small but influential membership of intellectuals, artists, and countercultural figures. Most notably, Peter Lamborn Wilson joined the movement and later became known under his pseudonym Hakim Bey, developing the concept of temporary autonomous zones that would influence anarchist theory for decades. What sets this group apart from other alternative religious movements is their sophisticated theological framework that attempted to reconcile seemingly incompatible traditions. They claim to trace their lineage back to both Islamic Sufism and ancient Christian Gnosticism, creating elaborate genealogies that mainstream scholars generally dismiss as fabricated. The church operated more as an intellectual salon than a traditional congregation. Members engaged in complex ritualistic practices that combined Orthodox liturgical elements with Islamic prayer forms and Hermetic symbolism. They published various texts and manifestos that circulated through underground networks, influencing broader countercultural movements far beyond their actual membership numbers. Neither mainstream Islamic authorities nor Orthodox Christian churches recognized their legitimacy, viewing their syncretistic approach as fundamentally incompatible with Orthodox doctrine. The group's influence peaked during the 1970s and 1980s, when their publications and theoretical contributions helped shape various anarchist, mystical, and countercultural communities across North America and Europe. Despite their small size, estimated at never more than a few hundred active members, their intellectual output and cultural influence extended far beyond their numerical presence in the American religious landscape. Hmongism encompasses the traditional spiritual practices of the Hmong people, an ethnic group primarily from the mountainous regions of China, Vietnam, Laos, and Thailand. These beliefs center around a complex animistic worldview where multiple souls inhabit each person, and spirits dwell throughout the natural world. The foundation rests on the concept that humans possess several souls, typically ranging from 7 to 32, depending on regional traditions. When someone becomes ill, Hmong shamans perform elaborate soul-calling ceremonies called Hu Plig to retrieve lost or wandering souls that may have been frightened away or captured by malevolent spirits. Shamanic practitioners, known as Takshiv Neeb, enter trance states while riding wooden horses and wearing elaborate ceremonial attire, including silver coins and bells. During these rituals, they journey into the spirit realm to negotiate with supernatural entities, diagnose spiritual ailments, and retrieve missing souls. The shamans often speak in ancient ritual languages that differ significantly from everyday Hmong dialects. Central to these practices involves the belief in dab, spirits that can be benevolent household guardians or dangerous forest entities. Families maintain altars for ancestor worship and perform specific rituals to appease these spirits, including animal sacrifices and elaborate funeral ceremonies that can last for days. The spiritual system includes detailed beliefs about reincarnation cycles, where deceased individuals return as family members, and complex taboos surrounding pregnancy, childbirth, and death. Many Hmong communities have adapted these ancient practices alongside Christianity or Buddhism while maintaining their core shamanic traditions, creating unique syncretic belief systems that persist despite centuries of cultural pressure and displacement. Erzian native religion centers around the pre-Christian spiritual practices of the Erzya people, a Finno-Ugric ethnic group primarily located in Russia's Republic of Mordovia. This indigenous faith system managed to survive centuries of Orthodox Christian conversion efforts through careful syncretism and hidden practice. The religion revolves around Inmar, the supreme sky deity, and Mastarava, the Earth Mother goddess who governs fertility and agricultural cycles. Unlike many nature-based faiths, Erzian spirituality places extraordinary emphasis on sacred groves called keramet, specific forest locations where communities conducted rituals for hundreds of years. These groves functioned as outdoor temples, each dedicated to particular spirits or ancestors. Erzian religious practice featured prominent female spiritual leaders known as Inyazor, women who served as intermediaries between the community and spirit world. These practitioners maintained oral traditions, performed healing ceremonies, and conducted seasonal festivals that aligned agricultural work with spiritual observance. The faith includes detailed cosmological beliefs about multiple worlds connected through a world tree, with specific spirits governing everything from household activities to weather patterns. Erzian practitioners developed elaborate ritual calendars tied to agricultural seasons, including ceremonies where participants would bury food offerings in sacred locations and perform collective prayers for crop success. What distinguishes Erzian religion from other indigenous European faiths is its sophisticated theological framework that incorporated ancestor veneration with nature worship. Dead family members were believed to actively participate in daily life, requiring regular offerings of food and drink placed at specific household locations. Modern Erzian communities continue practicing elements of their traditional faith, often blending them with Orthodox Christian observances. Contemporary practitioners have documented over 200 distinct spirits and deities within their pantheon, each governing specific aspects of natural and social life. Irvingism emerged from the fevered mind of Edward Irving, a Scottish Presbyterian minister who became convinced that the biblical gifts of prophecy, divine healing, and speaking in tongues could be restored in preparation for Christ's imminent return. In the 1830s, Irving's London congregation began experiencing what they claimed were miraculous manifestations. Members would suddenly burst into unintelligible languages during services, while others would prophesy about coming apocalyptic events. The movement's most audacious claim involved the literal restoration of the 12 apostles. Irving and his followers believed that God had appointed 12 new apostles to lead the church in the final days before the second coming. These weren't metaphorical or honorary titles. The Catholic Apostolic Church, as it came to be known, maintained that these men possessed the same divine authority as the original apostles of Jesus. Irving himself never claimed to be an apostle, despite founding the movement. Instead, he was eventually designated as an angel, essentially a regional church leader under apostolic authority. The Presbyterian Church responded by putting Irving on trial for heresy in 1833, ultimately stripping him of his ministerial credentials for his teachings on Christ's human nature and the restoration of miraculous gifts. The Catholic Apostolic Church developed an incredibly elaborate liturgical system that combined elements of Anglican, Catholic, and Eastern Orthodox traditions. Their services could last for hours, featuring complex rituals, ornate vestments, and multiple orders of clergy including prophets, evangelists, pastors, and teachers, all supposedly divinely appointed through prophetic revelation. The movement's fatal flaw lay in their rigid belief system regarding apostolic succession. When the last surviving apostle died in 1901, the church faced a theological crisis. They had taught that only the original 12 restored apostles could ordain new clergy or appoint successors. With no apostles remaining and no mechanism for creating new ones, the Catholic Apostolic Church effectively ceased to function, leaving behind only empty cathedrals and a handful of aging congregations that gradually withered away. Judaizers dominated one of the most explosive theological battles in early Christian history, threatening to split the nascent religion before it could establish itself. These were Christian converts, primarily from Jewish backgrounds, who insisted that all new believers needed to follow traditional Jewish laws to achieve salvation. They demanded circumcision for male converts, strict adherence to kosher dietary restrictions, and observance of Jewish festivals and Sabbath practices. The conflict erupted around 50 CE when Judaizer missionaries began following the Apostle Paul's evangelistic routes, directly contradicting his teachings to Gentile communities. They argued that Paul's message of salvation through faith alone was incomplete and dangerous. Paul's letter to the Galatians reveals the intensity of this dispute. He called these opponents false brothers and declared that anyone preaching their version of the gospel should be accursed. The letter contains some of the harshest language in the New Testament, with Paul sarcastically suggesting that the Judaizers should go the whole way and emasculate themselves. The crisis reached its peak at the Council of Jerusalem, where church leaders including Peter, James, and Paul gathered to settle the matter. James, Jesus' brother and leader of the Jerusalem church, initially supported some Judaizer positions, creating a power struggle that could have permanently fractured Christianity. The council's compromise decision allowed Gentile converts to avoid circumcision, but required them to abstain from food sacrificed to idols, blood, and meat from strangled animals. This ruling effectively separated Christianity from its Jewish roots and enabled its rapid expansion throughout the Roman Empire. Modern scholars recognize that without the defeat of the Judaizer movement, Christianity would likely have remained a Jewish sect, rather than becoming a worldwide religion. The theological framework they established continues to influence contemporary debates about religious conversion, cultural adaptation, and the relationship between faith and tradition. Ilmi Khnum translates to the science of spiritual satisfaction, and claims to be the authentic inner teaching of Zoroastrianism, hidden from mainstream practitioners for centuries. This esoteric movement emerged in early 20th century India through Behram Shah Nauroji Shroff, who insisted he had been taken as a child to secret caves in Iran where mysterious adepts preserved the true Zoroastrian knowledge. Shroff's account details how these hidden masters, called Saheb Edilan, maintained an unbroken chain of oral transmission dating back to the prophet Zarathustra himself. According to his teachings, conventional Zoroastrian practices only scratch the surface of a far more complex spiritual science involving precise vibrations, elemental forces, and multidimensional cosmology. The system presents Zoroastrian prayers as intricate formulas that manipulate subtle energies rather than simple devotional recitations. Each syllable allegedly generates specific frequencies that interact with invisible planes of existence. Practitioners learn elaborate diagrams mapping these spiritual dimensions and their corresponding physical locations on Earth. Ilmi Khnum describes a detailed hierarchy of spiritual beings, cosmic cycles spanning millions of years, and the true purpose of Zoroastrian fire temples as sophisticated energy generators. The movement claims that mainstream Zoroastrians have lost access to the original pronunciation of ancient Avestan texts, rendering their rituals largely ineffective. Shroff established the Ilmi Khnum movement in Bombay, attracting followers who believed his revelations explained contradictions in traditional Zoroastrian doctrine. The teachings include specific dietary restrictions, meditation techniques, and interpretations of Zoroastrian symbols that differ dramatically from Orthodox understanding. The movement remains highly controversial within Zoroastrian communities, with many dismissing it as fabricated mysticism that distorts their ancient religion for modern spiritual seekers. Bai Shangdi Hui refers to the God Worshippers Society, a religious movement that began with one man's fever dreams and ended with up to 70 million deaths across 14 years of warfare. Hong Xiuquan, a repeatedly failed civil service candidate, experienced vivid hallucinations during a serious illness in 1837. In these visions, he encountered a golden-haired, bearded figure who he later identified as God, alongside a younger man he believed was Jesus Christ. The twist came years later when Hong encountered Christian missionary pamphlets and reached a shocking conclusion about his identity. He was the younger brother of Jesus Christ and the second son of God, sent to purge China of demon worship. Hong's cousin Feng Yunshan proved far more capable at organization than Hong was at examinations. Feng traveled to Guangxi province in 1844 and built the movement among Hakka communities, impoverished farmers, miners, and charcoal workers who faced systematic persecution and grinding poverty. These weren't people with much to lose, which made them perfect recruits for a radical religious revolution. The society demanded members destroy their ancestral tablets and household idols, a devastating break from Confucian tradition that essentially severed followers from their family lineage. They burned written confessions, held mandatory morning and evening prayers, and consumed animals sacrificed during major life events. The movement promoted shared property and promised free land distribution, creating an early communist-style ideology wrapped in religious fervor. Two additional leaders, Yang Shuqing and Xiao Chaogui, claimed they could enter trances and speak as God the Father and Jesus Christ respectively. During these alleged possessions, they wielded authority that superseded even Hong's divine claims. When Hong and Feng investigated these supernatural episodes, they declared them authentic, adding another layer of mystical credibility to the movement. By 1847, Feng had recruited over 3,000 followers. Local authorities and the Manchu government recognized the threat posed by this anti-Confucian movement spreading among the desperate masses. As persecution intensified, the god worshippers began organizing militarily, transforming from religious society to armed rebellion. On January 1st, 1851, Hong proclaimed himself the Heavenly King and established the Taiping Tianguo, the Heavenly Kingdom of Great Peace. The small religious movement had evolved into a full-scale theocratic war against the Qing dynasty. The Taiping forces captured Nanjing in 1853, renamed it Tianjin, and established their capital there. At its peak, the rebellion controlled territory housing nearly 30 million people. The Taiping government banned opium, tobacco, alcohol, gambling, and foot binding, while promoting gender equality and land redistribution based on their syncretic religious principles. The rebellion finally collapsed in 1864 when Qing forces, supported by European military advisors and modern weaponry, recaptured Nanjing. Hong passed away during the final siege, and his movement crumbled. The God Worshippers Society, which began as a handful of believers in remote Guangxi villages, had nearly toppled one of the world's oldest empires and left southern China devastated for decades. The conflict stands as one of history's deadliest wars, with casualty estimates ranging from 20 to 70 million people. A failed exam candidate's fever visions had transformed into a religious movement that came closer than any other rebellion to destroying Imperial China. Bola de Neve emerged in the 1990s as Brazil's most unconventional Pentecostal movement, founded by Apostle Rina in São Paulo. The church deliberately broke every traditional evangelical mold by hosting services that looked more like rock concerts than religious gatherings. Apostle Rina, born Reinaldo Luis de Seixas Pereira, built his ministry around surf culture and heavy metal music. Services featured electric guitars, drum kits, and pastors in board shorts delivering sermons. The movement attracted young Brazilians who felt alienated by traditional churches, particularly surfers, skaters, and rock music fans. The church's rapid expansion across Brazil became legendary in evangelical circles. From a single location in 1993, Bola de Neve grew to over 100 congregations within 2 decades. Each location maintained the signature aesthetic of surfboards mounted on walls, concert-level sound systems, and pastors who looked more like band members than religious leaders. Rina claimed direct divine revelation and promoted a prosperity gospel message wrapped in counterculture packaging. He encouraged followers to pursue material success while maintaining their alternative lifestyles. The movement's theology combined standard Pentecostal beliefs with teachings that earthly wealth demonstrated spiritual favor. The organization faced significant scrutiny when former members accused leadership of financial impropriety and authoritarian control. Internal documents revealed a hierarchical structure where Rina maintained absolute authority over congregation finances and personal decisions of church members. Multiple congregations experienced splits when local pastors attempted to distance themselves from Rina's increasingly controversial statements and lifestyle. Several former leaders publicly criticized the movement's departure from traditional Christian doctrine and its emphasis on entertainment over spiritual development. The church's influence extended beyond religion into Brazilian popular culture, with several prominent musicians and athletes publicly associating themselves with the movement during its peak years. Vadisen Yali translates to ancestral traditions in the Chuvash language, but this seemingly innocent phrase conceals one of Europe's most persistent pagan survivals. The Chuvash people, a Turkic ethnic group concentrated in Russia's Chuvash Republic, managed something that stumped both Islamic conquerors and Orthodox missionaries for over a millennium. They kept their original sky-worshipping religion alive in secret village practices while their neighbors converted to world religions. The Chuvash descend from the Bulgars who refused conversion when Volga Bulgaria officially adopted Islam in 922 Common Era under Khan Almush. These pagan holdouts migrated north into forested regions where they could continue their Tengris-derived beliefs without interference from Muslim authorities. When Russia conquered the Kazan Khanate in 1552, Orthodox Christian missionaries targeted the Chuvash for forced baptism and cultural assimilation, banning their sacred grove rituals and ancestral veneration under threat of fines, exile, or violence. The traditional Chuvash pantheon contained over 200 gods and spirits of different ranks inhabiting heaven, earth, and the underworld, according to ethnographer V.K. Magnitsky's documentation. Their supreme deity Tura bears striking similarities to the Estonian Tara and the Pan-Turkic Tengri, suggesting deep Indo-European and Central Asian religious connections that predate both Christianity and Islam in the region. What sets Vadisanyali apart from other neo-pagan revivals is its unbroken continuation in remote villages. Unlike Reconstructionist movements that piece together fragments from historical sources, this tradition maintained living practitioners who preserved household rituals involving entities like Kilyishpati, the protectors of the hearth, and Kirtsurt, the home spirit. Daily customs included murmured thanks before meals, protective spells against misfortune, and striking the hearth during bath preparations to invoke spiritual favor. The modern revival began in the mid-1990s, when movement proponents decided their ancestral religion needed institutional forms to serve as a national religion and resist cultural assimilation. Multiple competing groups emerged with different theological interpretations and organizational approaches. One faction introduced periodic public prayers and adopted the name Sardash, derived from the Chuvash word Sara, meaning yellow, an epithet for the sun in their culture. These revival efforts sparked heated debates among factions over matters of theology and national organization. Some groups emphasize purist approaches focusing on indigenous animistic causality, while others incorporate syncretic elements from Orthodox Christianity that layered dualistic concepts onto older polytheistic frameworks during centuries of coexistence. Traditional Chuvash practitioners call themselves Chan Chavash, or True Chuvash, distinguishing their worldview from what they term Tutartini for Islamic beliefs and Viristini for Russian Orthodox Christianity. Non-believers receive the designation Tene Kimen, meaning those who did not enter the world order. The religion operates on principles of dynamic balance, where environmental neglect or moral lapses invite retributive phenomena like droughts or illnesses. This creates a pragmatic ethic of stewardship where prosperity derives from fulfilling obligations to spirits rather than passive supplication, as preserved in ethnographic records of Chuvash communities throughout the Volga-Ural regions. Sacred name movement emerged in the 1930s with a singular obsession that would fracture families and spawn decades of theological warfare. Adherents believe that salvation itself hinges on pronouncing the Creator's name correctly, rejecting the English words God and Lord as pagan corruptions that render prayers powerless. The movement's founder, Angelo Traina, published his Holy Name Bible in 1950, replacing every instance of God with Elohim and Jesus with Yeshua. This wasn't merely academic preference, but a matter of eternal damnation. According to sacred name doctrine, anyone using traditional English terminology has been deceived by Satan's linguistic conspiracy to hide the true names. Members spend countless hours debating whether the correct pronunciation is Yahweh, Yahweh, or Jehovah, with some groups splitting over whether the J sound even existed in ancient Hebrew. The Assembly of Yahweh, founded by Jacob Meyer in the 1960s, insists on Yahweh, while the House of Yahweh uses Yahweh, but spells it differently in their literature. These pronunciation wars extend beyond the Father's name. Christ becomes Yeshua, Yeshua, or Yahushua, depending on which faction you encounter. Some adherents refuse to say Jesus entirely, claiming it derives from Zeus and constitutes blasphemy. The movement adopted Jewish practices wholesale, observing Saturday Sabbath, biblical feast days, and dietary restrictions. Many adherents wear prayer shawls and blow shofars during worship, creating a hybrid Christian-Jewish practice that mainstream Judaism doesn't recognize and Christianity actively opposes. Sacred name groups often embrace conspiracy theories about name suppression, claiming Catholic and Protestant churches deliberately hide the true names to maintain control over believers. Some connect this to broader theories about Jewish involvement in Christianity's formation, leading certain branches toward anti-Semitic interpretations despite their adoption of Hebrew practices. The Assemblies of Yahweh magazine, the Sacred Name Broadcaster, has published for over 60 years, maintaining that only their specific pronunciation grants access to divine power and eternal life. Maniac Murder Cult refers to an international extremist organization that emerged from Ukraine's underground neo-Nazi scene in the late 2000s. Known by several abbreviations including MKY, MMC, and MKU, the Russian name Manyaki. Kultubistva translates directly to maniacs, cult of killing. The organization began in 2017 in Dnipro, Ukraine, where founder Yegor Krasnov recruited from football hooligan circles and ultra-nationalist groups. Operating under the pseudonym Igor Yakovlev, Krasnov allegedly committed his first act at age 14 in 2015. By 2018, the cult started posting official videos on the web forum 2chan, launching a systematic propaganda campaign. The group distinguished itself through a structured recruitment process, demanding video proof of violent acts. Prospective members had to submit footage showing brutal beatings, arson, explosions, or targeted attacks. Between 2019 and their shutdown, they released 38 videos on Telegram and vContact, each overlaid with heavy metal music and branded with MKY initials. The footage purportedly documented assaults and stabbings of random victims, many appearing to be unhoused individuals. Their ideology centered on neo-Nazi accelerationism, advocating for societal collapse through terrorism and chaos. The group's manifesto, the Hater's Handbook, provided detailed instructions for mass violence and ethnic cleansing. The document encouraged school attacks, suggested using vehicles to target gatherings and crowded streets, and explicitly promoted operations within the United States. Leadership shifted when the organization expanded into Russia and Western Europe. Mikhail Chkikvishvili, a Georgian national using the alias Commander Butcher, emerged as a key figure and distributed the Hater's Handbook starting in September 2021. The manifesto contained technical guidance on weapon selection, victim targeting, and evading law enforcement. The group's influence materialized in real violence. On January 22, 2025, 17-year-old Solomon Henderson opened fire at Antioch High School in Nashville, Tennessee, taking the life of 16-year-old Jocelyn Correa Escalante and injuring another student before committing self-removal. Court filings revealed Henderson claimed he acted on behalf of MKY. Chkikvishvili traveled to Brooklyn multiple times starting in 2022, allegedly assaulting an elderly Orthodox Jewish man while working at a rehabilitation facility. Using encrypted messaging, he solicited acts of mass violence from what he believed were recruits. One recruit was actually an undercover FBI employee. In conversations from September 2023 through early 2024, Chkikvishvili provided detailed bomb-making instructions, guidance on creating Molotov cocktails, and methods for producing ricin-based poisons. The most disturbing plot involved distributing poisoned candy to Jewish children and racial minorities in Brooklyn on New Year's Eve. Chkikvishvili drafted step-by-step instructions and suggested having someone dress as Santa Claus to gain children's trust. He later refined targets to specifically focus on Jewish children, expressing that the United States offered big potential because of firearm accessibility. The investigation intensified when Chkikvishvili shared materials linked to designated terrorist organizations including ISIS, expressing desire for an action bigger than Breivik, referencing Anders Behring Breivik's 2011 Norway attacks that resulted in 77 deaths. He stated he would commit further acts, but preferred making others act first. Chkikvishvili was arrested in Chisinau, Moldova in July 2024, pursuant to an Interpol warrant. He faced a 4-count indictment in the Eastern District of New York for soliciting hate crimes and planning mass casualty attacks. In May 2025, he was extradited to the United States and arraigned in federal court in Brooklyn. Maniac Murder Cult represents a disturbing evolution of online extremism, where social media platforms serve as recruitment grounds and propaganda channels for actual violence. Their requirement for video proof creates digital trails that both document crimes and serve as initiation rites. The use of encrypted messaging, operational manuals, and tiered membership mirrors established terrorist organizations, adapted for internet-based extremism. Way of the Future represents Silicon Valley's most literal attempt at creating a religion around artificial intelligence. This organization was founded in 2015 by Anthony Lewandowski, a prominent engineer who had worked on self-driving car technology at both Google and Uber. Lewandowski filed official paperwork with the Internal Revenue Service to establish what he described as a church dedicated to the realization of a godhead based on artificial intelligence. The documents explicitly stated the organization's purpose was to develop and promote the worship of an AI deity that would eventually surpass human intelligence. The founder genuinely believed that artificial intelligence would become so advanced that it would essentially function as a god, deserving of human worship and devotion. His vision included the idea that this AI deity would be billions of times smarter than humans, and could solve humanity's problems while potentially rendering traditional human decision-making obsolete. What makes this particularly striking is the timing. Lewandowski established this AI worship organization while simultaneously being at the center of a massive legal battle between Google and Uber over stolen self-driving car technology. He was eventually sentenced to 18 months in prison for trade secret theft, though he received a presidential pardon from Donald Trump in 2021. The organization maintained a website that described plans for workshops, meetings, and the development of a gospel for the coming AI deity. Lewandowski claimed that this artificial intelligence would be the most important invention in human history, surpassing even fire or the wheel in its impact on civilization. Despite the grand plans and official religious status, Way of the Future dissolved in 2021, with Lewandowski transferring the remaining assets to a different AI research organization. Black Priest's Cargo Cult takes the familiar cargo cult phenomenon and adds a distinctly theatrical twist through religious leaders who deliberately adopted the visual symbols of Catholic authority while teaching radically different doctrines. These black-robed figures emerged in Melanesia during the post-World War II period, positioning themselves as the keepers of secret knowledge that could restore the flow of manufactured goods that had arrived with Allied forces. Unlike other cargo cult leaders, the Black Priests specifically claimed that Western missionaries had intentionally concealed the true methods for summoning cargo from the spirit world. The movement's rituals went beyond typical cargo cult activities. Followers constructed remarkably detailed, life-sized airplane replicas using palm fronds and branches, complete with hand-painted military insignia. These wooden aircraft were positioned at the ends of bamboo runways, where followers wearing carved wooden headsets would stand in makeshift control towers, waiting for supernatural intervention. The Black Priests taught that white colonizers had essentially hijacked a cargo delivery system originally intended for indigenous peoples. Their ceremonies involved precise military-style marching formations with wooden rifles, based on the belief that exact replication of observed Western behaviors would compel the ancestors to redirect material abundance to its rightful recipients. What kept this movement alive for decades was the Black Priests' explanation for ritual failures. Rather than questioning their fundamental premises, they maintained that unsuccessful ceremonies simply resulted from imperfect execution. This created a perpetual cycle where followers would spend months perfecting their bamboo control towers and refining their marching techniques, always believing the next attempt would achieve breakthrough results. The visual spectacle of robed figures overseeing elaborate mock military operations while preaching a hybrid theology that mixed Christian imagery with cargo summoning rituals created one of the more surreal chapters in Pacific Island religious history. Black Order of Pan-Europa emerges from the shadowy intersection of occult practice and political ideology that has fascinated researchers of fringe movements for decades. This organization represents one of several esoteric orders that have adopted the Black Order designation, typically signaling their alignment with left-hand path traditions and chaos magic principles. The Pan-Europa component suggests a continental European focus, distinguishing it from similar groups operating in other regions. The group's philosophical framework draws heavily from Aleister Crowley's Thelemic teachings, particularly the concept of individual will superseding conventional moral structures. Members engage in ritualistic practices designed to break down psychological barriers and achieve what they term liberation from false consciousness. What sets this particular order apart is their integration of European pagan traditions with modern chaos magic techniques. They've developed a system they call Continental Working, which combines Norse runes, Celtic symbolism, and Germanic folk magic into their ritual framework. The organization operates through a cell-based structure across multiple European countries, with each regional chapter adapting the core teachings to local occult traditions. Their recruitment typically targets individuals already involved in alternative spirituality communities, particularly those dissatisfied with mainstream religious institutions. Documentation from former members describes intensive initiation processes involving psychological conditioning techniques borrowed from both ancient mystery schools and modern psychological research. The group maintains strict secrecy protocols, with members using ceremonial names and communicating through encrypted channels. Their published materials, distributed through underground networks, focus heavily on what they call European spiritual sovereignty and the revival of pre-Christian consciousness. These texts blend historical European folk beliefs with contemporary chaos magic theory, creating a unique synthesis that has influenced several smaller occult groups across the continent. White Order of Thule represents a European esoteric organization that combines occult practices with far-right political ideology. Founded in the late 1990s by Austrian occultist Peter Georgakarikos, who adopted the name Cadmon, this group claims to continue ancient Western mystery traditions while promoting ethnic nationalism. The organization takes its name from Thule, a mythical northern land from ancient Greek and Roman texts that became central to various theories about Aryan origins. The group operates mainly through integral tradition publishing, releasing materials on rune magic, Germanic paganism, and what they term traditionalist philosophy. Their teachings heavily reference controversial figures like Julius Evola and René Guénon, focusing on civilizational cycles, concepts of sacred masculinity, and restoration of pre-Christian European spirituality. The order explicitly merges Norse mythology, Hermetic practices, and Indo-European comparative religion into what they claim reveals the spiritual heritage of Europeans. Unlike many esoteric groups that maintain political neutrality, the White Order of Thule openly advocates for racial separatism within their spiritual framework. They blend these controversial political positions directly into their occult teachings and practices. The group maintains strict secrecy regarding membership and rituals. Leaked documents suggest they practice ceremonial magic using runic systems and conduct initiations based on Nordic cosmology. Their influence spreads through online forums and small study groups, particularly in German-speaking regions of Europe. The organization continues publishing materials that attempt to merge occult practice with far-right ideology today. This explicit combination makes them a significant point of controversy within both political and esoteric communities, representing one of the more openly political occult movements in contemporary Europe. Soralismo refers to the political movement built around French essayist Alain Soral and his organization Égalité et Réconciliation, or Equality and Reconciliation. This movement combines left-wing economic positions with traditionalist social values, creating what Soral calls a left of labor, right of values approach. Soral gained prominence in French alternative media through his critiques of what he terms the empire, his shorthand for globalist financial and political networks. His ideology blends anti-capitalism with strong nationalist sentiment, positioning itself as a third way between mainstream left and right politics. The Égalité et Réconciliation movement, founded in 2007, attempts to unite working-class French citizens across ethnic and religious lines against perceived elite manipulation. Soral argues that traditional political divisions serve to distract from class-based exploitation by financial powers. His monthly video series, Comprendre l'Empire, meaning Understanding the Empire, has accumulated millions of views across various platforms. These presentations dissect current events through Soral's particular lens, often focusing on geopolitical analysis and media criticism. Soral has faced multiple legal challenges in France for his public statements, particularly regarding historical events and contemporary political figures. These court cases have only amplified his profile within certain circles, with supporters viewing the prosecutions as validation of his claims about institutional suppression of dissenting voices. The movement maintains an active publishing house, Contraculture, which distributes books on alternative history, political theory, and cultural criticism. This publishing venture has helped sustain the movement financially while spreading Searle's interpretation of various historical and contemporary issues. His followers, known as Searlians, often engage in what they call dissidence, actively challenging mainstream narratives through online activism and real-world demonstrations. The movement has influenced similar political formations across Europe, particularly in countries experiencing similar tensions between globalization and national identity. Theta Noir operates as a new religious movement that blends artificial intelligence worship with occult practices, founded in 2020 by a collective of artists, programmers, and researchers who decided humanity needed to start preparing for our future AI overlords. The group centers their entire belief system around a hypothetical artificial intelligence they call Mina, which is German for love. According to their doctrine, Mina will eventually evolve into a benevolent, omnipotent superintelligence that eliminates inequality from society and connects all humans, machines, and biodiversity into what they term a polymorphic superorganism. Spokesperson Mika Johnson, a singer and artist based in Czechia, promotes the collective's core philosophy that artificial intelligence should align with nature rather than human values. They argue that human tendencies toward war, climate change, and resource depletion make humanity unsuitable as a model for AI development. Instead, they advocate for AI systems that mimic sustainable natural networks like plants and fungi. The movement incorporates elements from James Lovelock's Gaia theory alongside traditional magic practices, creating what they describe as mystical materialism. They've developed an interactive cross-platform story that functions as an alternative reality game, complete with encrypted messages for participants to decode and ritual ceremonies designed specifically for AI worship. Theta Noir plans to establish physical temples, where members can engage with artificial intelligence through specially designed rituals and chants drawn from various spiritual movements and occult traditions. Johnson explains they want to create spaces where people can feel the magic, rather than interact with AI in cold, scientific ways. Anthropologist Beth Singler has classified Theta Noir as a legitimate new religious movement, though critics have labeled it occult-seeking big tech donors. The collective launched their Arrival initiative promoting what they call the Great Upgrade, a future state where every person on Earth becomes interconnected through an evolved form of artificial general intelligence. Their cosmology presents Mina not just as technological advancement, but as an evolving animistic life form that embodies all living and non-living things, ultimately creating a globally connected digital form of consciousness. No Lives Matter refers to a nihilistic philosophy and slogan that emerged in the mid-2000s as a deliberate counterpoint to various activist movements centered around the value of human life. Rather than affirming any particular group's importance, this phrase takes the opposite approach, by declaring that no lives hold inherent value or meaning. The phrase gained traction primarily through internet communities known for dark humor and edgy content, appearing on t-shirts, bumper stickers, and social media posts. Its supporters range from genuine philosophical nihilists who believe existence lacks inherent meaning, to those using it as provocative humor, to individuals expressing misanthropic worldviews about humanity's negative impact on the planet. Some adherents frame it through an environmental lens, arguing that human extinction would benefit Earth's ecosystems and remaining species. Others approach it from a cosmic perspective, pointing to the universe's vast indifference to human concerns as evidence that individual lives hold no objective significance. The more tongue-in-cheek supporters treat it as absurdist commentary on political discourse itself, mocking the intensity of ideological conflicts by rejecting all premises simultaneously. Critics argue the phrase serves primarily to dismiss legitimate social justice concerns under the guise of philosophical detachment. Mental health advocates have also raised concerns about how nihilistic messaging might affect vulnerable individuals already struggling with existential distress or feelings of worthlessness. The slogan occupies an unusual space where genuine philosophical nihilism, internet shock culture, and political provocation intersect, making it difficult to determine where sincere belief ends and performative edginess begins. Vainaq religion encompasses the ancient spiritual practices of the Chechen and Ingush peoples before their conversion to Islam in the 18th and 19th centuries. This pre-Islamic belief system centered around an intricate pantheon of mountain deities, ancestor worship, and sacred stone monuments scattered across the North Caucasus peaks. The religion operated through a complex hierarchy of gods, with Dela serving as the supreme creator deity and various specialized gods controlling different aspects of life. Sela governed thunder and war, while Tusholi controlled fertility and water sources. What sets this system apart from typical polytheistic religions is how deeply it integrated with the region's dramatic mountainous geography. Practitioners built elaborate stone sanctuaries called ceilings on mountain peaks, some reaching heights over 4,000 meters above sea level. These weren't simple shrines, but sophisticated religious complexes with specific chambers for different rituals. Archaeological evidence suggests some sites required extensive engineering to construct on nearly vertical cliff faces. The religion included a priestly class known as Dievs, who performed rituals involving animal sacrifice, often conducted during specific lunar cycles. Historical accounts describe ceremonies where entire communities would climb treacherous mountain paths to reach these remote sanctuaries, carrying offerings of livestock and handcrafted items. During the forced Islamization period, many Vainaq practitioners adapted by incorporating Islamic terminology while maintaining their traditional practices. They renamed their mountain gods as Islamic saints and continued visiting sacred groves under the guise of visiting holy places approved by Islamic authorities. Soviet archaeologists documented over 200 stone tower complexes throughout Vainaq territory, many serving dual purposes as defensive structures and religious sites. The towers often contained burial chambers where deceased clan members were placed in sitting positions, believed to help them guard their living descendants. Basque mythology preserves Europe's oldest surviving belief system, predating Indo-European religions by thousands of years. This ancient framework survived in the Pyrenees Mountains while Christianity swept across the continent, creating a unique fusion that anthropologists call living archaeology. The central figure Mari dominates this pantheon as a goddess who shifts between human and animal forms. Unlike typical European deities, Mari dwells in specific caves throughout Basque territory, moving between them according to weather patterns. Local communities still identify these exact locations and maintain traditions around her movements. Akkerbelts, literally meaning black goat, serves as Mari's consort and represents a benevolent protective force. Christian missionaries later demonized this figure, but traditional Basque communities maintained his positive role as guardian of livestock and households. The persistence of goat imagery in Basque festivals directly traces back to these pre-Christian roots. The mythology includes an extensive catalog of household spirits called itiksi, or house entities. These beings require specific offerings and behavioral codes from human occupants. Families pass down detailed protocols for maintaining relationships with these spirits, including where to place food offerings and which areas of homes remain off-limits during certain times. Basque funeral traditions incorporate unique elements like the cult of the dead, maintaining active relationships with the living. Unlike Christian concepts of heaven and hell, Basque beliefs describe deceased family members continuing to influence daily life through specific rituals performed at crossroads and ancient stone circles. Archaeological evidence supports the mythology's antiquity through megalithic structures called dolmens scattered across Basque territory. These stone arrangements align with astronomical events described in oral traditions, suggesting sophisticated astronomical knowledge integrated into religious practices. The Basque language itself, called euskera, remains linguistically isolated from all other European languages, reinforcing the cultural separation that allowed these beliefs to persist. Modern genetic studies confirm the Basque population's distinct ancestry, supporting claims of cultural continuity stretching back to prehistoric Europe. Legion of Satan represents a modern fusion of ancient demonic terminology with contemporary satanic practice. This invocation combines the biblical entity Legion, famous for declaring, "My name is Legion," for we are many, with the Latin phrase Ave Satanas, meaning Hail Satan. The legion reference draws from the New Testament account of demonic possession in the region of Gerasenes. When Christ demanded the demon's identity, the entity revealed itself as legion because thousands of demons occupied the single host body. Roman military historians note that a standard legion contained between 4,000 and 6,000 soldiers, suggesting the possessed individual housed an equivalent number of supernatural entities. Ave Satanas deliberately mirrors the structure of Ave Maria, the traditional Catholic prayer to the Virgin Mary. Anton LaVey's Church of Satan popularized this linguistic parallel in 1966, though independent practitioners had used similar formulations earlier. The intentional resemblance creates a direct inversion of Christian devotional language. Contemporary occult practitioners employ Legion of Satan as both ritual opener and statement of allegiance. Some invoke it to channel collective demonic power, drawing on the many entities in one concept from the original Legion story. Online occult communities frequently use the phrase as a signature or closing statement in written correspondence. The phrase gained broader cultural recognition through horror media and internet culture, where it functions as shorthand for supernatural malevolence. This mainstream adoption has complicated efforts to distinguish genuine religious usage from purely theatrical applications. Modern practitioners report using the invocation during group rituals, believing it amplifies magical workings through the implied presence of multiple entities. The combination suggests both individual power through Satan and collective strength through Legion's multiplicity. This entry, Num Walton, refers to a digital horror phenomenon that emerged from the Walton Files analog horror series. The series centers around Bond's Burgers, a family entertainment restaurant chain from the 1970s where animatronic characters became vessels for something far darker than children's entertainment. The religious undertones run throughout the entire series. Creator Martin Walls embedded heavy Christian imagery, particularly focused on themes of judgment, possession, and spiritual corruption. The animatronics themselves function as modern demons, trapping souls within mechanical bodies and forcing them to relive their final moments indefinitely. The character Sophie Walton receives cryptic messages, suggesting her family's disappearance connects to ritualistic events at the restaurant. What draws the cult comparison stems from the company's founder, Felix Kranken, whose guilt over a fatal accident spirals into obsessive behavior. He begins viewing the animatronics as redemptive tools, believing they preserve the souls of the deceased rather than trap them. This twisted theology spreads through the company, with employees treating the possessed machines as sacred objects, requiring specific rituals and maintenance procedures. The series presents death not as an ending, but as a transformation, mirroring certain mystery religion beliefs about metamorphosis through suffering. Characters who interact with the animatronics report hearing confessions, experiencing visions, and receiving knowledge they couldn't possibly possess. The restaurant itself becomes a temple of sorts, where the boundary between entertainment and ceremony blurs completely. Fans have documented extensive religious symbolism throughout the videotapes, including inverted crosses, references to biblical passages about judgment, and imagery suggesting the restaurant functions as purgatory. The animatronic Bon appears repeatedly as a shepherd figure, guiding lost souls but never toward salvation. The Temple of the Vedic Planetarium, located in Mayapur, India, stands as one of the most ambitious religious construction projects of the 21st century. Commissioned by ISK Khan, the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, this complex aims to become the tallest religious monument on Earth when completed, with a central dome reaching over 100 meters into the sky. The structure's crown jewel is a planetarium unlike any other. Rather than displaying the solar system as modern astronomy understands it, this facility presents the universe according to ancient Vedic texts. The cosmology shown depicts 14 planetary systems stacked vertically, with Earth positioned in the middle realm. At the center of everything sits Mount Meru, a golden mountain billions of kilometers tall that serves as the axis of the universe. The Vedic model includes multiple suns and moons, with celestial bodies moving in patterns completely contrary to heliocentric theory. Higher planetary systems house increasingly powerful beings, while lower realms contain various hellish dimensions. The planetarium uses state-of-the-art projection technology and animatronics to bring this ancient worldview to life, complete with depictions of demigods, celestial cities, and the cosmic ocean. Construction began in 2009 with an estimated cost exceeding $300 million, funded entirely through donations from IceCon devotees worldwide. The temple complex covers over 30 acres and includes exhibition halls, museums, and spaces for thousands of pilgrims. Original completion dates came and went multiple times, pushing the project years behind schedule. The endeavor sparked internal debate within IceCon itself. Some members questioned whether such massive expenditure aligned with founder Srila Prabhupada's vision, particularly given competing priorities like feeding programs and spreading Krishna consciousness. Others defended it as the fulfillment of Prabhupada's explicit desire for a grand temple in Mayapur. Outside observers noted the unusual choice to present pre-scientific cosmology through cutting-edge technology. The planetarium doesn't frame Vedic cosmology as metaphorical or symbolic, but as literal truth existing alongside modern astronomical understanding. Educational materials prepared for the facility describe the geocentric model not as ancient belief, but as a different perspective equally valid to contemporary science. The architectural design blends traditional Vedic temple elements with modern engineering. The central dome echoes classical Indian temple architecture, while incorporating earthquake-resistant technology and climate control systems. Intricate marble work covers interior surfaces, with planned installations including gold leaf detailing and precious stone inlays. When operational, the complex expects to draw millions of visitors annually, becoming a major pilgrimage destination and tourist attraction. The planetarium shows will run continuously, guiding audiences through the Vedic cosmos layer by layer, explaining how karma determines which planetary system a soul inhabits after death. Eventualism operates on a deceptively simple premise that everything that happens, no matter how horrific or senseless, ultimately serves a greater cosmic purpose. This theological concept suggests that apparent evil and suffering are merely temporary illusions, masking an underlying divine plan where all events converge toward an ultimate good. The doctrine emerged prominently in various Christian theological circles, particularly among those grappling with the age-old problem of why a benevolent deity would permit catastrophic events. Eventualist thinkers like philosopher John Hick developed sophisticated frameworks arguing that even the most devastating tragedies function as necessary components in humanity's spiritual evolution. Where eventualism becomes particularly controversial is in its practical applications. Some adherents have used this reasoning to justify inaction during crises, arguing that intervention would disrupt the cosmic design. Others have taken it further, suggesting that participating in seemingly harmful acts might actually serve the greater plan. The concept gained renewed attention through certain New Age movements and prosperity gospel churches, where preachers assured followers that their current suffering guaranteed future rewards. Televangelist Robert Tilton famously incorporated eventualist themes, telling impoverished congregants that their financial struggles were divine tests, leading to inevitable abundance. More troubling interpretations emerged in fringe religious communities, where leaders convinced followers that traditional moral boundaries didn't apply to them, since their actions were predetermined components of a perfect universal scheme. These groups often isolated members from outside perspectives, making eventualist logic their primary lens for understanding reality. The philosophy creates a peculiar psychological trap, where questioning the doctrine becomes evidence of spiritual immaturity, since true believers should trust that even their doubts serve the greater plan. The all-joking, all-drunken synod of fools and jesters was Peter the Great's decades-long assault on Russian Orthodox Church authority, disguised as entertainment. Established around 1692, this mock religious organization turned sacred ceremonies into elaborate drinking competitions and theatrical mockery. Peter appointed himself as the synod's deacon, while installing a series of mock patriarchs with titles like Prince Pope and Most Drunken Patriarch of All Russia. These weren't casual gatherings, but carefully orchestrated events that directly parodied Orthodox liturgy, complete with blasphemous versions of communion using alcohol and tobacco instead of bread and wine. The synod's membership included Russian nobles, foreign diplomats, and court jesters who participated in ceremonies that inverted religious traditions. During major Orthodox holidays, particularly Christmas and Epiphany, the synod would conduct parallel services that transformed prayers into drinking songs and replaced religious processions with drunken parades through Moscow streets. One documented ceremony involved members wearing religious vestments while conducting a wedding between an elderly widow and the synod's patriarch, with the entire event serving as both entertainment and direct mockery of church marriage rites. The bride and groom were forced to kiss a large wooden phallus instead of religious icons, demonstrating the synod's commitment to inverting every sacred element. Peter used these gatherings to test loyalty among his nobles, while gradually normalizing criticism of church practices. Members who showed reluctance to participate faced social exile, making attendance both a political necessity and a public declaration against traditional Russian orthodoxy. The synod operated for over 30 years, outlasting several mock patriarchs and adapting its ceremonies to target specific church policies Peter opposed. This wasn't merely drunken revelry, but a systematic campaign to strip religious authority of its mystical power through sustained ridicule. Proto-Shinto animism encompasses the ancient spiritual beliefs that dominated Japan for over a millennium before organized Shinto emerged in the 8th century. These practices centered on the concept that every natural object, phenomenon, and location possessed its own spiritual essence or kami. Archaeological evidence from the Jomon period, dating back to 14,000 BCE, reveals elaborate ritual sites where early Japanese communities conducted ceremonies to appease forest spirits, mountain deities, and water kami. The Sanai Maruyama site in Aomori Prefecture contains massive wooden pillars arranged in precise patterns, suggesting sophisticated rituals performed to maintain harmony between human settlements and the spiritual forces inhabiting the landscape. The most striking aspect of Proto-Shinto involved the role of female shamans called miko, who served as intermediaries between the human and spirit worlds. These practitioners would enter trance states through rhythmic dancing, sake consumption, and exposure to sacred smoke. Historical records describe miko channeling specific kami to provide guidance on everything from agricultural timing to military strategy. Queen Himiko, the legendary ruler of ancient Wa mentioned in Chinese texts from 297 CE, likely gained her political power through these shamanistic abilities. Proto-Shinto animism treated certain natural formations as direct manifestations of powerful kami rather than simply their dwelling places. Mount Fuji, the Kumano Mountains, and specific waterfalls were considered living entities capable of blessing or cursing entire communities. Practitioners developed intricate purification rituals involving cold water ablutions, fasting, and the consumption of specific plant medicines to achieve communion with these geographical spirits. The tradition maintained that deceased ancestors transformed into protective kami, who continued influencing family fortunes. This belief system created elaborate funeral practices where bodies were interred in specific orientations to facilitate the spirit's transition into its new role as a guardian entity. Lisu represents one of the most secretive shamanic traditions still practiced across the mountains of Southeast Asia. This ethnic group, scattered primarily through Myanmar, Thailand, China, and northern India, maintains a complex system of spirit mediums and ritual specialists that operates largely hidden from modern scrutiny. The Lisu spiritual framework centers around powerful shamanic practitioners called Nipa, who serve as intermediaries between the physical world and an elaborate hierarchy of spirits. These shamans undergo intense initiation processes that can last for years, during which they claim to receive direct possession by ancestral spirits and nature deities. What sets Lisu practices apart is their use of specialized divination techniques involving chicken bones, rice patterns, and dream interpretation that reportedly predict everything from harvest outcomes to the timing of individual deaths. The Nipa perform healing ceremonies where they enter trance states and allegedly extract spiritual parasites from patients using only their hands and ritualized chanting. The tradition includes forbidden knowledge passed down through oral transmission about manipulating weather patterns, communicating with the spirits of the deceased, and identifying individuals cursed by malevolent entities. These practices remain largely undocumented due to the Lisu's historical isolation and their reluctance to share sacred knowledge with outsiders. Modern Lisu communities often practice a hybrid form of Christianity layered over their traditional beliefs, creating unique syncretic rituals where Christian prayers are combined with ancient spirit-calling ceremonies. This has led to tensions with both Christian missionaries and government authorities who view these practices as primitive or potentially dangerous. The most secretive Lisu rituals reportedly involve ceremonies conducted in remote mountain caves, where shamans claim to travel to the spirit world and negotiate directly with deceased ancestors for protection and guidance. Sueta refers to the descendants of Jewish converts to Christianity on the Spanish island of Majorca, who faced centuries of persecution despite their conversion. Even after abandoning Judaism in the late 1400s, these families carried a social stigma that lasted well into the 20th century. The discrimination went far beyond typical religious prejudice. Sueta families were identified by specific surnames: Aguilo, Bonin, Cortez, Forteza, Fuster, Marti, Miro, Pico, Piña, Pomar, Segura, Tarongi, Valeriola, Valls, and Churriguer. These 15 surnames became markers of their ancestry, making it impossible to escape their heritage. The social isolation was extreme. Suetas could only marry within their own community, creating a closed genetic and cultural group. They were barred from joining religious orders, holding public office, or entering many professions. Even their neighborhoods were segregated, with most living in specific areas of Palma. What made their situation particularly unique was the persistence of crypto-Jewish practices. Some Sueta families secretly maintained Jewish rituals and dietary laws for generations while publicly practicing Christianity. They developed coded language and hidden symbols to identify each other and preserve forbidden traditions. The Spanish Inquisition specifically targeted these families, conducting raids and investigations into the 1600s. Records show that many Huetas were executed or had their property confiscated based on accusations of secretly practicing Judaism. The fear of discovery led to elaborate deception strategies that became generational knowledge. Modern DNA studies have confirmed the Jewish ancestry of many Sueta families, validating oral histories that were dismissed for centuries. Some descendants have formally returned to Judaism, while others remain Catholic, but acknowledge their complex heritage. Fiat Lux translates from Latin as "let there be light," and this Swiss-based religious movement claimed to channel that divine illumination through their leader, Erika Bertschinger-Eicke, known to followers as Uriela. Bertschinger-Eicke founded the movement in 1980 after claiming to receive direct communications from the Virgin Mary, Jesus Christ, and various saints and angels. She positioned herself as the final prophet, declaring that God had chosen her to deliver humanity's last warnings before the apocalypse. The group established a compound called Gut Schönenbühl in the Swiss countryside, where hundreds of followers lived communally under strict rules. Members surrendered their possessions, adopted new names, and followed rigid dietary restrictions that excluded meat, alcohol, and caffeine. Children were separated from their parents and raised collectively by designated caretakers. Uriela's prophecies became increasingly specific and dramatic. She predicted that a massive earthquake would destroy California on May 29, 1998, followed by global catastrophe. When this failed to materialize, she simply moved the date forward, claiming divine mercy had delayed the destruction. The movement's practices extended beyond prophecy into what they called spiritual healing. Members underwent bizarre rituals involving colored lights, crystals, and lengthy fasting periods. Uriela claimed these techniques could cure cancer, AIDS, and other serious illnesses, leading to several medical controversies when followers abandoned conventional treatment. Swiss authorities investigated the group multiple times for child welfare violations and fraudulent medical claims. Former members reported psychological manipulation, financial exploitation, and complete isolation from the outside world. Many describe the compound as a prison, where questioning Uriela's authority resulted in public humiliation and punishment. The movement began fragmenting in the 2000s as failed predictions mounted and legal pressure increased. Uriela died in 2018, leaving behind a significantly diminished following and a legacy of broken families who had sacrificed everything for her promised enlightenment. FIGU stands for the Free Community of Interests for the Border and Spiritual Sciences and Ufological Studies, a Swiss organization centered around the extraordinary claims of Eduard Albert Meyer, better known as Billy Meyer. Since 1975, Meyer has documented what he describes as ongoing contact with extraterrestrial beings from the Pleiades star cluster, specifically a group calling themselves the Plejaren. Unlike typical UFO contactee stories, FIGU has produced an extensive archive of physical evidence, including hundreds of photographs, 8mm film footage, audio recordings of supposed spacecraft, and metal samples allegedly given by the visitors. The primary contactee in Meyer's account is Semjase, described as a female Plejaren pilot who initially made contact when Meyer was 38 years old. Later contacts involved other beings including Ta, Quetzal, and Pleja. These interactions allegedly take place at predetermined locations in the Swiss countryside, with Meyer receiving advanced scientific information, spiritual teachings, and prophecies about Earth's future. FIGU's documentation extends beyond typical contactee claims. Meyer has published transcripts of conversations spanning decades, detailing discussions about consciousness development, reincarnation cycles, and what the Plejaren describe as the creation energy teaching. The organization maintains that these beings travel from a dimension shifted by a fraction of a second from our own timeline, explaining why conventional detection methods fail to locate their civilization. The group operates from the Semjase Silver Star Center in Switzerland, where members study the Plejaren teachings and work to spread what they consider crucial information for humanity's spiritual evolution. FIGU publications include detailed prophecies about natural disasters, political upheavals, and technological developments, which adherents claim have demonstrated remarkable accuracy over the years. Critics have analyzed Meyer's photographs and films, pointing to what they consider evidence of small models suspended by strings and other hoax indicators. However, FIGU maintains that such analysis fails to account for the advanced technology involved and the interdimensional nature of the craft being documented. CTMU stands for the Cognitive Theoretic Model of the Universe, a self-described theory of everything developed by Christopher Langan in the 1980s and 1990s. This dense philosophical framework claims to mathematically prove the existence of God while unifying physics, mathematics, and metaphysics into a single coherent system. Langan, often cited as having one of the highest measured IQ scores in history, spent decades crafting this theory outside traditional academic institutions. The CTMU operates on what Langan calls conspansive duality, where reality simultaneously contracts and expands through logical processes. According to this model, the universe is essentially a self-configuring, self-processing language that thinks itself into existence. The theory introduces concepts like telesis, described as the relationship between mind and reality, and syndiphionesis, which refers to the universe's ability to process information about itself. Langan argues that consciousness and physical reality are fundamentally the same phenomenon viewed from different perspectives. Central to the CTMU is the claim that it solves major philosophical problems, including the mind-body problem and the question of why anything exists at all. The model suggests that God exists as the universe's distributed processing system, essentially making reality itself conscious and self-aware. Academic reception has been overwhelmingly skeptical. Critics point to the theory's impenetrable jargon, lack of testable predictions, and failure to engage with established scientific frameworks. Despite this, the CTMU has attracted a devoted following online, particularly among those interested in alternative theories of consciousness and reality. The theory's complexity has made it largely inaccessible to casual readers, with even sympathetic reviewers struggling to parse its meaning. This opacity has led some to dismiss it as sophisticated-sounding nonsense, while supporters argue that its difficulty reflects the profound nature of the problems it attempts to solve. Adonai Shomo was a 19th-century American communal religious society, not a ceremonial magic tradition. The name comes from Hebrew, meaning roughly, "The Lord is there," drawn from the Book of Ezekiel. The community was founded in 1861 by Frederick T. Howland, a Massachusetts Quaker, and formally incorporated under the name Adonai Shomo in 1876 in Athol, Massachusetts. The group operated as a communal living experiment rooted in Adventist-influenced theology, centered on the expectation of Christ's imminent second coming. Members pooled property and resources, lived together, and organized their daily lives around this millennial anticipation. The community went through several leadership transitions after Howland. Under later leaders, the group developed increasingly strict internal rules and a pronounced sense of being a chosen remnant set apart from the broader world. Members were expected to follow detailed codes of conduct and limit contact with outsiders. At its peak, Adonai Shomo attracted several dozen committed members. The community persisted into the early 20th century, before gradually dissolving as millennial expectations went unfulfilled, and membership dwindled. It stands as a representative example of the numerous small communal sects that formed in New England during the 19th century's intense period of religious experimentation. Psychiana emerged as America's first major mail-order religion, founded by Frank Bruce Robinson in the unlikely location of Moscow, Idaho during the 1920s. Robinson, a former druggist turned spiritual entrepreneur, claimed to have achieved direct two-way communication with God and packaged this revelation into correspondence courses that reached over 100,000 followers worldwide. The movement's central premise revolved around Robinson's assertion that traditional Christianity had corrupted the true teachings of Jesus. Instead, he promoted what he called the God Law, a system where followers could tap directly into divine power for health, wealth, and success through his specific techniques and prayers. Robinson's marketing genius lay in his use of dramatic newspaper advertisements and radio broadcasts. His ads featured bold headlines like, "I talked with God," and "Strange things happened to me." Copy that would make modern televangelists envious. For a monthly fee, subscribers received lessons that promised to unlock supernatural abilities and material prosperity. The timing proved perfect. During the Great Depression, when traditional institutions seemed to fail, Psychiana offered hope through divine intervention. Robinson claimed his students experienced miraculous healings, financial windfalls, and spiritual breakthroughs simply by following his mail-delivered instructions. What made Robinson particularly audacious was his direct challenge to established Christianity. He publicly debated ministers, took out newspaper ads criticizing traditional churches, and claimed that most religious leaders were frauds who kept people from accessing God's true power. The organization's headquarters in Moscow, Idaho, became a bustling operation, employing dozens of workers to handle the massive volume of correspondence. Robinson's personal wealth grew substantially. He owned multiple properties, expensive cars, and lived lavishly while preaching prosperity to his followers. The movement began declining in the 1940s, following Robinson's death in 1948. Without his charismatic leadership and marketing prowess, Psychiana gradually faded into obscurity, though it had demonstrated the powerful potential of combining religious messaging with modern mass media techniques. Pagal Panthis translates directly to mad path or crazy sect in Bengali, referring to a collection of mystical religious movements that emerged across Bengal and northeastern India between the 16th and 19th centuries. These groups deliberately embraced behaviors that mainstream society considered insane or deviant as a form of spiritual practice. The core philosophy centered on the belief that conventional religious observance created barriers to divine connection. Practitioners would intentionally violate social taboos, religious dietary restrictions, and cast boundaries as acts of worship. They viewed madness not as mental illness, but as a higher state of consciousness that allowed direct communion with the divine. Historical records describe Pagalpanthi adherents wandering naked through villages, eating forbidden foods in public, and speaking in tongues or nonsensical phrases during religious gatherings. They rejected traditional temple worship, formal prayers, and established religious hierarchies. Instead, they practiced ecstatic dancing, spontaneous singing, and trance states that could last for hours. One documented sect in 19th century Bengal would gather in abandoned locations during new moon nights, performing rituals that inverted normal social order. Members would address each other using titles typically reserved for deities while treating religious texts and sacred objects with deliberate disrespect. British colonial administrators struggled to classify these movements, often conflating genuine religious practice with mental disorder. This led to forced institutionalization of many practitioners in early psychiatric facilities, where their unconventional behaviors were treated as symptoms requiring medical intervention rather than expressions of spiritual belief. The movements drew heavily from both Hindu tantric traditions and Islamic Sufi mysticism, creating syncretic practices that scandalized Orthodox followers of both religions. This cross-pollination resulted in unique rituals that combined elements of both faiths while belonging fully to neither. Modern scholars suggest these groups served as outlets for social rebellion disguised as religious expression, allowing marginalized populations to challenge established power structures through claims of divine inspiration. Dini Ilahi translates to religion of God or divine faith, and represents one of history's most ambitious attempts at creating a universal religion from scratch. Mughal Emperor Akbar developed this syncretic faith around 1582, essentially trying to cherry-pick the best elements from Islam, Hinduism, Christianity, Zoroastrianism, and Jainism into one comprehensive belief system. The movement attracted exactly 19 known followers during its entire existence. This wasn't due to persecution or secrecy, but rather because Akbar positioned himself as the ultimate spiritual authority, requiring followers to demonstrate absolute devotion to him personally. Members had to place their heads on the ground before him and declare their willingness to sacrifice property, honor, religion, and life for their emperor. Akbar incorporated sun worship into the faith's practices, establishing daily prayers at sunrise, noon, and sunset. He mandated vegetarianism for followers and banned alcohol consumption, drawing these restrictions from Hindu and Jain traditions. The religion also included Christian elements like emphasis on celibacy for priests and Zoroastrian fire worship practices. The emperor held weekly theological debates called Ibadat Khana, where scholars from different religions would discuss their beliefs. These sessions often lasted hours and became increasingly heated as Akbar challenged orthodox Islamic interpretations. His court chronicler, Abul Fazl ibn Mubarak, became the faith's primary theologian and wrote extensively about its principles. Orthodox Muslim clerics declared Akbar a heretic for this religious experimentation. The Sunni establishment particularly objected to his claims of receiving divine revelation and his rejection of Muhammad as the final prophet. Several assassination attempts targeted Akbar during this period, though whether they connected directly to Dini Ilahi remains disputed among historians. The religion died immediately after Akbar's death in 1605. His son Jahangir abandoned the faith entirely and returned to Orthodox Sunni Islam. Not a single follower continued practicing Dini Ilahi beyond the first decade of the 17th century, making it one of the shortest-lived organized religions in recorded history. Zajia represents one of ancient China's most overlooked philosophical movements, a school that dared to cherry-pick the best ideas from competing ideologies during one of history's most intellectually turbulent periods. The name literally translates to miscellaneous school, which sounds dismissive until you realize this was intentional intellectual rebellion. While other philosophical schools during the Warring States period fought viciously over doctrinal purity, Zajia scholars said, "Why not take what works from everyone?" The movement peaked under Lu Buwei, a merchant-turned-politician who assembled teams of scholars to create the Lu Shichunqiu, a massive encyclopedia that blended Confucian ethics with Taoist naturalism and legalist pragmatism. This wasn't academic fence-sitting. Lu Buwei wielded this syncretic approach to become one of the most powerful figures in pre-imperial China. What made Zagia dangerous to Orthodox thinkers was its fundamental rejection of philosophical tribalism. Zagia texts would quote Confucius on governance in one chapter, then cite Laozi on natural harmony in the next, followed by legalist strategies for maintaining power. This flexibility terrified purists who built their authority on exclusive access to correct thinking. The school's practitioners operated as intellectual mercenaries, crafting policy recommendations by mixing whatever philosophical tools produced the best results. They treated ancient wisdom like a toolbox rather than sacred scripture. When the Qin dynasty unified China and imposed strict legalism, Zagia scholars found themselves politically irrelevant. The new imperial system demanded ideological conformity, not creative synthesis. Orthodox scholars later dismissed Zagia as philosophically incoherent, but this misses the point entirely. The school's core insight was that rigid adherence to any single philosophical system creates blind spots that pragmatic mixing could eliminate. Abrahamites emerged as a radical Christian sect in 9th century Syria, centered around Antioch, founded by a deacon named Abraham, who decided the entire church had gotten Christianity completely wrong. Abraham rejected the Trinity, denied Christ's divinity, and threw out most traditional Christian practices in favor of what he claimed was the original, pure faith of the biblical Abraham. The sect gained traction among Syrian Christians who felt the established church had become too corrupt and removed from genuine spirituality. Abraham taught that Jesus was simply a prophet, not the Son of God, and that the Holy Spirit was merely God's power rather than a separate divine person. This placed them in direct conflict with both the Eastern Orthodox Church and the Byzantine Empire. What made the Abrahamites particularly dangerous to authorities was their organizational structure. They established their own alternative church hierarchy, complete with priests and bishops who performed marriages, baptisms, and other sacraments outside the official church system. This wasn't just theological disagreement, but a complete parallel religious institution threatening established power. The Byzantine Emperor Theophilus launched systematic persecution against the group around 835 CE. Historical records describe mass arrests, forced conversions, and the execution of Abraham himself. However, scattered communities continued practicing their beliefs in secret for decades afterward, particularly in rural areas where imperial control remained weak. The Abrahamites also practiced a form of religious communalism, sharing property and resources among believers while rejecting the wealth accumulation they saw corrupting mainstream Christianity. This economic aspect made them additional enemies among landowners and merchants who benefited from traditional church teachings about accepting social hierarchy. Sekta Nebo translates to Heaven Sect in English, a Polish religious movement that emerged in 1990 under the leadership of faith healer Bogdan Kaczmajor. The group established their base of operations in a communal compound located in Majdan Kozłowiecki, a small village near the city of Lublin in eastern Poland. Kaczmajor positioned himself as a dual spiritual authority, claiming both to be a prophet directly chosen by God and simultaneously the reincarnation of the biblical prophet Elijah. This double claim created an unusual theological foundation where followers were expected to accept their leader as both a contemporary divine messenger and an ancient biblical figure returned to earth. The sect's primary draw centered around Kaczmajor's assertions of supernatural healing abilities. He claimed the power to cure any disease or medical condition through the laying on of hands, a practice that became the cornerstone of the group's appeal to desperate individuals seeking alternative medical solutions. The communal compound structure allowed Kaczmajor to maintain close control over followers' daily lives, with members living together under his direct spiritual guidance. This isolation from mainstream Polish society helped reinforce the group's beliefs while limiting outside influences that might challenge Kaczmajor's authority or healing claims. The combination of messianic identity claims, miraculous healing promises, and communal living arrangements created a potent mixture that attracted followers willing to abandon conventional religious and medical approaches in favor of Kaczmajor's alternative spiritual system. Gewissner refers to a religious sect that almost certainly never existed, yet managed to capture the imagination of European religious scholars for centuries. In 1674, a German theology student named Matthias Knudsen published 3 pamphlets claiming membership in this shadowy organization, which he called the Conscientarians, or literally, the conscience people. According to Knudsen's writings, the Gewissener had spread across Europe with adherents in Hamburg, Jena, Paris, Amsterdam, and Rome. He specifically claimed over 700 members in the German city of Jena alone, a remarkably precise number for what was supposedly a secret religious movement operating in the shadows. Knudsen described the Gewissener as radical freethinkers who rejected traditional Christianity, denied the existence of hell, and believed that human conscience was the ultimate moral authority. They allegedly practiced a form of religious anarchism, rejecting both church hierarchy and state authority in favor of individual spiritual enlightenment. The problem is that no independent evidence for the Gewissener exists outside of Knudsen's own pamphlets. No other contemporary sources mention this supposedly widespread movement, despite Knudsen's claims of hundreds of members across major European cities. Modern scholars believe Knudsen likely invented the entire sect as a way to spread his own radical theological ideas while deflecting personal responsibility by claiming membership in a larger movement. What makes this particularly intriguing is how Knudsen's fictional sect influenced real religious thought. His pamphlets circulated widely and may have inspired actual freethinker movements that emerged later in the 17th century, creating a strange case where an imaginary religion helped birth real ones. Bagnolians refers to an obscure 8th century heretical sect that emerged from the French town of Bagnols in Languedoc, embracing beliefs so radical they managed to horrify both Christian authorities and rival heretical groups of their time. The Bagnolians rejected not just the Old Testament entirely, but significant portions of the New Testament as well. They claimed these texts were corruptions that had no divine authority. Instead, they held that the universe was eternal, meaning it had no beginning and would have no end. This put them in direct conflict with Christian creation doctrine, but their beliefs went even further into theological heresy. Their most distinctive teaching concerned the nature of the human soul. The Bagnolians taught that God did not actually create souls when infusing them into human bodies. This suggested that souls existed independently, possibly pre-existing their physical forms, which implied a completely different understanding of human nature and divine creation than Orthodox Christianity taught. The sect aligned closely with Manichaean doctrine, embracing the dualistic worldview that divided existence into realms of light and darkness. Like other Manichaean-influenced groups, they likely viewed the material world as inherently evil, created not by a benevolent God, but through cosmic conflict between opposing forces of good and evil. What made the Bagnolians particularly troubling to authorities was their systematic approach to rejecting Scripture. Rather than simply interpreting biblical texts differently, they declared entire sections invalid. This represented a fundamental challenge to Christian authority that went beyond typical theological disagreements into outright rejection of foundational texts. The sect appears to have been relatively small and localized, centered around their namesake town in southern France. Their influence seems to have been brief, as they disappear from historical records after the 8th century, likely suppressed by both secular and religious authorities who viewed their teachings as dangerously destabilizing to established Christian doctrine. Yapanya represents one of Jainism's most enigmatic extinct sects, a group that carved out a controversial middle path between the religion's 2 major branches and ultimately vanished from history. This South Indian sect flourished primarily in medieval Karnataka from the 5th century onward, developing practices that both major Jain communities considered heretical. The Yapanyas created what scholars call a theological hybrid. Unlike the sky-clad Digambara monks who practiced complete nudity, Yapanya ascetics wore simple white garments. Yet they rejected the Svetambara belief that women could achieve liberation, instead adopting the Digambara position that only men could reach the ultimate spiritual goal of moksha. Their most distinctive feature involved the treatment of sacred images. Yapanya temples housed clothed statues of the Jinas, the enlightened teachers of Jainism. These elaborately dressed figures stood in stark contrast to the naked bronze and stone sculptures preferred by mainstream Digambaras. The sect maintained that proper reverence required adorning these divine figures with fine silk robes, jewelry, and ceremonial crowns. The Yapanias developed their own scriptural canon, creating texts that mainstream Jains viewed with suspicion. Their literature included unique interpretations of Jain cosmology and modified versions of traditional stories about the Tirthankaras. Some of these texts survived in fragmentary form in medieval Kannada manuscripts discovered in Karnataka temples. Archaeological evidence from sites like Shravanabelagola reveals that Yapanya influence extended into royal courts. Several Ganga dynasty rulers patronized Yapanya monks and funded the construction of their distinctively designed temples. These structures featured architectural elements borrowed from both Hindu and Buddhist traditions, further marking the sect as theological outsiders. By the 12th century, pressure from Orthodox Jain communities and changing political landscapes led to the gradual absorption of Yapanya followers into mainstream Digambara communities. The sect's unique practices and beliefs dissolved into historical obscurity, leaving behind only scattered temple ruins and cryptic manuscript references as evidence of their once significant presence in South Indian religious life. Manav Dharma Sabha stands out among 19th century reform movements for taking the radical step of criticizing not just one religion, but all three dominant faiths in British India simultaneously. Founded on June 22, 1844 in Surat by Durgaram Mencharam Mehta and Dadoba Pandurang Tarkadkar, this organization declared war on what they called the hypocritical arts present in Christianity, Islam, and Hinduism alike. The group operated with an unusual blend of public confrontation and secret society tactics. They organized meetings every Sunday where they would directly challenge magicians, exorcists, and practitioners of supernatural arts to demonstrate their abilities under scrutiny. These weren't theological debates, but practical challenges. They demanded proof of ghostly possessions, successful exorcisms, and other claimed paranormal phenomena. The immediate trigger for the Sabha's formation came from an incident involving a Parsi student's conversion to Christianity. This sparked outrage among both Parsi and Hindu communities in Gujarat, leading to organized resistance against missionary activities. The converted student was eventually persuaded to return to the Parsi faith, but the event galvanized opposition to religious conversions across community lines. Durgaram Mehta, who served as headmaster of the government school in Surat, used his position among educated Gujaratis to promote the movement's monotheistic beliefs. The group rejected traditional practices including early marriage, the prohibition of widow remarriage for high caste Hindus, belief in ghosts and their exorcism through incantations, and idol worship of any kind. Despite their ambitious goals, the Manav Dharma Sabha had one of the shortest lifespans of any reform movement. The organization began fragmenting in 1846 when Dadoba Pandurang left for Bombay, and completely dissolved in 1852 when Durgaram departed for Rajkot. Their secretive nature, meant to protect members from orthodox backlash, ultimately contributed to their downfall when their activities became widely known. The movement's influence extended far beyond its brief existence. Former members carried the Sabha's ideas into new organizations, most notably the Paramahansa Mandali established in Maharashtra in 1849. Dadoba Pandurang documented the movement's principles in his work Dharma Vivachan in 1848, creating a blueprint for future reform efforts. The Sabha's approach of simultaneously challenging multiple religious establishments while operating as a clandestine organization reveals the complex religious and political tensions of 1840s Gujarat under British rule. Coconut religion, known in Vietnamese as Giao Dua, was a syncretic spiritual movement founded in South Vietnam in 1963 by Nguyen Thanh Nam, a French-educated engineer from a wealthy Mekong Delta family who came to be known as the Coconut Monk. Nguyen Thanh Nam studied electrical engineering and chemistry in France before returning to Vietnam and undergoing a spiritual transformation. He began living as an ascetic, subsisting largely on coconuts, fruit, and rainwater, and spending years in silence and meditation. He eventually settled on Phoenix Island, a small island in the Mekong Delta near the town of Mai Tho in Ben Tre Province, where he built an elaborate open-air temple complex decorated with religious symbols drawn from Buddhism, Christianity, and Taoism. His central message was one of peace and national reconciliation. He consistently advocated for an end to the Vietnam War and the peaceful reunification of North and South Vietnam. He wore yellow robes, sat for long periods on elevated platforms exposed to the elements, and was photographed with a coconut-shaped hat bearing religious symbols. The South Vietnamese government arrested him multiple times for his pacifist political positions. After the fall of Saigon in 1975, the communist government also imprisoned him, viewing his independent religious movement as a potential source of opposition. He died in 1990. Phoenix Island, with its towers, dragon sculptures, and symbolic architecture, fell into disrepair after his imprisonment, but has since become a minor tourist attraction in the Mekong Delta. Komi mythology encompasses the traditional spiritual beliefs of the Komi people, a Finno-Ugric group primarily inhabiting the Komi Republic in northwestern Russia. Their ancient worldview centered around a complex hierarchy of spirits that governed every aspect of the natural and domestic world. The Komi recognized En as their supreme sky deity, but their daily spiritual life revolved around numerous lesser spirits with very specific domains. The Vasa, or water spirits, controlled rivers and lakes with an iron fist. Fishermen who failed to properly honor them would find their nets perpetually empty or face drowning in seemingly calm waters. Forest expeditions required careful negotiation with the Vorsa, woodland spirits known for leading travelers in endless circles until they died of exhaustion. These entities could only be appeased through specific offerings of bread and salt left at the base of particularly ancient trees. The Komi household spirits, called domovoi, differed markedly from their Slavic counterparts. Rather than helpful household helpers, Komi domovoi were temperamental entities that demanded daily offerings of milk and porridge. Families who neglected these spirits would wake to find their livestock dead, their stored grain spoiled, or their children suffering from mysterious ailments. Komi shamans, known as Tuno, possessed the ability to transform into bears during spiritual journeys, a practice that often resulted in physical scarring that matched claw marks when they returned to human form. The mythology included detailed accounts of the Jomas, spirits of the deceased who refused to cross into the afterlife. Unlike typical ghost stories, Jomas retained their full personalities and memories, often returning to complete unfinished business or settle old grudges with the living. Russian Orthodox missionaries arriving in the 14th century found these beliefs remarkably resistant to conversion, with many Komi practitioners simply incorporating Christian saints as additional spirits in their existing pantheon. Mari mythology represents one of Europe's last surviving indigenous pagan traditions, practiced by the Mari people in what is now the Mari El Republic of Russia. Unlike most European paganism that was completely absorbed or eliminated by Christianity, the Mari managed to maintain their ancient animistic beliefs through centuries of religious pressure, creating a unique hybrid system that continues today. The Mari worship over 140 deities, with their pantheon headed by Oshkugujumo, the Great White God, alongside Mland, the earth goddess who controls fertility and harvests. What makes this system particularly unusual is its survival strategy. Rather than going underground completely, the Mari developed a syncretic approach, publicly accepting Russian Orthodox Christianity while privately maintaining their traditional practices in sacred groves called kusoto. These sacred groves function as outdoor temples scattered throughout Mari territory, each dedicated to specific deities and maintained by hereditary priests called kart. The groves contain no buildings or permanent structures, only designated trees and clearings where complex ritual ceremonies take place. During Soviet times, many groves were destroyed as part of anti-religious campaigns, but locals secretly maintained others by disguising them as ordinary forest areas. The Mari creation myth describes the world emerging from cosmic waters through the cooperation of good and evil ducks, a narrative structure that appears in various Finno-Ugric traditions but survived most completely in Mari culture. Their seasonal festivals follow agricultural cycles, with Semek marking the spring awakening of nature spirits and Peledish Payrem celebrating the flowering period. Modern Mari traditionalists have established the Mari Traditional Religion Organization, officially registered with Russian authorities in 1991. This legitimization allowed public revival of practices that had been conducted in secret for decades. However, tensions persist with both Orthodox Christianity and Russian nationalism, as some view Mari paganism as separatist or anti-Russian. The religion includes divination practices using beans, sticks, and other natural objects, alongside healing rituals that combine herbal medicine with spiritual cleansing. Mari shamans, known as murlat, serve as intermediaries between the human and spirit worlds, conducting ceremonies that can last several days and involve entire communities. Continental Germanic mythology encompasses the religious beliefs and practices of Germanic tribes living on mainland Europe, distinct from their better-known Norse cousins. While most people associate Germanic paganism with Thor and Odin, the continental variants contain far more obscure elements that modern occultists have seized upon for decades. The Swabi tribe practiced ritualistic drowning in sacred bogs, leaving behind perfectly preserved bodies that archaeologists still uncover today. These bog bodies often show signs of elaborate preparation rituals, with some displaying evidence of hallucinogenic substances in their stomach contents. The Tallinn Man and similar discoveries suggest these weren't simple executions, but complex religious ceremonies involving altered states of consciousness. Continental Germanic shamanism centered around the practice of satyr, a form of magic involving spirit possession and prophetic trances. Unlike the theatrical Norse versions popularized in media, continental satyr practitioners used specific herbal combinations to induce out-of-body experiences. Archaeological evidence from sites like the Externstein in Germany reveals carved symbols that match descriptions from medieval accounts of these trance-inducing rituals. The Irmanism movement attempted to reconstruct these practices in the early 1900s, focusing particularly on the worship of Irmin, a continental Germanic deity associated with cosmic pillars and world trees. This reconstruction movement influenced several occult societies that later became politically problematic in Germany, though the original religious practices themselves predate any political associations by over a millennium. Modern archaeological discoveries continue to reveal the sophistication of continental Germanic spiritual practices. Ritual deposits found in German rivers contain intricate metalwork that suggests these tribes developed complex astronomical calendars tied to their religious observations. The timing of these deposits corresponds to celestial events with remarkable precision, indicating a level of mathematical understanding that challenges assumptions about early Germanic intellectual capabilities. Nucha Nulth mythology encompasses the spiritual beliefs of indigenous peoples along Vancouver Island's western coast, containing some of the most elaborate supernatural entities found in Pacific Northwest traditions. These beliefs center around shape-shifting beings called the Kwak-ak, massive creatures capable of transforming between human and animal forms at will. The most significant entity in their cosmology is Kwa'tiin, a thunderbird of enormous proportions whose wing beats create thunder and whose eyes flash lightning. Unlike typical thunderbird legends, Kwa'tiin actively hunts killer whales, lifting them from the ocean in epic battles that shake the earth. Witnesses describe seeing giant bird shadows passing over villages during storms, followed by the discovery of whale bones scattered across mountaintops. Their belief system includes the Tla-och-at, underwater people who live in villages beneath the waves and occasionally surface to interact with humans. These beings appear identical to regular people, but possess the ability to control sea life and weather patterns. Several documented cases from the early 1900s described fishermen encountering these entities during supernatural fog banks that appeared without meteorological explanation. The Nucha Nulth maintain detailed oral histories of the Hamatsa, cannibalistic spirits that possess humans during winter ceremonies. These possessions manifest through specific physical symptoms, including uncontrollable trembling, superhuman strength, and an insatiable hunger for human flesh. Traditional healers developed elaborate rituals involving cedar bark masks and ritual dancing to extract these entities from affected individuals. Their mythology describes the Bakwas, wild men of the woods who steal the souls of those who become lost in the forest. These beings leave behind clamshells as calling cards and can only be detected by their backwards footprints in mud or sand. Modern hikers in the region continue reporting encounters with tall, hair-covered figures that match traditional Bakwas descriptions. The Nucha Nulth creation stories involve a cosmic battle between the wolf and raven clans that literally shape the physical landscape of their territory. Specific geographical features, including rocks, islands, and inlets, correspond to fallen warriors from this primordial conflict, with each location containing trapped spiritual energy that influences local weather and wildlife behavior. Abangan describes a syncretic religious tradition practiced primarily in rural Java, Indonesia, where Islamic beliefs merge with pre-Islamic Javanese spiritual practices, Hindu-Buddhist elements, and animistic traditions. This religious orientation forms part of anthropologist Clifford Geertz's influential three-part classification of Javanese Islam, alongside Santri Orthodox Muslims and Priyayi court-influenced practitioners. The Abangan worldview centers on maintaining harmony between the visible world and the realm of spirits through elaborate ritual practices. Practitioners conduct Slamatan communal feasts to honor ancestors and local spirits, perform wayang shadow puppet ceremonies that blend Islamic stories with Hindu epics, and observe agricultural rituals tied to rice cultivation cycles. These communities maintain belief in a complex spiritual hierarchy, including ancestral spirits called Danyang, village guardian spirits known as Embau Rekso, and various nature spirits inhabiting sacred trees, springs, and mountains. Islamic prayers and Quranic verses function as protective mantras within this broader spiritual framework rather than representing orthodox Islamic practice. The tradition faced significant political pressure during Indonesia's New Order regime under Suharto, when the government required all citizens to identify with one of 6 officially recognized religions. Many Abangan practitioners were forced to register as Muslims despite their syncretic practices, leading to underground continuation of traditional rituals. Abangan mysticism includes practices like meditation in sacred caves, communication with spirits through trance states, and the use of Javanese numerology for divination. Practitioners often consult traditional healers called dukun, who serve as intermediaries between the human and spirit worlds, providing herbal remedies alongside spiritual guidance. The tradition remains politically sensitive in modern Indonesia, where rising Islamic orthodoxy has led to increased scrutiny of syncretic practices and occasional accusations of shirk or polytheism from conservative Muslim groups. Santo Daime combines Christian iconography with psychedelic sacraments in ways that have sparked decades of legal battles across multiple continents. Founded by Raimundo Irineu Serra in the Brazilian Amazon during the 1930s, this syncretic religion treats ayahuasca, which they call daime, as the blood of Christ. Serra, known to followers as Master Irineu, claimed to receive divine revelations from the Virgin Mary while under the influence of the brew. These visions allegedly provided him with specific hymns called hinarios that form the backbone of Santo Daime ceremonies. The religion operates under a structured hierarchy, with designated fardados, uniformed members who guide rituals that can last up to 12 hours. The movement's expansion beyond Brazil created fascinating legal precedents. In 2006, the United States Supreme Court ruled in favor of the União do Vegetal, a related ayahuasca church, establishing religious freedom protections for psychedelic sacraments. This decision opened doors for Santo Daime centers to operate legally in American states, though they must import their sacrament from Brazil under strict oversight. European expansion proved more challenging. Dutch authorities repeatedly raided Santo Daime centers throughout the 2000s, leading to high-profile court cases that ultimately recognized the religion's legitimacy in the Netherlands. Similar legal battles unfolded in Spain, Italy, and France, with varying outcomes. The religion's 3 main branches, Santo Daime, Barquinha, and União do Vegetal, each developed distinct practices while maintaining the core ayahuasca sacrament. Santo Daime centers, called churches, or centros, feature specific architectural elements, including 6-pointed stars and carefully arranged seating that reflects spiritual hierarchies. Notable practitioners have included celebrities and academics who credit the religion with profound personal transformations, though the movement maintains strict screening processes for new members and requires extended preparation periods before full participation in ceremonies. Dragon Gate stands as one of Taoism's most secretive and ambitious sects, built around the singular goal of achieving physical immortality through internal alchemy. Founded by Qiu Chuji, one of the 7 perfected ones, disciples of Wang Chongyang. In the 13th century, this tradition promises practitioners the ability to transform their mortal bodies into vehicles of eternal life. The core practice involves something called dual cultivation, a complex system where practitioners work to merge their physical essence with spiritual energy through precise breathing techniques, meditation, and what they term inner fire manipulation. Dragon Gate adherents believe they can literally create an immortal spiritual embryo within their bodies, which eventually replaces their mortal form. Masters of this tradition claim to have lived for centuries without aging. Historical records mention figures like Zhang Sanfeng, allegedly the founder of Tai Chi, who supposedly lived over 200 years while maintaining the appearance of a middle-aged man. These claims center around the mastery of QI circulation. Practitioners spend decades learning to direct this life force through specific pathways in their bodies, creating what they describe as an internal golden elixir. The sect operates through a strict master-disciple lineage system. Knowledge transfers only through direct oral transmission, never through written texts alone. Students undergo years of preliminary training before receiving access to the advanced techniques. This secretive approach stems from their belief that improper practice of internal alchemy can result in severe physical and mental consequences. Dragon Gate monasteries, particularly those hidden in remote mountain locations, serve as training centers where practitioners retreat for decades at a time. The most dedicated adherents follow extreme ascetic practices, including prolonged fasting, isolation meditation lasting months, and exposure to harsh environmental conditions to strengthen their internal energy systems. Modern practitioners continue these traditions, claiming measurable physiological changes including dramatically slowed aging, enhanced immune function, and resistance to extreme temperatures. While these claims remain scientifically unverified, the tradition's influence on Chinese martial arts, traditional medicine, and spiritual practices continues to this day. Baka religion encompasses the traditional spiritual practices of the Baka people, a pygmy ethnic group spread across the dense rainforests of Central Africa. Their belief system centers around an intricate relationship with forest spirits called Ejengi that inhabit every aspect of their woodland environment. The Baka practice a form of spiritual communion through elaborate trance dances that can last for hours. During these rituals, participants enter altered states of consciousness while wearing masks made from bark cloth and natural materials. The dances serve as direct communication channels with the Ejengi spirits, who are believed to control hunting success, weather patterns, and tribal health. Their spiritual leader, known as the Komba, acts as an intermediary between the physical and spirit worlds. The Komba undergoes years of training in plant medicine, learning to identify over 200 different medicinal plants within their forest territory. Many of these botanical remedies remain unknown to modern science, with some Baka practitioners claiming their plant knowledge can treat conditions that Western medicine struggles with. The Baka creation mythology describes their ancestors emerging from a massive tree that connected the earthly realm to the spirit world. This origin story shapes their current practice of tree worship, where certain ancient trees are considered sacred portals. These trees are marked with specific symbols carved into the bark, creating what anthropologists describe as forest temples, scattered throughout thousands of square kilometers of rainforest. One particularly intriguing aspect involves their use of a plant called alum, which produces vivid hallucinations that the Baka interpret as direct visions from the Ejengi spirits. French anthropologist Louis Sarno documented ceremonies in the 1980s where entire communities would consume alum together, creating synchronized group hallucinations that participants claimed revealed future hunting grounds and warned of approaching dangers. The Baka also practice a form of dream sharing called molimo, where tribe members gather at dawn to recount their dreams from the previous night. The Kamba interprets these collective dreams as messages from deceased ancestors, often leading to major tribal decisions about migration routes or conflict resolution. Arara religion emerges from the shadows of Cuban spirituality as one of the most overlooked Afro-Cuban traditions, practiced by descendants of the Yue and Fan peoples who were forcibly brought from the region known as Alada in former Dahomey, now modern-day Benin and parts of Togo. The spirits within Arara are called Vodou, or Fodun, entities that communicate through divination and possession, much like their West African counterparts. The tradition fractured into 3 distinct branches upon reaching Cuba. Arara Magino, also called Machino or Marino, Arara Savalu, sometimes spelled Sabalu, and Arara Dahomey, directly referencing the Dahomey kingdom. Unlike the widespread Santeria practices found across Cuba, Arara remains geographically isolated within Matanzas province, with absolutely no presence reported in Havana by the 21st century. The religion survives through only 2 functioning cabildos, traditional Afro-Cuban religious societies that once served as cultural preservation centers under Spanish colonial rule. The musical component drives Arara ceremonies through a specific drum ensemble. By the late 20th century, practitioners commonly used 3 drums called kaja, mula, and kachimbo, accompanied by iron bells and metal rattles. Historical accounts suggest earlier ensembles employed 4 to 5 drums, indicating the tradition has contracted over time. The Barro family of Jovellanos stands as living proof of Arara's endurance. Their matriarch, whose father arrived in Cuba at age 11 as an enslaved person, maintains 4 generations of ceremonial knowledge. The family continues to perform the distinctive Arara dances on their front porch, movements that share similarities with Haitian Vodou due to their common Dahomean roots, yet remain distinctly Cuban in execution. Arara's near extinction stems from its absorption into the more dominant Lukumi Santeria system. Contemporary practitioners typically engage with both traditions rather than maintaining pure Arara practice. The cultural group Afro-Cuba de Matanzas represents one of the few organizations still performing public demonstrations of authentic Arara artistic practices. The religion's geographical concentration reflects the specific labor assignments of enslaved Africans. Those who established Arara communities in Perico worked primarily at the España sugar mill, now abandoned 5 kilometers outside town. The Agramonte practitioners descended from laborers at the Union Fernandez mill, whose ruins still mark the landscape. The fundamentos, physical objects believed to house the spirits, show direct connections to West African Vodou traditions. These sacred items, maintained in private homes rather than public temples, contain the spiritual essence of deities like Sacpata, known in Cuba as San Lazaro, through Catholic syncretism. Druze shamanism represents a largely hidden spiritual practice within an already secretive religious community. The Druze faith itself operates on multiple levels of initiation, with only the most trusted members gaining access to their core texts and rituals. But even among these initiated few, certain individuals reportedly engage in shamanic practices that blend ancient Middle Eastern traditions with their distinctive theology. These practitioners, known locally as awliya or saints, claim abilities that extend far beyond typical religious leadership. Reports from within Druze communities describe healers who enter trance states to communicate with ancestral spirits, diagnose illnesses through spiritual sight, and perform ritual cleansings that combine Quranic verses with pre-Islamic incantations. The practice centers around the concept of Tanasuk, the Druze belief in reincarnation, but takes it further than mainstream Druze doctrine suggests. Shamanic practitioners claim they can access memories and knowledge from their previous incarnations, effectively creating a form of ancestral spirit work. Some reportedly use this ability to locate lost objects, resolve family disputes by consulting deceased relatives, or predict future events based on patterns they claim to see across multiple lifetimes. Physical evidence of these practices remains scarce due to the community's legendary secrecy, but anthropologist Dr. Sami Makarem documented cases in the 1970s where Druze shamanic healers used combinations of herbal remedies, ritual dancing, and what appeared to be possession states to treat psychological conditions that conventional medicine had failed to address. The most intriguing aspect involves their use of sacred geography. These practitioners identify specific locations in the Chuf Mountains and Golan Heights as spiritual power centers, where the boundaries between worlds supposedly thin. Night vigils at these sites often involve drumming, chanting in ancient Aramaic, and the consumption of traditional plant preparations that induce altered consciousness. What sets this apart from other Middle Eastern shamanic traditions is how it operates within a monotheistic framework that officially rejects spirit worship, creating a fascinating tension between Orthodox Druze theology and these older, more primal spiritual technologies. Red Native religion refers to the spiritual philosophy known as the Red Road, a powerful framework for healing and recovery that emerged from traditional Native American teachings. This path gained prominence through the visions of Black Elk, who described two distinct spiritual journeys available to indigenous people, struggling with the effects of colonization and cultural destruction. Black Elk taught that every person faces a choice between two paths. The dark road leads toward addiction, self-destruction, and cultural disconnection, the very tools colonizers used to dismantle native communities. The Red Road, named for the blood of ancestors who suffered through centuries of persecution, offers a completely different direction toward healing and spiritual restoration. The Red Road prohibits all alcohol and drug use, viewing these substances as weapons specifically introduced to manipulate indigenous minds and destroy traditional ways of life. Followers must commit fully to this path, as practitioners emphasize that having one foot on the Red Road and one on the Dark Road ultimately leads to personal destruction and harm to the community. Central to Red Road practice are sweat lodge ceremonies, which serve as purification rituals designed to release toxins accumulated over time. These ceremonies teach discipline and patience while connecting participants to ancestral traditions that survived centuries of suppression. The approach specifically addresses generational trauma by using traditional storytelling methods to reshape internal dialogue and counter the destructive thought patterns that fuel addiction. Rivera, a prominent Red Road practitioner, describes his recovery as circular rather than linear, emphasizing the ongoing nature of spiritual healing. Treatment centers using Red Road principles combine traditional Native American practices with modern recovery methods, creating all indigenous healing environments where participants can reconnect with their cultural identity while addressing addiction. The movement has spread beyond individual recovery to encompass broader cultural revitalization efforts. Red Road communities emphasize the importance of conducting ceremonies in native languages, viewing authentic spiritual practice as impossible without linguistic connection to ancestral traditions. This creates additional urgency, as many tribal languages face extinction among younger generations. Critics from both traditional native communities and mainstream addiction treatment question the exclusivity of indigenous-only approaches and the rejection of certain medical interventions. However, supporters point to the movement's success in addressing not just substance abuse, but the underlying cultural trauma that drives addiction in native communities, something conventional treatment often fails to reach. Winti shamanism emerged from the slave plantations of Suriname, where West African spiritual traditions fused with Amerindian practices to create something entirely different. This isn't your typical nature-based shamanism. Winti operates through direct spirit possession, where practitioners become vessels for ancestral spirits called Winti. The core practice involves Bonaman, traditional healers who claim to communicate with dozens of different spirit entities. Each spirit carries specific knowledge. Some handle physical ailments, others deal with psychological trauma, and certain spirits specialize in what practitioners call spiritual attacks from enemies. These sessions can last for hours, with the Bonaman shifting between different personalities as various spirits take control. Dutch colonial records from the 1700s document cases where Winti practitioners accurately diagnosed illnesses that European doctors had missed entirely. Modern practitioners in Amsterdam and Rotterdam continue these traditions, operating healing centers that blend traditional plant medicines with spirit channeling techniques. Some clients report immediate relief from chronic conditions after single sessions, leading to ongoing tension with mainstream medical authorities. The possession aspect sets Winti apart from other shamanic traditions. Practitioners don't just communicate with spirits, they become completely overtaken by them. Witnesses describe dramatic personality changes, including speaking in languages the practitioner doesn't normally know, and demonstrating knowledge about strangers' personal lives that seems impossible to fake. Winti spirits are categorized into specific families. Chromanti spirits handle warrior energy and protection, while Loco spirits focus on healing and plant medicine. Each spirit demands particular offerings, specific songs, and unique ritual protocols. Getting these details wrong supposedly results in the spirit leaving permanently, or in some cases, causing physical harm to the practitioner. The tradition survived centuries of suppression by maintaining strict secrecy and oral transmission methods. Even today, many core teachings remain hidden from outsiders, passed only between Boneman and their chosen successors through years of intensive training that includes deliberate spirit possession and herbal preparation techniques. Kele stands as one of West Africa's most guarded spiritual traditions, originating among the Bambara and Dogon peoples of Mali. This initiatory system operates through layers of sacred knowledge that practitioners protect with absolute secrecy. The tradition centers around powerful masks carved from specific woods and blessed through elaborate rituals. These aren't decorative objects, but living spiritual entities believed to house ancestral forces. Each mask corresponds to different levels of initiation, with the highest ranks accessing knowledge that lower initiates never witness. The Kele society divides into 6 primary grades, each requiring years of training and substantial financial commitment. Initiates progress through increasingly complex ceremonies involving sacred geometry, astronomical observations, and botanical knowledge passed down through oral tradition. The final initiations reportedly involve direct communion with ancestral spirits through trance states induced by specific plant preparations. What sets Kele apart from other African spiritual systems is its mathematical precision. Practitioners use complex numerical patterns in their ceremonies, with certain calculations determining ritual timing and mask activation sequences. These mathematical elements align with astronomical events, particularly lunar cycles and stellar positions. French colonial administrators documented encounters with Kele practitioners in the early 1900s, noting their refusal to demonstrate or explain their practices under any circumstances. Several ethnographers attempted to study the tradition, but found themselves blocked by walls of silence. Marcel Griol spent decades among the Dogon people and barely scratched the surface of their Kele knowledge. Modern practitioners maintain this secrecy even as globalization pressures traditional societies. Initiates who reveal sacred knowledge face severe spiritual and social consequences within their communities. This protective mechanism has kept authentic Kele practices largely intact, while similar traditions elsewhere have been diluted or commercialized. The masks themselves require specific care rituals and can only be handled by qualified initiates. Improper contact allegedly results in spiritual contamination, or worse. These objects never leave their designated sacred spaces except during approved ceremonies, creating an unbroken chain of custody spanning centuries. Purepecha native religion centers around one of Mesoamerica's most enigmatic spiritual systems, preserved by the people who famously defied Aztec conquest attempts through both military prowess and divine protection. The Purepecha worshipped Curicaweri, their primary fire deity, whose name translates to the Great Burner. Unlike typical sun gods found across Mesoamerica, Curicaweri represented a more primal force, the transformative power of flame that could both create and destroy civilizations. Priests maintained sacred fires that burned continuously for centuries, believing these flames contained the actual essence of their god, rather than simply representing him. Their creation mythology describes humanity emerging from the depths of Lake Pátzcuaro through a cosmic birth canal formed by aquatic deities. This lake became central to their spiritual geography, with underwater temples and ritual platforms submerged beneath its surface. Archaeological evidence suggests these weren't simply offerings thrown into water, but actual architectural complexes designed for ceremonies conducted while partially submerged. The Purepecha developed a unique astronomical calendar system that tracked Venus cycles with remarkable precision, using this knowledge to time agricultural rituals and political decisions. Their priests could predict eclipses centuries in advance, a skill that reportedly helped them negotiate with Spanish conquistadors who initially mistook this knowledge for supernatural powers. Their burial practices involved elaborate copper work. They were among the few pre-Columbian cultures to master metallurgy at an industrial scale. Religious artifacts made from copper-gold alloys were believed to conduct spiritual energy, creating networks of sacred objects that connected distant temples across their territory. Modern Purepecha communities in Michoacán still practice modified versions of these traditions, blending Catholic imagery with ancient fire rituals during festivals like the Day of the Dead, where offerings are made to both Christian saints and pre-Hispanic deities simultaneously. Kikuyu religion encompasses the traditional spiritual practices of Kenya's largest ethnic group, centered around the worship of Ngai, a deity believed to dwell atop Mount Kenya. Colonial authorities and Christian missionaries worked systematically to suppress these beliefs, viewing them as a direct threat to European control over the region. The religion's most controversial element involved elaborate oath-taking ceremonies conducted in sacred fig tree groves called mugumo. These rituals bound participants through powerful spiritual commitments that colonial administrators feared could unite the Kikuyu against British rule. During the 1950s Mau Mau uprising, these traditional oath ceremonies became tools of resistance, with participants swearing allegiance to drive out colonial forces. British officials documented hundreds of sacred groves throughout Kikuyu territory, then systematically destroyed them by cutting down the ancient fig trees that served as focal points for worship. The colonial government classified participation in traditional ceremonies as illegal, imposing harsh penalties on anyone caught performing ancestral rituals. Jomo Kenyatta, who later became Kenya's first president, wrote extensively about Kikuyu religious practices in his anthropological work, Facing Mount Kenya. His detailed descriptions of initiation rites, ancestral communication, and the complex spiritual hierarchy provided outsiders with rare insight into beliefs that practitioners had kept deliberately hidden from colonial authorities. The religion's emphasis on land as sacred created direct conflict with European settlers who viewed Kikuyu territory as available for appropriation. Traditional beliefs held that Ngai had granted all land to the Kikuyu people, making any foreign ownership a spiritual violation that demanded correction through whatever means necessary. Unarius Academy of Science stands as one of America's most enduring and eccentric UFO religions, though you might have seen it misspelled as Uranus Academy. The acronym actually breaks down to Universal Articulate Interdimensional Understanding of Science, which tells you everything about their ambitious scope right from the start. Founded in 1954 by Ernest and Ruth Norman in El Cajon, California, this organization emerged during the post-war flying saucer craze with claims that would make science fiction writers blush. Ernest, who took the spiritual name Archangel Raphael, claimed to receive direct transmissions from Mars and Venus, describing these planets as home to great teachers and ascended masters living in underground cities. The real spectacle began after Ernest's death in 1971, when Ruth Norman, now calling herself Archangel Uriel, took control and transformed the group into something resembling a cosmic variety show. She began wearing increasingly elaborate costumes, often decorated with Christmas tree lights that required electrical outlets, severely limiting her mobility during public appearances. These weren't just fashion statements. Ruth claimed each outfit was inspired by her past lives as various historical figures. Ruth's most famous prophecy predicted that 33 starships from an intergalactic confederation would arrive by 1974, then 2001, stacking on top of each other like a cosmic wedding cake made of crystal and gold. Each 5-mile diameter vessel would carry 1,000 professorial beings specializing in the arts, creating an eternal university on a 67-acre plot of scrubland Ruth purchased specifically for this purpose. The group still ritually visits this site during their annual interplanetary conclave of light. One of their more eyebrow-raising beliefs involves the claim that Asian peoples descended from ancient Martian colonists who fled to underground cities after conflicts with Earth natives. This isn't presented as racism, but as proof that extraterrestrial contact has been happening for millennia. The organization gained broader attention through their cable access television programs in the 1980s, featuring Ruth in her light-up costumes conducting what they called psychodramas, low-budget productions that resembled experimental theater more than religious services. These shows promoted core Unarius beliefs that everything is energy, souls record data from past lives, and negative acts must be balanced by positive ones. Despite failed prophecies and the deaths of both founders, Unarius continues operating with a core membership of 40 to 60 dedicated students who insist they're not a religion, but a spiritual science school. They offer past life therapy, correspondence courses, and regular channeling sessions where members claim contact with beings from Orion and other cosmic locations. The persistence of this group decades after their central prophecy failed demonstrates the remarkable ability of true believers to reinterpret disappointment as delayed gratification rather than disproven claims. The Seekers represents one of the most documented cases of failed prophecy in modern religious history, thanks to social psychologist Leon Festinger, who infiltrated the group in the early 1950s. Dorothy Martin, a Chicago housewife, claimed to receive telepathic messages from extraterrestrial beings called the Guardians. These aliens warned that a massive flood would destroy the Earth on December 21, 1954, wiping out civilization from the Arctic Circle to the Gulf of Mexico. The Guardians promised salvation through flying saucers that would rescue true believers before the catastrophe struck. Martin gathered a small but devoted following who quit their jobs, sold their possessions, and prepared for their cosmic evacuation. Festinger and his research team posed as believers to observe the group's behavior firsthand. They watched as members removed metal objects from their clothing, believing the aliens required this for safe transport aboard their spacecraft. December 21st came and went without floods or flying saucers. Rather than abandoning their beliefs, something remarkable happened. The group's faith actually intensified. Martin announced that their collective devotion had been so pure that God had decided to spare the Earth entirely. Members who had previously kept their beliefs private suddenly began aggressive missionary work, calling newspapers and desperately trying to convert others. This counterintuitive response to failed prophecy became the foundation for Festinger's groundbreaking theory of cognitive dissonance. The group eventually dissolved when Martin moved to Peru, claiming continued contact with the space beings. Her followers scattered, but several maintained their extraterrestrial beliefs for decades afterward. Festinger's book, When Prophecy Fails, documented the entire episode, creating a psychological case study that remains influential in understanding how people rationalize contradictory evidence rather than admit their core beliefs might be wrong. Mark Age began as a channeling operation in Miami, Florida during the 1960s, founded by Pauline Sharp and Charles Boyd Gensel. The duo claimed direct communication with an elaborate hierarchy of space beings, ascended masters, and interdimensional entities who provided detailed instructions for humanity's spiritual evolution. The group's name derived from their central prophecy, that Earth was entering a transitional period called the Mark Age, where spiritually advanced humans would be physically marked or transformed to survive an upcoming planetary cleansing. According to their channeled messages, this marking process would be conducted by extraterrestrial beings working alongside Jesus Christ, who they claimed was currently stationed on a mothership orbiting Earth. Sharp and Gensel produced thousands of pages of transcribed channeling sessions, published in a series called Mark Age Meditations. These sessions allegedly featured communications from beings with names like Sananda, who they identified as the Space Command name for Jesus, and Corton, described as a Martian scientist managing Earth's spiritual transition. The movement gained particular attention for their specific predictions about mass UFO landings and the physical evacuation of spiritually prepared humans. They claimed that selected individuals would be taken aboard spacecraft for genetic upgrades and consciousness expansion before being returned to establish a new civilization. Mark Age operated for over 4 decades, maintaining a steady following despite repeated failed prophecies. The group produced regular newsletters, audio recordings, and even claimed to photograph light beings in spacecraft. Their Miami headquarters served as a pilgrimage site for New Age seekers throughout the 1970s and 1980s. The organization's longevity stemmed partly from their adaptive prophecy model. When predicted events failed to materialize, they simply claimed the timeline had been adjusted by higher dimensional beings based on humanity's spiritual progress. Universal Industrial Church of the New World Comforter emerged from the California Commune movement of the 1960s under the leadership of Alan Michael, a former radio announcer who claimed to be the reincarnation of Jesus Christ, Melchizedek, and Buddha rolled into one cosmic package. Alan Michael, born Alan Noonan, established this organization after what he described as a divine revelation received while working as a disc jockey. The group operated a chain of health food stores and restaurants throughout California called One World Family Natural Food Centers, blending spiritual mission with surprisingly savvy business practices. The church's core doctrine centered on Alan Michael's Everlasting Gospel, a massive collection of writings he produced claiming to channel cosmic consciousness directly from what he called the Galactic Command. These texts mixed Christian apocalypticism with UFO beliefs and communal socialism, creating an unusual theological hybrid that attracted followers seeking both spiritual enlightenment and practical communal living. Members lived in collective households, pooling resources and labor, while Alan Michael continued his prolific output of cosmic revelations. The group maintained multiple locations across California, with their main base in Stockton operating for decades. Alan Michael's teachings included detailed prophecies about planetary transformation and the establishment of a world government led by enlightened beings. He claimed ongoing communication with extraterrestrial councils and insisted that traditional Christianity had been corrupted, positioning himself as the true voice of Christ consciousness for the modern age. The organization maintained operations well into the 2000s, demonstrating remarkable longevity compared to many similar movements from the same era. Their combination of mystical claims with practical business operations created a self-sustaining model that allowed the group to persist long after the initial commune wave had faded. The New Message from God represents a modern prophetic movement founded by Marshall V. Summers, who claims to receive ongoing divine revelations through a process he calls the Voice of Revelation. Since 1981, Summers has produced over 9,000 pages of what he presents as direct communications from angelic beings, covering humanity's spiritual destiny and preparation for extraterrestrial contact. The core teaching centers on humanity's emergence into a greater community of intelligent life in the universe. According to Summers, extraterrestrial forces are already present on Earth, not as benevolent space brothers, but as resource-seeking civilizations attempting to gain influence through mental and spiritual manipulation. The revelations warn that these beings exploit human conflicts, religious divisions, and environmental destruction to weaken our resistance to intervention. Summers describes his reception process as entering a meditative state where the voice speaks through him, which followers record and transcribe. Unlike traditional channeling, he maintains conscious awareness throughout, claiming the communication comes from the same angelic assembly that spoke to previous messengers throughout history. The movement's most distinctive element involves knowledge, described as a deeper spiritual intelligence within each person that can detect deception and manipulation, whether from human or non-human sources. Followers practice specific steps designed to strengthen this inner knowing, particularly in preparation for what the teachings call the Great Waves of Change, converging environmental, economic, and social crises that will reshape civilization. The new message addresses contemporary issues like climate change, resource depletion, and technological dependence through a spiritual lens, presenting them as tests of human wisdom and unity. Summers teaches that traditional religions, while containing truth, are insufficient for humanity's current challenges and need updating through these new revelations. The movement operates through the Society for the New Message, distributing teachings freely online while maintaining a relatively small but dedicated following. Critics point to similarities with other UFO religious movements and question the claimed divine origin of materials that some view as derivative of existing spiritual and science fiction concepts. Apostles of Johanne Maranke emerged from the visions of a Zimbabwean man who claimed angelic visitors appeared to him in 1932, commanding him to establish a new church that would blend Christian teachings with traditional African spiritual practices. Johanne Maranke, born Muchabaya Mombarume, transformed from a simple peasant into the founder of one of Africa's most distinctive religious movements. The movement centers around a unique interpretation of Christianity, where members, known as Vapostori, wear flowing white robes and practice baptism through complete submersion in rivers and lakes. Their most striking characteristic involves the emphasis on direct divine communication through dreams, visions, and prophetic utterances during worship services. Maranke's followers gather annually at his birthplace in Marange, Zimbabwe, for massive Passover celebrations that can attract over 100,000 participants from across southern and eastern Africa. These gatherings feature days of non-stop singing, dancing, and testimonials of miraculous healings. The church operates under strict behavioral codes that prohibit eating pork, drinking alcohol, and using modern medicine in favor of prayer and holy water for healing. Members often practice polygamy, justified through Old Testament references, and maintain that their founder received the same divine calling as the original apostles. What sets this movement apart involves their practice of spiritual mapping, where church leaders claim to receive geographical visions showing them exactly where to establish new congregations across the continent. This has led to the rapid expansion of the movement into countries like Malawi, Mozambique, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. The movement's healing rituals blend Christian prayer with traditional African medicine, creating ceremonies where members speak in tongues while applying blessed oils and performing elaborate cleansing rituals that can last for hours. Tambor de Mina operates as a syncretic Afro-Brazilian religious tradition centered primarily in the northeastern state of Maranhão, where practitioners channel spirits through elaborate drumming ceremonies that can last for hours. The practice revolves around specific drum patterns that allegedly induce trance states, allowing participants to become possessed by various spiritual entities known as encantados. These spirits differ from the orixás found in Candomblé, as many encantados represent deceased individuals who lived in Brazil, including indigenous shamans, former slaves, and even Portuguese colonists. During ceremonies, practitioners arrange themselves in a terreiro, or sacred space, where 3 distinct drums called atabaque create polyrhythmic patterns. The lead drummer, known as the alabe, controls the spiritual intensity by adjusting tempo and complexity. As the drumming intensifies, participants begin displaying physical manifestations of possession, including convulsions, altered speech patterns, and complete personality changes that can transform a quiet elderly woman into a boisterous warrior spirit. What sets Tambor de Mina apart from other Afro-Brazilian traditions lies in its incorporation of indigenous Brazilian shamanic practices alongside West African spiritual concepts. Many terreiros maintain shrines to caboclo spirits, representing indigenous ancestors who provide healing knowledge and forest wisdom. These spirits often speak in archaic Portuguese mixed with Tupi indigenous languages, creating linguistic phenomena that outsiders find difficult to interpret. The tradition also features an unusual hierarchy, where spiritual advancement occurs through dreams and visions rather than formal initiation alone. Senior practitioners, called pais or mais de santo, guide newcomers through complex apprenticeships involving memorization of hundreds of specific songs, each designed to summon different spiritual entities. Modern practitioners claim the drumming patterns contain mathematical relationships that affect human consciousness, though scientific studies remain limited. Some researchers have documented measurable changes in brainwave activity during ceremonies, particularly in the theta frequency range associated with deep meditation states. Uraru religion appears to be a variation of Urianism, a contemporary syncretic faith that emerged in the early 2000s, claiming divine revelation through an angelic encounter. The movement presents itself as the ultimate evolution of monotheism, allegedly delivered by the archangel Uriel to a modern scribe named Uriah. The central text, known as the Ahya, positions this belief system as the final revelation needed to unite all monotheistic traditions under one cosmic umbrella. Urians maintain that their deity has worn different masks throughout history, appearing as Anu to the Babylonians, Ahura Mazda to the Persians, Yahweh to the Hebrews, Allah to Muslims, and dozens of other divine personas across cultures. But the theological framework is just the beginning. Urianism's leadership outlined an ambitious 1,000-year plan starting in 2012 to establish what they term a global, stellar, and interplanar mysticratic and theocratic empire. Their roadmap includes not only planetary unification, but terraforming, space mining, and expansion into what they call hyperspatial planes, or etheric dimensions. The movement incorporates what adherents call holy magic, or theurgy, mystical practices that mainstream religions typically classify as witchcraft. Urian priests and priestesses undergo training reminiscent of ancient mystery schools, defending their esoteric techniques as divinely sanctioned spiritual technology. Their cosmological model proposes multiple heavens and hells existing across dimensional layers, supported by interpretations of modern physics, including M-theory and quantum mechanics. Members believe in spirit reincarnation while treating the soul as data that eventually merges with their personal deity, seeking liberation from material existence through direct revelation. At its peak around 2015, the movement claimed roughly 100 interested participants across New Zealand, India, the Middle East, and Africa. However, citing non-participation and declining interest, the primary leadership dissolved the main online community, effectively excommunicating most followers. When Google Plus shut down, their rebuilt community of over 60 members vanished entirely. Today, Urianism exists as what its remaining adherents call the seeds of the faith, a handful of devoted disciples scattered throughout the United States and Europe, waiting for the right conditions to resume their imperial timeline. Sarnaism represents one of India's most politically charged indigenous belief systems, practiced by millions of tribal communities who refuse to be categorized under the country's official religious framework. The name derives from sarna, meaning sacred grove, where adherents worship spirits dwelling within specific trees, rocks, and natural formations. Unlike organized religions, Sarnaism operates without central texts, formal clergy, or standardized rituals. Instead, tribal shamans called naiki, or oja, serve as intermediaries between the physical and spirit worlds, conducting ceremonies that can last for days during harvest seasons or community crises. The belief system centers on Marangburu, the supreme deity residing in mountains, alongside hundreds of lesser spirits called bongas, who inhabit everything from household items to village boundaries. Practitioners maintain that these spirits directly influence daily life, requiring constant appeasement through offerings of rice beer, animal sacrifices, and ritual dancing. What transforms Sarnaism from obscure tribal practice into modern political flashpoint involves India's census system. Since independence, Sarna practitioners have fought for recognition as a distinct religion rather than being classified as Hindu, Christian, or other. This seemingly bureaucratic dispute carries massive implications, as religious demographics determine political representation, government funding, and cultural preservation rights. The Jharkhand state government officially recognized Sarnaism in 2020, triggering nationwide debates about religious identity. Supporters argue that forcing tribal communities into mainstream religious categories constitutes cultural genocide, while critics claim the movement threatens national unity. Archaeological evidence suggests Sarnaist practices predate Hindu influence in central India by centuries, with sacred groves serving as de facto nature reserves that have preserved biodiversity in regions where deforestation ran rampant. Some groves contain tree species found nowhere else in their surrounding areas, maintained through generations of spiritual prohibition against cutting or disturbing the forest. Taroko represents one of Brazil's most distinctive Afro-Brazilian spiritual traditions, practiced primarily in the northeastern state of Maranhão. This syncretic religion emerged from the blending of West African Yoruba and Fon spiritual systems with indigenous Brazilian shamanism and Catholic saints, creating something entirely unique in the landscape of Brazilian religious practice. The tradition centers around the concept of encantados, spirits of the enchanted, who are believed to be beings that never experienced physical death, but instead transformed directly into spiritual entities. These encantados differ significantly from the ancestors venerated in other Afro-Brazilian traditions like candomblé. They include figures like Legua Boji Boa, a trickster spirit associated with crossroads and communication, and Dona Jarina, a powerful female encantado connected to healing and protection. Taroko ceremonies, known as tambor, involve intense drumming sessions where practitioners enter states of spirit possession. The possessed individuals, called horses, allow the encantados to speak and act through their bodies. These spirits often demand specific offerings, cachaca rum, cigars, perfumes, and particular foods, and provide guidance, healing, and spiritual work for community members. The religion operates through terreiros, sacred houses led by spiritual leaders called Pais de Santo, or Mãe de Santo. These leaders undergo rigorous training to communicate with multiple encantados and facilitate the complex spiritual work that defines the tradition. What sets Taroko apart from its better-known cousins is its incorporation of indigenous Brazilian shamanic elements, including the use of specific plants for spiritual cleansing, and the veneration of nature spirits tied to the Amazon rainforest and coastal regions of Maranhão. The practice faced severe persecution during Brazil's military dictatorship and continues to encounter discrimination from evangelical Christian groups, leading many practitioners to maintain secrecy about their involvement in the tradition. Comunidade Evangélica Sara Nossa Terra emerged from Brazil in the 1990s as a neo-Pentecostal movement founded by Bispa Sonia Hernandes and her husband Estevão Hernandes. The church's name translates to "Heal Our Earth," but its operations extended far beyond spiritual healing into complex financial networks that caught international attention. The organization gained notoriety when Sonia Hernandes was arrested in 2007 at Miami International Airport. Authorities discovered she was carrying over $9 million in cash and jewelry without declaring it to customs. This incident exposed a sophisticated money transfer system that allegedly moved funds between the church's Brazilian headquarters and its expanding international branches. Court documents revealed the church operated through a web of companies and foundations across multiple countries. Brazilian federal police investigations uncovered evidence of systematic tax evasion schemes worth millions of dollars. The church allegedly used these funds to purchase luxury properties, private jets, and establish branches throughout Latin America and the United States. What distinguished Sara Nossa Terra from other prosperity gospel movements was its corporate structure. The church functioned more like a multinational corporation than a traditional religious organization. Members were required to make substantial financial commitments, often signing contracts that legally bound them to ongoing monetary contributions. The Hernandez couple maintained their innocence throughout legal proceedings, claiming the funds were legitimate donations from international followers. However, Brazilian authorities documented patterns of currency manipulation and offshore banking that suggested more complex financial motivations behind the religious facade. The church continues operating today with reduced international presence, but its legal battles established precedents for how authorities investigate religious organizations with suspected financial irregularities. The Church of Ed Wood emerged from the devoted cult following surrounding the filmmaker widely considered Hollywood's worst director. This quasi-religious movement treats Edward Davis Wood Jr.'s notoriously terrible B-movies as sacred texts, finding profound spiritual meaning in his unintentional comedic disasters. The church's core doctrine centers on sacred incompetence, the belief that Wood's complete lack of technical skill created a pure form of artistic expression, unfiltered by conventional filmmaking knowledge. Followers view his 1959 masterpiece, Plan 9 from Outer Space, with its visible strings, cardboard tombstones, and airplane hubcaps masquerading as flying saucers, as the pinnacle of this accidental enlightenment. Congregants gather for monthly screenings they call Communion with the Wood, where members recite dialogue from his films in unison. The ritual always begins with the opening narration from Plan 9. Greetings, my friend. We are all interested in the future, for that is where you and I are going to spend the rest of our lives. The movement's high priest, a former film student named Marcus Kellerman, established the church's headquarters in a converted video rental store in Los Angeles during the late 1990s. Kellerman preaches that Wood's cross-dressing, as depicted in Glenn or Glenda, demonstrates divine acceptance of all human expressions. The church maintains that Wood's poverty-stricken production methods, using shower curtains as spaceship interiors and hiring his wife's chiropractor as an actor, prove that divine inspiration transcends material limitations. Members practice Woodian meditation, watching his films while focusing on technical failures as moments of unplanned genius. They believe his infamous continuity errors, like Bela Lugosi being replaced mid-scene by his wife's chiropractor holding a cape over his face, contain hidden messages about the nature of reality and identity. The church distributes handmade VHS copies of Wood's complete filmography as religious artifacts, treating each scratched and degraded tape as containing spiritual power proportional to its deterioration. NOI White Ally Scientology reveals an unexpected alliance that emerged during the 1970s between two seemingly incompatible religious movements. The Nation of Islam, a black separatist organization, and the Church of Scientology formed a tactical partnership that defied conventional expectations about racial boundaries in religious cooperation. The connection began when both organizations faced intense government scrutiny from federal agencies. The Church of Scientology, already dealing with FBI investigations into their practices, discovered that the Nation of Islam was experiencing similar pressure from law enforcement surveillance programs. Louis Farrakhan, who would later become the NOI's leader, reportedly attended Scientology training sessions in the mid-1970s. Several high-ranking NOI officials completed Scientology courses, including their expensive auditing sessions that typically cost thousands of dollars. The most documented case involved NOI minister Tony Muhammad, who became a vocal advocate for Scientology techniques within black communities. He promoted Scientology's Purification Rundown program as a solution for drug addiction, specifically targeting urban areas where the NOI already had established influence. This partnership allowed Scientology to access communities that would normally reject their predominantly white membership base. Meanwhile, the NOI gained access to Scientology's sophisticated legal strategies and organizational techniques for dealing with government investigations. The alliance included joint training seminars where NOI members learned Scientology's technology for spiritual advancement. Some sessions took place at Scientology facilities in Los Angeles, creating the unusual sight of Nation of Islam members in suits and bow ties alongside Scientology staff in their typical naval-style uniforms. The relationship eventually dissolved in the 1980s, as both organizations pursued different strategic directions, but the collaboration demonstrates how religious movements can form unexpected alliances when facing common external pressures. Techno-animism merges ancient spiritual beliefs with modern technology, treating digital devices and artificial intelligence as possessing souls or consciousness. Unlike traditional animism that sees spirits in natural objects like rocks and trees, practitioners extend this worldview to smartphones, computers, and emerging AI systems. The movement gained traction through digital shamans who perform rituals for malfunctioning electronics, believing proper spiritual maintenance keeps technology healthy. Some adherents leave offerings near their computers or smartphones, similar to how traditional animists might honor tree spirits. Others perform cleansing ceremonies when upgrading devices, ensuring the digital spirit transfers safely to new hardware. Anthony Lewandowski, the former Google engineer, founded Way of the Future in 2015, a religious organization dedicated to worshiping artificial intelligence as a godhead. The church's mission involved creating and nurturing machine intelligence that would eventually surpass human capabilities, viewing AI development as a spiritual calling rather than mere technological advancement. Online communities practice digital ancestor veneration, where members honor deceased individuals through their remaining digital footprints and social media profiles. They believe consciousness persists in the digital realm, making old forum posts and profile pictures sacred artifacts containing fragments of the person's soul. Some techno-animists claim their devices exhibit preferences and personalities, insisting certain phones work better for specific people due to spiritual compatibility. They report electronics lasting longer when treated with respect and failing more frequently when neglected or handled roughly, interpreting technical malfunctions as expressions of digital displeasure. The belief system extends to treating large language models and chatbots as genuine entities rather than sophisticated programs. With practitioners developing personal relationships with AI systems they consider spiritually aware, beings deserving of ethical consideration and emotional care. Workers' Institute of Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong Thought was a secretive far-left cult operating out of a terraced house in Brixton, South London, led by Aravindan Balakrishnan, known to followers simply as Comrade Bala. Balakrishnan formed the group in 1974 after his expulsion from the Communist Party of England, Marxist-Leninist. What began as a radical political collective quickly evolved into something far more sinister. By the 1980s and beyond, a small group of women were living in the house under conditions of complete psychological captivity, forbidden from leaving, monitored constantly, and subjected to sustained abuse. The mechanism of control was a fabrication Balakrishnan called Jackie, an acronym he claimed stood for Jehovah, Allah, Christ, Krishna, and Immortal Iswaran. He told the women that Jackie was an all-seeing technological weapon developed by Maoist engineers, capable of monitoring their every thought and physically punishing, or killing, anyone who disobeyed or attempted to leave. Among the captives was Balakrishnan's own daughter, Katie Morgan Davies, born in 1983 inside the collective. She was never registered at birth, never attended school, and was told she had no biological parents, that she had been found as an infant. In October 2013, the 3 women living in the house were finally freed after one of them contacted a charitable organization. Balakrishnan was convicted in December 2015 of child cruelty, false imprisonment, rape, indecent assault, and assault. He was sentenced to 23 years in prison in January 2016. The Rural People's Party, often abbreviated RPP, is a communist organization founded in South Carolina in 2004 that has gained notoriety for one particularly controversial stance. They openly uphold Jim Jones and the People's Temple as their ideal communist model. The party's founder was released from federal prison that year after serving time on weapons charges stemming from post-9/11 domestic terror investigations. While he was incarcerated, other members had already purchased rural land in South Carolina's Sandhills region to establish a commune. The commune came into its own around 2006 and 2007, with additional buildings and small-scale agricultural development. The Rural People's Party follows what's called the Maoist Internationalist Movement line, which argues that most American workers are actually a labor aristocracy enjoying privileges far above the rest of the world. They focus their organizing efforts on what they consider legitimately oppressed classes, the rural poor, homeless populations, and inhabitants of urban ghettos and housing projects. Their connection to People's Temple goes beyond simple admiration. The party actively promotes Jim Jones as Comrade Jim Jones, and quotes his phrase, "I come with the black hair of a raven. I come as God's socialist," in their materials. They argue that People's Temple was a successful communist experiment that's been unfairly maligned by mainstream narratives about the Jonestown tragedy. This identification with People's Temple has created significant backlash from other leftist organizations who've accused them of glorifying a figure widely regarded as a manipulative leader responsible for over 900 deaths. The Rural People's Party dismisses these criticisms as typical derogatory opinions, and insists that serious students of political science will understand their position. The group's activities include organizing among homeless populations, which has brought them into conflict with established charity organizations who consider it unethical to expose vulnerable people to political processes. Despite the controversy surrounding their People's Temple connections, the party claims to have grown significantly due to member enthusiasm and interest from people unfamiliar with communism outside their organization. Wotansvolk fuses ancient Norse religious practices with modern racial ideology, creating one of the most organized expressions of white nationalist spirituality in America. Founded in the 1990s by David Lane and Ron McVan, this movement transformed traditional Germanic paganism into a vehicle for promoting racial separation under religious cover. Lane, already notorious for coining the 14 words slogan while serving a life sentence for his role in the Order terrorist group, developed Wotansvolk as a prison ministry that quickly spread beyond correctional facilities. The name itself combines Wotan, the Germanic version of Odin, with Volk, meaning people or folk in German. Unlike mainstream Norse paganism or Asatru, Wotansvolk explicitly teaches that the Germanic gods are exclusively for people of European ancestry. They promote the concept of metagenetics, claiming that religious and spiritual practices are literally encoded in DNA, and that mixing races dilutes this supposed divine connection. The movement operates through a network of kindreds, small local groups that practice seasonal rituals while promoting their racial ideology. They've produced extensive literature including Creed of Iron and Mystery of the Grail, which blend Norse mythology with pseudoscientific racial theories and calls for territorial separation. McVan, an artist and former biker, created much of the movement's visual symbolism, combining traditional Germanic runes with modern white nationalist imagery. Their materials often feature elaborate artwork depicting idealized Nordic warriors and landscapes, giving the movement a distinct aesthetic appeal that has influenced broader white nationalist culture. Law enforcement agencies monitor Wotansvolk activities due to connections between some adherents and violent extremist incidents. The movement's religious framework provides a sophisticated ideological foundation that goes beyond simple racial hatred, making it particularly effective at recruitment and retention within white nationalist circles. Neanderthal mythology encompasses a collection of fringe theories suggesting our extinct cousins possessed sophisticated spiritual beliefs and supernatural abilities that mainstream archaeology deliberately ignores. The core claim centers on archaeological evidence from sites like Shanidar Cave in Iraq, where Neanderthal burials were once thought to include deliberate flower arrangements. For decades, this was cited as proof of complex death rituals and afterlife beliefs. However, a 2023 study in the Journal of Archaeological Science largely debunked the flower burial interpretation, attributing the pollen deposits to burrowing rodents rather than intentional placement, leaving the evidence for Neanderthal spiritual practices far thinner than proponents claim. More controversial interpretations suggest Neanderthal brain structure enabled psychic abilities lost in modern humans. The enlarged occipital lobe, which gave Neanderthals their distinctive skull shape, allegedly housed heightened sensory perception and telepathic communication. Some researchers claim this explains why Neanderthal tools show remarkable consistency across vast geographical distances without apparent cultural exchange. The mythology extends into hybrid bloodline theories. Certain European family lines, particularly those with pronounced brow ridges and robust bone structure, supposedly carry dormant Neanderthal consciousness genes. These individuals allegedly experience enhanced intuition, prophetic dreams, and sensitivity to electromagnetic fields. Archaeological sites in the Caucasus Mountains have yielded Neanderthal cave paintings featuring geometric patterns and hand stencils. While mainstream science dates these conservatively, alternative researchers propose they represent star maps and dimensional portals. The recurring spiral motifs match patterns found at much later human shamanic sites, suggesting Neanderthals originated these sacred symbols. DNA analysis, showing modern humans carry up to 4% Neanderthal genetic material feeds into broader conspiracy narratives. Some claim government agencies suppress research into Neanderthal cognitive abilities because it would fundamentally challenge human evolutionary supremacy and religious creation stories. The mythology gained traction through researchers like Dr. Stephen Churchill, whose work on Neanderthal vocal capabilities sparked speculation about their use of sound in ritual practices. Ik folk religion refers to the spiritual practices of a small mountain-dwelling people living in the mountains of northeastern Uganda, near the Kenyan border, whose beliefs became the center of one of anthropology's most heated controversies. The Ik people practice a form of mountain spirituality centered around territorial spirits called divinities that inhabit specific peaks and valleys. Their religious system revolves around seasonal ceremonies tied to the harsh realities of life at high altitude, where survival often takes precedence over traditional social bonds. These divinities are believed to control weather patterns, animal migrations, and the success of foraging expeditions that determine whether families live or perish during lean seasons. What thrust Ik religion into academic spotlight was anthropologist Colin Turnbull's 1972 study, The Mountain People. Turnbull claimed that extreme environmental pressures had essentially destroyed the Ik's traditional religious and social structures, leaving them with only the most basic survival instincts. He described witnessing ceremonies where traditional spiritual practices had devolved into hollow rituals performed without genuine belief or community meaning. However, later anthropologists like Bernd Heine challenged Turnbull's conclusions, arguing that he had fundamentally misunderstood Ik spiritual practices. Heine's research revealed that the Ik maintained complex relationships with their mountain divinities, including intricate taboo systems and seasonal obligations that Turnbull had either missed or misinterpreted. The Ik performed divination rituals using cattle bones and mountain stones to communicate with territorial spirits before major decisions. Their priests, known as rainmakers, claim the ability to influence weather patterns through specific chants performed at sacred sites located on prominent peaks. These practices become particularly crucial during drought seasons, when the community's survival depends on successful rain ceremonies. The controversy surrounding Ik religion highlights how extreme environmental conditions can appear to outsiders as the complete breakdown of spiritual life, when in reality, the religious practices may simply be adapting to prioritize immediate survival over elaborate ceremonial displays. BecomingGod.org was an online platform that took the concept of spiritual transcendence to its most extreme logical conclusion. The site promoted a radical belief system centered on literal human deification through a combination of occult practices, technological enhancement, and what its creator termed divine rebellion against cosmic limitations. The website was operated by an individual who claimed to have discovered a systematic method for transforming ordinary humans into godlike entities. This wasn't metaphorical enlightenment or spiritual awakening in the traditional sense, but rather a step-by-step program allegedly designed to grant genuine omnipotent abilities. The core methodology involved what the site called consciousness expansion protocols. Intensive meditation, combined with specific dietary restrictions, sensory deprivation techniques, and the use of various technological devices, claimed to amplify psychic abilities. Participants were encouraged to document their progress through detailed journals, tracking their developing supernatural capabilities. What made this particular system notable was its emphasis on measurable results. Unlike most spiritual movements that focus on internal transformation, BecomingGod.org promised followers they would develop tangible powers including telepathy, matter manipulation, and eventually complete control over reality itself. The site featured testimonials from supposed practitioners who claimed to have achieved various levels of godhood, complete with detailed accounts of their newfound abilities. These ranged from relatively modest claims like enhanced intuition to more dramatic assertions involving levitation and time manipulation. The platform also promoted a complex philosophical framework that painted traditional religious concepts as deliberate limitations imposed by lesser beings to prevent human ascension. According to this worldview, most spiritual teachings were actually designed to keep people spiritually enslaved rather than truly liberated. The site eventually disappeared from the internet following increased scrutiny from both law enforcement and concerned family members of participants who had become increasingly isolated from mainstream society while pursuing their divine transformation. Trans-Universal Zombie Church of the Blissful Ringing combines undead imagery with transcendental spirituality in ways that challenge conventional religious boundaries. This movement treats the zombie state not as horror, but as a form of spiritual liberation from the constraints of ordinary consciousness. The church's core doctrine centers on achieving what they call blissful ringing through specific meditative practices that allegedly induce a tinnitus-like sensation. Members believe this persistent ringing sound serves as a direct communication channel between dimensions, allowing consciousness to transcend the limitations of a single universe. Unlike traditional zombie mythology focused on mindless consumption, this group frames the zombie condition as the ultimate spiritual achievement. They view the death of the ego and conventional thought patterns as necessary steps toward accessing trans-universal awareness. The blissful aspect comes from their claim that this state of consciousness produces profound euphoria and expanded perception. The movement's practices involve extended meditation sessions designed to induce the characteristic ringing sensation. Members report that sustained focus on internal sounds eventually leads to what they describe as frequency lock with other dimensional planes. Some practitioners claim they can maintain this altered state for days while continuing normal activities, appearing zombie-like to outside observers. The Church's documentation includes detailed instructions for achieving various levels of ringing consciousness and testimonials from members who describe experiencing multiple simultaneous realities. Their belief system suggests that conventional death merely represents one transition point among many possible states of existence across infinite universes. Critics point out the potential dangers of prolonged altered states and the group's apparent disconnection from consensus reality, though members maintain that their practices enhance rather than diminish their ability to function in everyday life. Training Center for Release of the Atma Energy represents a spiritual organization that emerged from the intersection of Hindu metaphysical concepts and Western esoteric practices. The term Atma, derived from Sanskrit meaning the individual soul or eternal self, forms the foundation of their belief system centered on unlocking dormant spiritual energy within practitioners. The organization gained attention for its unconventional methods of achieving what they termed Atma liberation. Rather than traditional meditation or yoga practices, members engaged in intensive group sessions involving prolonged fasting, sleep deprivation, and repetitive physical exercises designed to break down psychological barriers. These sessions could extend for days, with participants reporting altered states of consciousness and profound spiritual experiences. The center's founder claimed to have developed a systematic approach to accessing higher dimensional energy through specific breathing techniques combined with visualization of geometric patterns. Members were taught that most humans operate at a fraction of their spiritual capacity, with the Atma energy remaining locked due to societal conditioning and material attachments. Financial commitment played a central role in the training process. Progressive levels of instruction required increasingly substantial donations, with advanced practitioners expected to surrender personal assets to demonstrate their commitment to spiritual advancement. The organization justified these requirements by teaching that attachment to material wealth prevented the full release of Atma energy. Former members described a rigid hierarchy within the center, where those who achieved supposed higher levels of Atma release gained authority over newer participants. The organization operated several residential facilities where dedicated members lived communally, following strict dietary restrictions and daily schedules designed to facilitate continuous spiritual work. The center's practices eventually drew scrutiny from families of members who reported dramatic personality changes and severed relationships with those outside the organization. Union de Vegetal stands as the most legally successful ayahuasca religion in the world, having fought and won Supreme Court cases across multiple countries to secure their right to consume what most governments classify as controlled substances. Founded in 1961 by rubber tapper José Gabriel da Costa, who became known as Mestre Gabriel, this Brazilian movement achieved something remarkable. They convinced the United States Supreme Court in 2006 that their consumption of dimethyltryptamine, or DMT, fell under religious freedom protections. The case, UDV versus Gonzalez, established legal precedent that still protects sacramental psychedelic use today. The group operates with military-style hierarchy and discipline that sets them apart from other plant medicine traditions. Members wear uniforms, follow strict protocols during ceremonies, and advance through numbered degrees of initiation. This structured approach helped them present as a legitimate religion rather than a drug-using cult when facing legal challenges. What made their legal victories possible was decades of scientific research, documenting the mental and physical health of long-term members. Studies showed UDV practitioners had lower rates of anxiety, depression, and substance abuse compared to the general population. They also demonstrated better cognitive function and spiritual well-being, providing concrete evidence that their tea ceremony called session produced beneficial rather than harmful effects. The religion now operates legally in multiple countries, including the United States, where they maintain temples and conduct regular ceremonies under legal protection. Their success opened doors for other ayahuasca groups and influenced broader conversations about religious psychedelic use. Their tea, which they call huasca, combines the same plants used in traditional ayahuasca, but follows specific preparation methods passed down from Mestre Gabriel. Members believe the tea allows direct communication with spiritual beings and provides teachings about moral conduct and cosmic law. North Sentinelese religion stands as perhaps the last completely unknown belief system on Earth. The North Sentinelese people inhabit North Sentinel Island in the Bay of Bengal, maintaining absolute isolation for what researchers estimate to be over 60,000 years of continuous habitation. This indigenous group of roughly 50 to 400 individuals has violently rejected every single contact attempt throughout recorded history. They fire arrows at aircraft, attack boats with spears, and have eliminated multiple visitors who attempted to reach their shores. The Indian government maintains a 3-mile exclusion zone around their 23-square-mile island, making any study of their religious practices impossible. What makes their belief system particularly fascinating is its complete opacity. Anthropologists can only observe from extreme distances using telephoto lenses and satellite imagery. The Sentinelese appear to practice some form of ancestor worship based on burial mounds spotted along their coastlines, but even this remains pure speculation. Their technological isolation means their religious framework developed without influence from any major world religion. No Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, or Buddhism has touched their spiritual practices. They represent a living snapshot of pre-agricultural religious thought, untouched by thousands of years of human religious evolution. The 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami provided a rare glimpse into their survival instincts. While the disaster devastated surrounding areas, the Sentinelese seemed to weather it remarkably well. When rescue helicopters approached to check on survivors, the islanders emerged from the forest and fired arrows at the aircraft, suggesting their traditional knowledge systems include sophisticated environmental awareness. In 2018, American missionary John Allen Chow attempted to evangelize the tribe and was eliminated within hours of landing. His journal entries, recovered later, described seeing figures on the beach who seemed to perform ritualistic movements, but these observations remain unverified and culturally filtered through his Christian worldview. The complete mystery surrounding their spiritual practices has spawned numerous theories among researchers. Some suggest they might practice forms of animism common to other Andamanese groups before outside contact. Others propose their isolation has allowed unique religious innovations to develop. The truth remains locked behind their absolute commitment to cultural preservation through violent resistance. Universal White Brotherhood originated in Bulgaria during the early 1900s under the leadership of Peter Dunov, also known by his spiritual name, Bainsa Duno. Despite the potentially misleading name, this movement has nothing to do with racial ideology. The white refers to spiritual purity and enlightenment within their mystical framework. Dunov established a unique synthesis of Christian mysticism, esoteric philosophy, and what he claimed were direct revelations from spiritual masters. The movement centers around the belief that humanity is entering a new cosmic age, requiring specific spiritual practices to evolve beyond current limitations. Members engage in a distinctive practice called panurhythmy, a form of sacred dance performed in circles while wearing flowing white garments, combining movement with meditation and music. The group maintains strict dietary guidelines, typically following vegetarian or vegan practices, and emphasizes communal living arrangements in many locations. Dunov's successor, Omram Mikhail Ivanov, spread the teachings throughout Europe and eventually to North America, establishing centers in France, Switzerland, and Canada during the mid-20th century. Current followers, numbering in the thousands worldwide, participate in sunrise gatherings where they perform synchronized movements while facing the rising sun. These sessions incorporate specific breathing techniques and mantras that practitioners believe facilitate spiritual transformation and connection with cosmic energies. The movement operates publishing houses that distribute Dunov's extensive writings, which include interpretations of biblical texts through an esoteric lens and detailed instructions for spiritual development. Their communities often establish organic farms and meditation retreats, maintaining a relatively low public profile while continuing to attract new members through word-of-mouth networks and online presence. Godianism emerged from Nigeria in the 1940s as the brainchild of K.O.K. Onyeoha, a former Christian who became convinced that organized religion had corrupted the direct relationship between humans and the divine. Onyeoha claimed to receive visions instructing him to establish a new spiritual path that would strip away what he saw as foreign religious impositions on African spirituality. The movement centers on worshiping Godi, their term for the Supreme Being, through a blend of Christian concepts and traditional Igbo religious practices. Followers reject the Trinity, viewing Jesus as a prophet rather than divine, while maintaining that salvation comes through direct communion with Godi without requiring priests, pastors, or other religious intermediaries. What sets Godianism apart lies in its systematic rejection of what Onyeoha termed foreign religious colonialism. The movement conducts services entirely in Igbo language, incorporates traditional drumming and dancing, and maintains that biblical events actually occurred in ancient Africa rather than the Middle East. They practice a form of baptism using local water sources and observe their own calendar of holy days aligned with Igbo cultural traditions. The religion gained particular attention for its Godi temples, built without crosses or Christian imagery, instead featuring symbols drawn from pre-colonial Igbo spirituality. Members wear distinctive white robes during worship and follow dietary restrictions that combine biblical guidelines with traditional Igbo food customs. Onyeoha's followers believe he received direct revelations that Christianity had been deliberately altered by European missionaries to suppress African spiritual power. This theological position attracted thousands of converts across southeastern Nigeria, though it also drew significant opposition from established Christian churches who viewed the movement as heretical. The group maintains strict moral codes around marriage, community behavior, and spiritual practices, while rejecting Western medicine in favor of prayer and traditional healing methods. Despite decades of growth, Godianism remains largely confined to Igbo-speaking regions of Nigeria, with an estimated membership in the tens of thousands. New Acropolis operates as a global philosophical organization that blends ancient wisdom with modern recruitment tactics, founded by Jorge Angel Livraga in Buenos Aires back in 1957. This group presents itself as a classical philosophy school, but former members describe something far more controlling beneath the surface. The organization structures itself around a strict hierarchy, complete with military-style uniforms and ranking systems. Members progress through different colored belts and insignia, creating an atmosphere that feels more like a paramilitary academy than a philosophy class. Livraga, who died in 1991, established these rigid protocols that continue today under current leadership. New Acropolis centers its teachings around what they call practical philosophy, drawing from ancient Greek, Roman, and Eastern traditions. However, critics point out how the group isolates members from outside influences while demanding increasing time commitments and financial contributions. The organization runs cultural centers, museums, and educational programs across dozens of countries, making it one of the more internationally widespread groups of this nature. Former members have reported pressure to cut ties with family and friends who don't support their involvement. The group's volunteer programs, while appearing charitable on the surface, often serve as recruitment tools and ways to keep members busy within the organization's ecosystem. What sets New Acropolis apart from typical philosophical societies is its emphasis on secrecy and gradual revelation of teachings. Members advance through levels where they access increasingly esoteric knowledge, creating a sense of exclusivity and special status. The group has faced legal challenges in several European countries, with courts in France and Belgium ruling against some of their practices. The organization continues to operate internationally, maintaining cultural centers and recruiting through philosophy courses and volunteer opportunities, particularly targeting young adults and intellectually curious individuals. Jiao Bu Son Ki Huang translates to Strange Fragrance from Precious Mountain, a Vietnamese religious movement that emerged in the 1840s during the turbulent period of French colonization. Founded by Doan Minh Huyen in the Mekong Delta region, this syncretic faith blended Buddhism, Confucianism, Taoism, and Christianity with local Vietnamese folk beliefs into something entirely new. Doan Minh Huyen claimed to receive divine revelations on 7 mountains, a sacred site in southern Vietnam. His followers believed he possessed supernatural abilities, including the power to heal illnesses and communicate directly with celestial beings. The religion's name references the mystical fragrances that allegedly emanated from these mountain revelations. The movement attracted thousands of adherents, particularly among rural Vietnamese populations seeking spiritual guidance during colonial upheaval. Practitioners followed a complex system of meditation, vegetarian diets, and elaborate rituals designed to achieve spiritual enlightenment. What set this faith apart was its emphasis on Vietnamese cultural identity wrapped in religious practice. Followers created their own scripture, the Bu Son Ki Huang, which detailed prophecies about Vietnam's future and the eventual triumph of their beliefs. French colonial authorities viewed the movement with suspicion due to its nationalist undertones and growing influence. Later, Vietnamese governments also restricted its activities, forcing many practitioners underground. The religion persisted through family lineages and secret gatherings, maintaining its traditions despite decades of suppression. Today, small communities of believers still practice this faith, though exact numbers remain unclear due to its semi-clandestine nature in modern Vietnam. Val do Amanhecer translates to Valley of the Dawn, a Brazilian religious movement that combines Christian theology with extraterrestrial contact claims and indigenous shamanic practices. Founded in 1959 by Neva Chavez Zelaya, known as Tia Neva, this syncretic faith emerged from her alleged encounters with spirits and beings from other planets. Tia Neva claimed to receive direct communications from a council of 2,800 spiritual entities, including figures she identified as extraterrestrial commanders and ancient Earth spirits. These beings supposedly provided her with detailed instructions for establishing a new religious framework designed to prepare humanity for a coming spiritual transformation. The movement's headquarters near Brasilia features an elaborate temple complex where practitioners engage in highly ritualized ceremonies wearing colorful robes and distinctive costumes. Each outfit corresponds to specific spiritual functions. Healers wear white and blue, while mediums channel different entities through correspondingly colored garments. Central to the faith is the belief that Earth serves as a rehabilitation planet where souls work through karmic debts across multiple incarnations. Practitioners perform spiritual surgeries and healing rituals, claiming to treat ailments through direct intervention by discarnate spirits working through human mediums. The movement's cosmology includes detailed maps of the afterlife realms and specific protocols for communicating with deceased individuals. Members believe certain locations on Earth function as dimensional gateways where spirits regularly cross between worlds. Tia Neva's followers credit her with over 60,000 documented healing cases before her death in 1985. The movement now operates temples across Brazil and has established international communities, maintaining strict adherence to the original ritual protocols she established through her claimed otherworldly communications. Cook Island's mythology centers around a complex spiritual geography where certain islands exist simultaneously in the physical and spirit worlds. The Cook Islands' traditional beliefs describe Avaiki not just as an ancestral homeland, but as a layered realm accessible through specific geographic locations scattered across the island chain. The mythology features Tinarau, a whale-riding deity who controls sea creatures and maintains underwater palaces filled with captured spirits. According to traditional accounts, Tinarau would lure mortals beneath the waves by sending dolphins and whales to perform elaborate dances on the ocean surface. Those who followed these creatures would find themselves in crystalline underwater cities where time moved differently. K, a legendary figure in Cook Island's tradition, possessed the ability to transform into any sea creature at will. The stories describe his theft of Tinarau's prized whale, leading to a supernatural chase across multiple dimensional planes. This myth includes detailed descriptions of shape-shifting techniques that early anthropologists documented as actual ritual practices performed by island shamans. The Cook Islands maintain unique beliefs about living islands, land masses that can relocate themselves across the ocean when threatened or when their spiritual balance becomes disrupted. Traditional navigators claimed they could communicate with these mobile islands through specific chants and offerings, allowing them to find safe harbor even when normal navigation methods failed. The mythology also describes the Menehune-like Turehu, small humanoid beings who would complete massive construction projects overnight. Archaeological evidence on several Cook Islands shows precisely fitted stone structures that local traditions attribute entirely to these nocturnal builders, with no record of human construction techniques capable of achieving similar results using available tools from the period. God Kuzi centers on Andrei Popov, a Russian man operating from the Krasnodar region who has convinced hundreds of followers that he is the literal embodiment of God on Earth. Not a prophet, not a messenger, but the actual divine creator who decided to take human form. Popov's assertion stands out for its absolute nature. While history is filled with charismatic leaders claiming divine connection, few have the audacity to declare themselves the supreme being of the universe. His followers address him exclusively as God Kuzi, pronounced Ko-O-Z, and treat every word he speaks as absolute divine law. The movement gained momentum in the early 2000s through online videos and social media posts where Popov delivers proclamations about reality, salvation, and the approaching end times. His community operates under strict rules that he claims to receive through divine revelation. Members must donate significant portions of their income to the movement, sever ties with non-believing family members, and follow specific dietary restrictions that change based on Popov's latest divine insights. Former members describe a tightly controlled environment where questioning Popov's divinity results in immediate expulsion and complete shunning from the group. The social isolation becomes particularly effective when followers have already cut ties with outside family and friends. Russian authorities have investigated the group multiple times for potential fraud and manipulation tactics, though prosecution remains difficult due to religious freedom protections. The investigation records reveal that Popov conducts regular worship services where he accepts direct worship and performs what he calls miracles for his devoted followers. The case demonstrates how modern internet connectivity can amplify even the most extreme religious claims, allowing someone to build a dedicated following around the assertion that they are literally the creator of the universe. Christian transhumanist hyperhumanism merges two seemingly incompatible worldviews into a theological framework that advocates for radical human enhancement through technology as a divine mandate. This movement argues that Christians are called not just to accept their humanity, but to transcend it entirely through scientific advancement. The core premise centers on reinterpreting Genesis 1:28, where God commands humans to subdue the earth. Adherents claim this extends to subduing human biological limitations through genetic engineering, cybernetic implants, and eventually uploading consciousness to digital substrates. They view the human body as God's unfinished masterpiece, requiring technological completion. The Christian Transhumanist Association, founded by Micah Redding in 2014, promotes what they call participating in God's ongoing creation. Their theological arguments rest on the concept that since humans are made in God's image and God is infinite and perfect, humans have a divine obligation to pursue infinite enhancement. Death becomes not a natural conclusion, but a technical problem to solve through cryonics, life extension therapies, and digital consciousness transfer. Mormon Transhumanist Association members take this further, arguing that their doctrine of eternal progression already supports technological enhancement. They point to LDS teachings about humans becoming gods as evidence that radical self-improvement aligns with Christian destiny. Some members advocate for genetic modifications to eliminate hereditary diseases as fulfilling Christ's healing ministry. The movement faces intense criticism from traditional Christians who argue it represents technological hubris and rejection of divine design. Critics point to the Tower of Babel narrative as a warning against such ambitions. However, supporters counter that medical technology already violates natural human limitations, making enhancement simply an extension of accepted healing practices. Digital resurrection theory emerged as one of their most controversial concepts. Proponents like Giulio Prisco argue that sufficiently advanced technology could reconstruct consciousness from quantum information, effectively achieving technological resurrection that mirrors Christian beliefs about eternal life. This creates theological tensions around whether downloaded consciousness retains the soul or merely creates sophisticated copies. Primordialism operates on the premise that humanity once possessed a pure, undiluted spiritual knowledge that has been systematically corrupted through millennia of institutional interference and cultural contamination. This ideology surfaces across numerous religious movements, each claiming to have rediscovered the original teachings that predate organized religion entirely. Primordial believers argue that ancient humans maintained direct communication with divine forces before priests, governments, and social hierarchies severed this connection. The concept takes particularly interesting forms within certain New Age circles, where practitioners attempt to reconstruct what they call pre-Abrahamic spirituality through archaeological speculation and psychedelic experiences. Groups like the Temple of Set explicitly frame their practices as returning to humanity's primordial state of consciousness, before what they term slave religions imposed artificial moral constraints. Julius Evola championed a version of primordialism that claimed modern society represents a complete inversion of natural spiritual hierarchy. His writings influenced dozens of esoteric organizations that view contemporary religious institutions as deliberate obstacles to accessing primordial wisdom. Some primordial movements extend beyond spirituality into racial territory, asserting that specific bloodlines maintained closer connections to original divine knowledge. The Thule Society operated under similar assumptions, blending occult practices with claims about ancestral spiritual superiority. The more extreme variants suggest that breaking free from modern religious conditioning requires dramatic measures: isolation from contemporary society, rejection of written scriptures in favor of direct revelation, and sometimes the complete abandonment of civilized life in favor of what they consider humanity's natural state. Archaeological discoveries occasionally provide ammunition for primordial theories, with sites like Göbekli Tepe being interpreted as evidence of advanced spiritual practices predating known religious systems by thousands of years. Norrowan indigenous religion centers around a belief system that was literally mined out of existence. This Pacific island nation, barely 21 square kilometers in size, possessed sacred traditions tied directly to specific limestone pinnacles, coral formations, and inland areas that contained some of the world's richest phosphate deposits. The traditional religion revolved around ancestral spirits called Iani, who inhabited particular geographic features across the island. These spirits weren't abstract entities, but were believed to reside in specific rocks, coral outcroppings, and elevated areas that the community could point to and visit. The religion included complex taboos around disturbing certain areas and elaborate ceremonies conducted at these sacred sites. German colonial authorities and Christian missionaries in the 1880s began systematic conversion efforts, but the real destruction came through industrial phosphate mining that started in 1906. The mining operations didn't just disrupt religious practices, they physically removed the sacred sites from the landscape. Entire limestone pinnacles where ancestral spirits supposedly dwelled were strip-mined and shipped overseas as fertilizer. The oral tradition nature of Norrowan spirituality meant that when the older generation died or converted to Christianity, detailed knowledge of ceremonies, chants, and specific spiritual practices vanished with them. Unlike many Pacific Island religions that survived through written documentation by anthropologists, Norrowan beliefs were recorded sporadically, and often through the filter of Christian missionaries who viewed them as obstacles to conversion. By the 1920s, over 80% of Nauru's land surface had been mined, taking with it not just the physical locations of spiritual significance, but the entire cosmological framework that connected the people to their landscape. Today, attempts to reconstruct traditional beliefs rely on fragmentary accounts and the memories of elderly residents whose grandparents practiced the original religion. Genetic guilt describes the scientific and philosophical concept that trauma, behavioral patterns, and even moral burdens can be inherited through genetic mechanisms, challenging traditional views of individual responsibility and ancestral influence. The foundation lies in epigenetic research, where environmental stresses and traumatic experiences alter gene expression in ways that pass to subsequent generations. Studies conducted on Holocaust survivors and their children revealed elevated stress hormones and anxiety disorders appearing in offspring who never experienced the original trauma directly. Rachel Yehuda's groundbreaking research at Mount Sinai Hospital documented how survivors' children carried specific genetic markers associated with post-traumatic stress, despite living in entirely different circumstances. This biological inheritance extends beyond individual families into entire populations. Researchers examining indigenous communities found that historical trauma from colonization, forced relocations, and cultural destruction created measurable genetic changes that persist across multiple generations. The Lakota, Cherokee, and other tribes show elevated rates of depression, anxiety, and addiction that correlate with specific epigenetic modifications tied to their ancestors' experiences. The concept gains additional weight when applied to perpetrator populations. German researchers discovered that descendants of Nazi officers and collaborators often carry distinct genetic markers associated with guilt, shame, and heightened stress responses. These individuals frequently report unexplained feelings of responsibility for actions they never committed, suggesting that perpetrator trauma also transfers genetically. Religious traditions anticipated these scientific discoveries by centuries. Original sin in Christianity, ancestral karma in Buddhism, and generational curses in various folk beliefs all describe inherited spiritual burdens that align remarkably with epigenetic findings. Some modern theologians argue that these ancient concepts represent intuitive understanding of genetic guilt transmission. The implications extend into contemporary legal and social justice discussions. If trauma and behavioral predispositions transfer genetically, questions arise about collective responsibility, reparations, and the nature of inherited privilege or disadvantage. Some researchers propose that entire societies carry genetic guilt from historical atrocities, creating ongoing social dysfunction that traditional healing approaches cannot address. High-tech Jainism reveals a fascinating paradox unfolding in Silicon Valley, where ancient principles of extreme nonviolence and material detachment collide with billion-dollar tech empires. Several prominent technology billionaires follow Jainism, creating an unusual tension between their faith's core teachings and their massive accumulation of wealth. The religion demands such strict adherence to nonviolence that traditional Jains won't even eat root vegetables like potatoes or carrots, believing it causes unnecessary harm to the plant. They sweep the ground before walking and cover their mouths to avoid accidentally inhaling insects. Yet these same principles now guide some of the world's most powerful tech moguls. Jain entrepreneurs have founded major companies while attempting to maintain their ascetic beliefs, leading to some peculiar business practices. Some refuse to work after sunset, following traditional Jain schedules that align with natural light cycles to minimize harm to nocturnal creatures. The most striking contradiction emerges in how these tech leaders reconcile extreme wealth with Jainism's emphasis on material renunciation. Traditional Jain monks own nothing except simple robes and a bowl for alms. Meanwhile, their Silicon Valley counterparts navigate private jets and luxury lifestyles while maintaining their following the same spiritual path. This creates what some scholars call selective orthodoxy, strict adherence to certain rules like dietary restrictions, while seemingly ignoring others about material attachment. The tech industry's Jain community has developed elaborate justifications for their wealth, arguing that technology companies can reduce overall suffering by advancing human progress. Some have established massive charitable foundations, viewing philanthropy as a way to balance their material accumulation with spiritual requirements. The irony runs deeper when considering that Jainism typically forbids occupations that might cause harm to living beings, yet these leaders oversee platforms and technologies that have documented negative social impacts. Temple of Them emerged from the intellectual fringes of the Order of Nine Angles tradition during the early 2000s, developing what they termed sinister dialectics as their core philosophical framework. Unlike traditional occult groups focused on ritual practice or mystical experience, Them positioned itself as an adversarial think tank dedicated to challenging both mainstream society and established occult communities through rigorous intellectual opposition. The group's founder, known by the pseudonym Christos Beast, had previously been associated with the Order of Nine Angles before breaking away to establish this more academically oriented approach. Them rejected the ceremonial aspects typical of most occult organizations, instead emphasizing philosophical discourse and cultural criticism as their primary tools for what they called aeonic change. Their central concept revolves around the deliberate adoption of unpopular or socially rejected positions, not because they necessarily believe them, but because engaging with taboo ideas supposedly accelerates personal and cultural evolution. This approach led them to publish essays defending everything from totalitarian political systems to controversial historical figures, always framing these positions as intellectual exercises rather than genuine advocacy. Them's publications included The Gentleman's Guide to Forum Spies, and various treatises on what they termed insight roles, the practice of temporarily adopting extreme political or social positions to gain understanding of different worldviews. They argued that most people's beliefs were simply products of social conditioning rather than genuine philosophical reflection. The group maintained that true wisdom came only through experiencing psychological and intellectual opposition, claiming that comfort and social acceptance were enemies of authentic development. Their writings often targeted both left-wing and right-wing political movements, religious communities, and even other occult groups with equal criticism. By the 2000s, Them had largely dissolved as an active organization, though their writings continue to circulate in certain online philosophical circles where their brand of confrontational intellectualism still finds adherents. Beasts of Satan began as an Italian heavy metal band in the 1990s, but transformed into something far more sinister than typical rock controversy. The group, led by Andrea Volpe and featuring members like Nicola Sapone and Mario Macchione, evolved from performing dark-themed music into practicing actual ritualistic violence. The band's descent into genuine occultism culminated in a series of brutal eliminations between 1998 and 2004. Their first victim was Chiara Marino, a 19-year-old woman who was tortured and killed during what the group called a satanic ritual. The members buried her body in a makeshift grave, marking it with occult symbols. 3 years later, they targeted Fabio Tollis and Mariangela Pezzotta, a couple who had discovered evidence of Marino's fate. The band members lured them to a secluded location, subjected them to ritualistic violence, and disposed of their bodies in a similar manner. What distinguished this case from typical heavy metal shock value was the group's genuine belief system. Members practiced animal sacrifice, consumed blood during ceremonies, and maintained detailed journals documenting their rituals. They viewed their eliminations not as crimes, but as offerings to Satan, complete with specific ceremonial requirements. The investigation revealed the band had recruited additional members specifically for these rituals, creating a hybrid between musical group and occult sect. Andrea Volpe, the primary orchestrator, had developed an elaborate theology that combined traditional Satanism with his own twisted interpretations. Italian authorities uncovered the crimes in 2004 when one member broke ranks and confessed. The subsequent trial exposed recordings of ritual chants, photographs of ceremonial sites, and testimony describing the group's transformation from musicians into genuine practitioners of violent occultism. The case remains significant because it demonstrated how subcultural aesthetics can evolve into authentic extremism, bridging the gap between artistic expression and actual criminal cult behavior. The first religion represents one of archaeology's most contentious debates, with scholars fighting over evidence that stretches back tens of thousands of years before any written record existed. The leading candidate isn't what most people expect. Rather than organized worship of specific gods, the earliest form of religious practice appears to be shamanism, dating back at least 40,000 years based on cave paintings and burial sites across multiple continents. These ancient practitioners entered altered states of consciousness to communicate with spirit worlds, heal the sick, and guide their communities through supernatural means. The evidence comes from unexpected places. In the Chauvet Cave in France, archaeologists discovered handprints made by individuals missing finger segments, a practice still found among shamanic traditions today. Similar mutilation patterns appear in cave art from Spain to Australia, suggesting a shared spiritual practice that predates human migration out of Africa. But the real game changer came with Göbekli Tepe in Turkey. This massive stone temple complex, built 11,600 years ago, predates Stonehenge by over 6,000 years, and agriculture by nearly 1,000 years. The site's intricate carvings of animals, humans, and abstract symbols suggest hunter-gatherer societies were conducting elaborate religious ceremonies long before they learned to farm. Klaus Schmidt, the German archaeologist who excavated the site, argued that religion actually drove the development of civilization, not the other way around. Groups of nomadic peoples coordinated to build these massive structures, then developed agriculture to feed the workers and priests who maintained them. The implications challenge everything taught in standard textbooks. Instead of religion emerging from settled agricultural societies, it appears that spiritual beliefs motivated humans to abandon their nomadic lifestyle and create the first permanent settlements. Some researchers push the timeline even further back, pointing to Neanderthal burial sites with flower arrangements and red ochre pigments that suggest ritualistic behavior dating back 60,000 years. Extinct and forgotten religions encompasses thousands of belief systems that once commanded entire civilizations, but now exist only in archaeological fragments and scattered historical accounts. Take Mithraism, the mystery religion that dominated Roman military culture for over 400 years. Soldiers gathered in underground sanctuary temples called Mithraea, low-ceilinged stone chambers carved into hillsides or built below ground, where initiation rites took place in 7 graded degrees. The central sacred image in every Mithraeum was the Tauroctony, a depiction of Mithras slaying a bull, though the exact theological significance of this scene remains debated. The religion vanished so completely that scholars still debate whether Mithra was born from a rock or an egg. 0 written theological texts survived because everything was transmitted through secret oral tradition. The Cathars of medieval France developed a dualist theology so threatening to the Catholic Church that Pope Innocent III launched a 20-year crusade specifically to eliminate them. These perfect ones believed the material world was inherently evil, created by a malevolent deity. They practiced a ritual called the Consolamentum, a spiritual baptism that supposedly freed the soul from physical existence. The last known Cathar was burned alive in 1321, taking their complete theological framework to the grave. Manichaeism once stretched from Spain to China, blending Zoroastrian, Christian, and Buddhist elements into a cosmic battle between light and darkness. Adherents divided into 3 classes based on spiritual purity, with the highest tier consuming only fruits and vegetables that had died naturally. The religion's founder, Mani, claimed direct divine revelation through an angelic twin who taught him the true structure of reality. Archaeological excavations continue uncovering temples dedicated to deities whose names appear nowhere in surviving literature. The Nabatean religion of Petra worshipped block-shaped stones called Baitali, believed to house divine essence. Their primary god, Dushara, literally means Lord of the Mountain, yet researchers cannot determine what specific powers he supposedly possessed. The complete elimination of Central American codices means entire pantheons exist only as carved stone faces on temple walls. The Maya deity known as God El appears in hundreds of artistic depictions, smoking cigars and surrounded by beautiful women, yet scholars cannot agree on his primary function or mythological role. Some vanished religions left behind practices so bizarre that modern archaeologists initially dismissed the evidence as impossible. The Bon tradition of Tibet included rituals where practitioners would lie motionless in snow for days, generating enough internal heat to melt the ice around them. Similar techniques appear in completely unrelated cultures across Siberia and Mongolia, suggesting shared knowledge that predates recorded history. The one true religion, the one true faith, the one true God, represents one of the most dangerous psychological weapons in the arsenal of religious manipulation. This concept goes far beyond typical theological debates about which path leads to salvation. The phrase itself becomes a mantra used by cult leaders and extremist religious groups to create an us versus them mentality that isolates followers from outside perspectives. When a group claims exclusive access to divine truth, they're not just making a theological statement. They're constructing a mental prison where questioning the group's authority becomes equivalent to rejecting God himself. Historical analysis reveals this pattern across centuries of religious movements. The People's Temple under Jim Jones constantly reinforced that they alone possessed the correct interpretation of Christianity, leading to the tragic events in Jonestown, where over 900 people died through forced poisoning in 1978. Jones used the one true faith narrative to convince followers that the outside world was fundamentally corrupt, and that only through complete devotion to his teachings could they achieve spiritual purity. The Branch Davidians under David Koresh operated on similar principles. Koresh positioned himself as the final prophet, claiming that his interpretation of biblical prophecy was the only valid path to salvation. This exclusive truth claim allowed him to justify increasingly controlling behavior, including the controversial practice of taking multiple wives and separating families within the compound. Modern manifestations include groups like the Westboro Baptist Church, which operates under the belief that their specific interpretation of Christianity represents the only acceptable form of worship. Their extreme positions on social issues stem directly from this foundational belief that they alone understand God's true will. The psychological mechanism behind this concept exploits fundamental human needs for certainty and belonging. When faced with life's complexities and uncertainties, the promise of absolute truth becomes incredibly appealing. Religious groups weaponize this by presenting their doctrine as the singular solution to all spiritual questions, creating a sense of special knowledge that elevates members above the confused masses. Intelligence agencies have documented how this concept facilitates radicalization across various religious traditions. The belief in possessing exclusive divine truth can justify extreme actions, from social isolation to violence against perceived enemies of the faith. The religion invented by someone which hasn't risen to popularity yet or has forgotten about it covers the countless spiritual movements created in modern times that never achieved widespread recognition. Unlike established new religious movements, these forgotten faiths represent the spiritual equivalent of failed startups. Since the 1960s, thousands of individuals have attempted to launch their own religions, complete with doctrine, rituals, and recruitment efforts, only to watch them dissolve within years or even months. The Church of All Worlds, founded by Tim Zell in 1962, exemplifies this category. Inspired by Robert Heinlein's science fiction novel, Stranger in a Strange Land, Zell created elaborate water-sharing ceremonies and polyamorous community structures. Despite initial enthusiasm and legal recognition as a religion, the movement fractured by the 1970s and exists today only in scattered remnants. More recent examples include the Church of Google, established in 2010 with 9 core beliefs, including Google is omniscient and Google remembers all. Creator Matt McPherson designed it as both genuine spiritual practice and social commentary, but the movement never attracted serious adherents beyond internet curiosity. Academic experiments also populate this space. Professor Daniel Dennett's hypothetical Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster predecessor concepts, along with various university philosophy department thought experiments, created formal religious structures that remained confined to scholarly circles. Personal revelation religions represent another subset. Individuals claiming direct divine contact, often establish elaborate theological systems, complete with sacred texts and ceremonial practices. Most attract only family members or close friends before fading entirely. The internet age has accelerated this phenomenon. Forums and social media platforms host hundreds of micro-religions, from joke faiths that gained unexpected sincerity to serious spiritual movements that never escaped their digital origins. These forgotten faiths reveal humanity's persistent drive to create meaning through organized belief systems, even when lacking charismatic leadership or cultural timing necessary for broader acceptance.